奇跡のような出会いが僕らを導いたからそれぞれの定めを背にいざ行こう明日へ偽りだらけの世界君と僕巡り会えたのは真実一つずつ知るたびに芽生え出す確かな想い気づいたから覚悟決めていたはずだったのにね貫き通す叶わぬ恋でも僕らは戦い続けてゆく最後まで固く強くつないだ手と手が離れないように世界の行方より唯一無二の恋心譲れないよそれこそが乙女の生きる道
Hello, and welcome back to Maiden's World, and let's get started. I just literally woke up, and we're gonna be reading.
乗車急げ！負傷者にはちゃんと手を貸すんだぞ！
Like 9:53 a.m. Holy shit. Alright, whatever. Let's go. A few days have passed since then. Despite heavy casualties, the robot's attack was repelled, and the temporary peace has returned to the base. Well, I have to wonder if you can really call it peaceful when there are still traces of battle all over the place.
荷物も残さず積んでくださいね。忙しい男性の皆さんに手伝わせたら撃ち殺しますよ。
And we had received an evacuation order as a security team. Apparently it's a guard mission for a train transporting replacement parts back to the depot, so I'm temporarily returning to New Tokyo City with the freight car. But in reality, I think it's just a way to get rid of us. Mizuno Shire, who had been dealing with our complaints all along, is gone now. After exchanged brief greetings with the guys we met, we boarded the train and headed away from the front lines. Even though it's just greetings, quite a few people died in battle, so there are some who have no one to greet them. The only comfort is that those young soldiers I became friends with seem to have survived. Unlike the way there, the conversation wasn't flowing, and a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. It's kind of like tone breaking when you hear that BGM from earlier, because he was explaining the whole mood of the base was just like, well, things kind of got fucked and all. I really wish they had more BGM for this game, man. They could have had like some sort of much more melancholic mood than playing the slice of light music just to explain the current situation. Anyway, it's only natural. It wasn't just the male soldiers who died. There are kids on board still wearing bandages from their injuries. I can't just be chatting and laughing when I've just lost a friend, and there's Ruriko-san to think about too. Ever since she lost her own father, Tosan, right in before her eyes, Ruriko-san has been in a funk? Slump? None of us know what it's like to have a Tosan, so I don't really know how to comfort you. All I can do right now is leave things alone. But I have a feeling things won't get better if we keep going like this. It's like morale is too low, or maybe it just gets depressing when things are too quiet.
ちょっぴり後悔してます。
Suddenly, Akari muttered to
後
herself.
悔ですか。もっとたくさんお話ししておけばよかった。仲良くしておけばよかったって。
戦死した連中のことか。
はい。同級生たちも男の人たちともフェミニストとは思えないセリフだってみんな優しくしてくれました。
Including the guys who tried to say, we want to touch your boobs. Well, it was you anyway.
うん、そうだったね。
There were some people who brought up troublesome things, but still.
倍くらい触ってもよかったのに。
Oh, okay. She even brings that up.
あかり、その話はセクハラされてたんじゃないですの？もっとルリコさんが喋った。さすがに聞き捨てなりませんわ。その話広まったら大問題になりますわよ。
Yeah, no, even if those guys sacrifice for themselves, and you know what? Yeah, it'll be used as like, you know, it'll be viewed as sexual harassment, no matter what angle you put it.
だよね。あかりのお母さんの耳に入ったら。
Especially Akari's mom.
聞かなかったことにするから面倒事はやめてくれ。今の話は墓の下まで。
I mean, especially those guys are dead now. I feel bad, but like, you know. Just as Rin Senpai was about to say something with a sigh. Don't tell me they got attacked. Everyone was thrown forward in their seats with a sudden screeching halt.
停車したようですが。ですね。何かトラブルでしょうか。
After waiting in confusion for a while, Instructor Honda appeared from the door leading to the next door.
総員、直ちに降車してください。目的地が変更になりました。
That was a different tone from her usual relaxed way of speaking, more urgent. Okay, it's very serious.
この先の安全が確保されていないため、この列車は運転中止になりました。
安全ってでも
This place was supposed to be a women's district far removed from the front lines.
質問よろしいでしょうか。
詳しい話は後ほどしますが、クーデターが起きました。
Oh, what?
新東京市は浄化委員に占拠され、政府機能は LFP、フェミニストに奪われています。
Shit. They did that. When most of the security forces outside of Shin Tokyo, they decided to do that, man. I mean, it makes sense from... Okay, it makes sense for them to do that. Oh, shit. They don't need that shit right now. The news came as a complete shock, leaving Akari gaping in surprise. Sneak Operation Episode 7. How many episodes is this?
「ご苦労様。荷下ろしはこっちでやっておくわ。」ああ、協力に感謝する。自由戦士として なるべく協力はするけどね。でも今はまずいわ。割と危ない橋渡ってるんだから、早くこの場を離れて。わかった。これ以上は接触もしない方がいいわ。うちの店、浄化委員に目をつけられてるのよ。そうか、気をつけてな。行くぞ、片桐姉。
はい。
Led by Rin Senpai, we slipped away from the market, keeping out of sight behind the stalls. I even had to return the light truck I've been riding in, along with all of the luggage. So from here on out, it was just me and my own 2 feet.
よし、ここまで来れば目立たないだろう。
潜入うまくいきましたね。
途中だいぶ危なかったけどな。
やっぱりフリーパスというわけにはいきませんでしたね。
I came back to this town in the borrowed light truck, but there was a pretty strict checkpoint on the way into town. That was because it's opened unexpectedly, without any prior notice, so everyone hiding in the bed of the truck except for me and Senpai scrambled out, and we ended up splitting off from them.
あの件も荷物まで改めてたからな。逃がす隙が見つからなかったら危ないところだった。っていうか、あの浄化委員、積み荷の野菜持って行きやがったし、検問っていうよりそっちが目的だったんじゃねえか？
Their so-called tax.
まあおかげで私たちは簡単に通れましたし、みんなは大丈夫でしょうか？
ミクがついてるからなんとかするだろう。道路から外れれば別に城壁があるわけでもないんだ。
そうですね。あかりも八重香もいますし。
すげえ不安だな。合流を急ごう。
はい。
In Sumari, this was a covert operation. After the news of the coup, we got off the train and headed to the nearby garrison. But on the way, I was called in by the instructor.
東堂さんの分隊には首都に潜入してもらおうと思っているんですよ。
正気ですか？
もちろん大統領府とも連絡が取れないですし、まるで様子がわからなくて。
なぜ我々が？
By the way, does her squad include Akari? Because Akari is like a obvious, like the worst person to try to, you know, like she's like a, you know, you can see her from a mile away. Like if a feminist sees her, they'll be like, oh, she's back. Wait a second, she's back from the thing. Even though it's phrased as a request, it was really an order. So Rin Senpai probably did the best she could just by retorting.
だって113分隊は全員が茶道部所属で、手持ちの戦力では一番実戦慣れしてますし、表現の自由選手として町にいる仲間の協力も得やすいと思うんです。
それはそうですが、
あとは電子戦のエキスパートである守屋さんならいろいろと情報も手に入れやすいでしょ。
By the way, what happened to the other security force garrisons? Or the actual security force? Like, they're literally sending some random group of students. I mean, sure, like, okay, fine. We're going back to the logic at the beginning of the game where they were explaining why the freedom of expression warriors have the best mobility to go around to do stuff, while the actual security forces soldiers aren't allowed to do stuff. I don't know, man. it's it's that bullshit with like it's a particular common anime trope about like those Sekai student councils with like fucking power that rivals corporations and nations for some reason. Anyway, let's go.
努力します。
それに姫野さん、もしもフェミニストに見つかってもあなたなら危害は加えられないでしょうから。
Okay, I was thinking about the other way around because they would be aware that she's out because she was doing something with the security force. I mean, even though like she's like she's the daughter of like the head of LLP, they should probably know that she's working as she's a security force recruit, and that would imply I don't know, man. Let's continue for now.
そうかもしれませんけど。
すみませんが手段を選ぶ余裕はないんですよね。
でしたらわかりました。
そして一番は頼もしい分隊長さんと1年首席の優等生がいてくれますから。
そうやっておだてないでください。
There was no choice but to accept it.
具体的な潜入手段とかは。
先ほど首都から野菜を買い付けに来ている人を見つけたんですよ。軽トラックともろもろを借りられることになりましたので、皆さんは流通の業者さんにすり替わってくださいね。
It all comes back to Death Stranding. Anyway. So, Ren Senpai drove us back to town in her pickup truck since she has a license.
待て、隠れてやり過ごす。
はい。
I followed Senpai's instructions and hid myself in a shadowy spot where I wouldn't be noticed. Oh, they're working with Gaia or something? Because probably they detected me with an infrared sensor or something, but they seem to have determined I'm just a passerby and not a threat. The purification committee members didn't even notice us as they drove the robots towards the station.
たく、どうなってやがる。
They might have brokered a deal with Gaia or some shit, man.
どう見てもあれゴブリンですよね。人類側のオートマタじゃなくて。
I've been seeing scenes like this everywhere since I got close to this town. For some reason, the feminist purification committee is wandering around with robots for the Gaia army.
妙な話だとは思ってたんだよな。
というと
I watched the purification committee leave in hushed tones. For now, it seems safe to come out from behind whatever I was hiding behind.
浄化委員だけでクーデターなんてできるわけないだろ。チンピラがわめいてるだけなら治安警察だって抵抗する。
確かにあの人たちロボットに命令を聞かせてますよね。
ああ、人殺しのロボットがおとなしく言うことを聞いてやがる。
一体どうやって。
さあな。だが効果は抜群だ。
It's usually a pretty busy area, but now most of the city is dead silent. There were people out and about here and there on the way, but they all turned tail and ran as soon as they saw a robot. I've seen that kind of thing so many times before. It's only natural. After all, the robots the Purification Committee is bringing in are the same as the Gaia Army robots that attack from the sky and kill their friends and family. What's more, most of the security force who were fighting robots before now on a joint operation with the defense forces in the distant Mail District. Yeah, okay, oh yeah. They had that shit going on. It's still ongoing, I forgot. Fuck, okay. That is really serious. I did mention it like earlier, them doing the whole thing was timely. And the original operation that the academy kids were supposed to do was like to do the infiltration and destroy the planes and all that. Oh yeah. Okay. So okay, and the security force is part of the main force. Anyway, no one's gonna protect me, and everyone must be too scared to even come out protect them. And everyone must be too scared to even come out of their houses.
今の状況でロボットに勝てる手段はない。
クーデターなんてやらかすには絶好のタイミングだったってわけだ。
ですね。
Or maybe it was rigged from the moment I was deployed to the security force. That's what I think. That's what I sometimes think.
この人の少なさだとうろうろしているだけで怪しまれる。さっさと行くぞ。
はい。
That wasn't something I could even begin to fathom. Not against Senpai's words, I headed for the pre-arranged meeting spot. The destination was a building in one corner of an abandoned district lined with ruins. It was near the place where I first met Akari. It was a while before I figured it out, with all the crumbling buildings looking alike, but somehow I managed to decipher Akari's homemade map and finally pinpointed the location.
ゆいちゃん、リー先輩も。
Ooh, full of dreams.
あかり。よかった、無事だった。やっと来たよ。結構待たされたんですけど。
姫野の地図が分かりにくすぎるんだよ。
すみません。ともかく全員無事に合流できてさ。
Oops. When we entered the target building, Akari and the others greeted us, and first of all, we were relieved to see each other safe.
で、ここがあかりの秘密基地？大したものはないけど、毛布とかクッションとか食料も缶詰なら残ってたと思う。
The first problem we faced while infiltrating New Tokyo City which was under control of the Purification Committee, was where to establish our base. Even though Akasha Academy is deserted with everyone gone, it's probably still under surveillance, and in this situation, guests staying at the hotels would be highly suspicious too. We were talking about when Akari offered us to use the Hiritsukichi she knew about.
一通り確認しましたが、姫の学生の情報通り、太陽光発電のシステムが生きていました。
電力が確保できるのは上等だ。バッテリー残量を気にしながら通信とかたまらんからな。
激しく同意です。あとね、水道も水が出た。めっちゃサビサビだったけど、しばらく流したら綺麗な水になるはずだよ。水汲みに行かなくていいのも助かるね。でしょでしょ。
I'm honestly grateful to be able to rely on civilization, even a little, in places like this, where I don't have to worry about cameras or eavesdropping. This is Sakari's achievement after all. I smiled back at her smug grin.
で、別れた後はお前らどうだったんだ？
主要道路を避け、廃墟地区へ迂回しながら市内へ侵入しました。特に封鎖などはされておらず、大きな問題はありませんでした。
Okay, so the main route is like it's kind of lax of them, you know. But I guess they don't have enough people. But going through the main routes is a bad idea.
監視カメラとかはミク先輩が全部見つけてくれたし。
Oh, okay, so there's surveillance cameras, but you know, if they have someone like Miku, it's totally useless.
都市警備システムに機材情報がまとめられていましたので簡単でした。
やっぱりお前がいると頼りになるな。
ありがとうございます。それよりリン、街の様子ですが。
もう見てきたのか。
はい、この位置まで移動する途中少しだけですが。なんだかおかしなことになってましたね。なんでロボットと上階員が一緒にいるの？私に聞かれても。まだ推測に過ぎませんが、機体はタイプゴブリンのスクラップを修理したものと思われます。
そうなのか。
弾痕の残っている機体がいくつか見受けられましたので。ああ、確かにいましたね。
A lot of the machines I encountered in the battlefield had similar scars, so I didn't really pay much attention to it.
でも修理なんてできるんですか？機械ですから稼働する部品に交換すれば動くはずです。おそらく AI も書き換えることで特定の人間の命令に従うようになっているのかと。
そりゃ理論上はできるだろうけど。
上官委員の人たちってなんかそういうの得意なの？プログラムみたいなの。
Okay, so basically what they did, I thought they, okay, instead of like, I didn't think of this possibility, you know, they just repurpose wreckages of goblins. Okay, that kind of explains what they were doing at the big before the whole attack. You know, there was that one scene they had the goblin smuggled in.
どうでしょう。そういう人を集めてるって話は聞いたことないですけど。
I can't imagine an amateur being able to create something as complex as a robot or automaton-controlled AI. Maybe the organization has pros in that field, but these days it's more like... For a moment, an awful thought flashed through my mind. There was no point in dwelling on it, so I shook my head and decided to forget about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I thought about the possibility of them cooperating with Gaia, but if you remove that idea, the other idea would be like someone at least as good as Miku exists in the Purification Committee, or it's also possible that Mother helped them out as well, which is like, I don't know why. Anyway.
そういう分析は私たちの仕事じゃない。それよりもまずは拠点を構築する。物資の確認と寝床の確保からだ。
毛布干さないとダメかもです。じゃお日様出てるうちにやらないと。
ミクと片桐姉は周辺警戒の監視システムを頼む。
了解。カメラおよびセンサー類の設置作業を進めます。機材このカバンですか？荷物持ちしますね。お願いします。
Anyway, we each got down to work first. It took about an hour to finish the initial setup. Even though it was getting close to evening, Akari and the others had finished their work and were coming out of the building around the time I wrapped up my task.
そのうち日が暮れるがのんびりもしていられない。今日中に少しでも情報収集を始めておこう。
了解です。でもどうします？
ぞろぞろ揃って歩いても目立つだけだからな。手分けするぞ。
Everyone nodded solemnly at Senpai's suggestion without any objection.
私は知り合いの自由戦士に接触してみるつもりだが、こっちは一人で十分だな。姫野と片桐妹は地下水路の調査を頼めるか？
地下ですか？ 前に私が捕まっていたところみたいな？
そうだ。あんまいい思い出はないかもしれんが。
いえ、それはいいんですけど。っていうか、なんでまたそんな場所を？
なるべく浄化委員の目を避けて行動したい。使えそうなら役に立つだろうから、特に学園までの通路を探してみてくれ。
そこジメジメしてて気乗りしないけど、了解っす。
The idea to use that underground passage came to me while I was talking with Rin Senpai in the seat of the K truck on our way back to town. It's old equipment, and I don't know how much of it's deteriorated, so I guess we'll have to check it first.
ミク先輩とお姉ちゃんはどうするの？
その二人には町の人たちから話を聞いてきてもらおうと思ってるんだが、フェミニストどもへの市民感情なんかも探っておきたい。
了解しました。僕、ミク先輩が町のおばちゃんと親しげに雑談してるの、尋問みたいになりそうですよね。
I'm sorry, but I mostly agree.
お姉ちゃんはともかく人選ミスでは。
そのようなことはありません。
I like how she asserted herself there, and the expression in her face. She looked a little annoyed.
私が代わりに行くというのは？
姫野は浄化委員に顔が割れてるだろ。正体がバレバレだからダメだ。
それほど知り合いが多いわけではないんですけど。
Actually, when I got hassled by the purification committee in town, they didn't realize she was the boss's daughter after all.
それでもリスクを取る必要はないだろ。
でしたら八重川はどうです？
こいつも有名人すぎるからダメだ。特に市場の連中にはアカシアの学生だって顔を知られてる。
いやー、人気者は辛いですな。
何したらそんな有名人になるのかな。
怒られそうだから言わない。
Becoming well known in just a few months after coming to the city from the countryside, that can't be anything good.
まあ今は姉妹喧嘩してる暇はないし、聞かないでおく。
よし、そのまま忘れろ。
I had something I wanted to say, but I swallowed it down and hold back.
とにかくそういうわけだから、聞き込みは顔を知られていない二人に頼みたい。
If that's the result of elimination, there's no choice but to accept it.
了解です。
可能な限り情報を引き出してみせます。頑張ってね、ゆいちゃん。なぜ片桐学生に限定するのですか？
一応ミクにも期待はしている。最優先で探る情報は大統領の行方だ。
はい。
任務了解。大統領の行方を聞き込みしてきます。
Despite a lingering unease, I repeat my orders and headed toward the mission. Following the coup, Saiki Daitorio, who represented this country's government, has gone missing. It's believed she was definitely captured by the feminists, but her whereabouts, including whether she's alive or dead, hasn't been made public, and Miku-senpai couldn't find anything through hacking. The position of the president is that of supreme commander of the security force and defense army, so their safety is extremely important in a situation like this. Since they're officially the national representative in the extreme case, if the president orders it, the force can act as government troops, and if not, they could easily be branded rebels. That's precisely why the security forces, an armed organization within the female world, can't make any flashy moves without orders. The president's whereabouts are crucial information for breaking the stalemate. Besides, we have more personal and urgent reasons too.
お願い、お母様を。
Oh, she already lost her Tosan. Hopefully she doesn't lose her class son. When someone who's usually so energetic asks you for something with such obvious anxiety, anyone would want to do something about it, right? You know what? Rika's going through a lot, you know? Her roommate died, her father died. Hopefully her mom doesn't die, okay? I feel bad for her, man. I don't want to inflict any more pain on her, especially after losing a parent so recently.
聞き込みはどこで行うのが適切でしょうか？
やっぱり市場じゃないですか。戒厳令とか言われててもそこそこ人がいましたし。
Non-essential outings are banned, but people still need to buy food and daily necessities, so shops are open too. Well, if they wanted to, they could ban shopping too, but for now, the Purification Committee doesn't seem to be thinking that far ahead.
確かにこの辺りは通行人自体が少なすぎますね。
Even though it's an area where government offices scatter, standing around talking is bound to draw attention in this sparsely populated situation. So I was about to head to the market with Senpai.
あ、ちょっとこっちに。
了解です。
Seeing a Purification Committee member, I quickly grabbed Senpai's hand and hid in the shadows. I just waited for the robot and the Purification Committee to pass by, smiling at how I've done this so recently. And unlike when Rin Senpai was here, for some reason I'm the one pulling Miku Senpai along now.
質問なのですが、なぜ隠れる必要が？
なぜって。
私とユイさんは一般市民として行動していますので、隠れる必然性が感じられません。
法律的にはそうかもしれないですけど。
Does this person have no sense, not having a sense of wanting to avoid conflict? Come to think of it, you were really bold about sticking your nose in when Akari and I were being harassed before. You looked so cool back then, and you helped us out a lot.
ミク先輩、なんだかんだで私たち怪しい二人組ですからね。
そうなのですか。
You're just slow in the uptake, or maybe you don't really pick up on social cues that well. Watching the robot and Purification Committee member leave, we step out from the shadows to lead Senpai.
私たちってどういう関係に見えてると思います？
普通に学生の先輩と後輩では。
ですよね。でも学校はアカシア以外も全て休校中です。外出禁止令が出ていますから。
Just a couple of besties, I guess.
つまり
Samori.
懲戒委員を舐めて遊び歩いているか、もしくは集会禁止の命令を破って何か企んでいるか、どっちにしても怪しい二人組を放っておく理由はありませんよね。
なるほど。逮捕権はなくとも職務質問に来る可能性はかなり高いですね。
逮捕権の有無とか気にしてなさそうですけど。
身分紹介をされるのは厄介です。目立つことは避けましょう。
After all that arguing, it seems we finally managed to share our problems.
何か出歩いていても不自然じゃない感じにできるといいんですけど。
Even so, it seems difficult, so I ended up thinking that sneaking off secretly is the only option.
提案いいでしょうか？
はい、もちろんです。
I mean, you're technically higher up than me anyway, so there's no need to ask.
恋人のふりをするのはどうでしょうか？フィクションでは頻繁に見かける手法です。接近された場合でも物陰で抱き合うことで自然に顔を隠すことが可能です。
確かによくあるシチュエーションですけど。
同性カップルであれば若者2人で買い物に出ているのも不自然ではありません。これは明暗ではないでしょうか。
別にそこまでしなくても大丈夫かと。
問題ありません。任務のためですから。
Senpai's usually not this forward.
片桐学生、任務の成功率を上げるためです。
そう言われると。でも恋人のふりって具体的には？
I was swept up by the momentum and ended up blurting out that reply without thinking.
そうですね。とりあえず手をつなぎましょう。
はい。
Senpai, who had come closer, held out a hand, and I tentatively took it.
こんな風に誰かの手を握るのは初めてかもしれません。
そうなんですか？
Senpai's hands are soft and surprisingly smooth, so warm that I'm starting to feel weird.
心拍数の上昇を確認。
すみません、違うんです。任務だって分かってますから。
いえ、私の心拍数です。
Oh.
そうなんですか。
I thought you could tell because we were holding hands. Does that mean Miku Senpai's heart was racing too?
やっぱりやめておくというのは。
これも任務です。より偽装のレベルを上げるにはもう少し寄り添って歩くべきかと。
Just as her own keikaku, I guess.
そうですね。はい。
Since we're supposed to be a cohabiting Yuri couple who came shopping together, it wouldn't look natural if we seemed too innocent. So we started walking, closing the distance until we were practically touching.
エラー。
Wait, did you just say error?
何でもありません。
Could it be that Senpai's acting all step because her fluffy boobs are touching my arm?
任務だから。
I confess my simple thoughts to Akari in my heart. Still late to Miku Senpai, who risked her body for the mission. We arrived at a place where the market stalls are lined up. Well, I guess for Miku Senpai, since we're both girls, it's not that big of a deal.
この場所は確かにそれなりの人手ですね。どなたからお話を伺いましょうか。
お店の人で話好きの方がいらっしゃれば。
When it comes to getting the scoop on what's happening in town, you can't beat shopkeepers and waitresses who see everyone coming and going. So first, I quickly scanned my surroundings. Started by heading over to the bakery stall.
いらっしゃい。あらあらあら、可愛らしいカップルさん。
Just as expected, she was a lively-looking woman.
こんにちは。これとこれを2つずつ。あとこっちのもお願いします。
あいよ、ちょっと待っててね。
First, I need to buy groceries to become a customer, since I was planning on stocking up on food for the rest of the night anyway. I'm seriously choosing which bread to get.
お会計はこれとこれで。
合計1820円です。
あらあらあら、ありがとね。あんたたち学生さんかい？いいわね、青春ね。仲のいい恋人がいて羨ましいわ。
はい、恋人です。
Something about that, like, it's like a weird reaffirming statement. That's how it felt like. You're giving me such a big grin. I stopped clinging to her like that, but somehow our hands were still intertwined.
任務に集中しなくては。
While I waited for them to wrap the bread after preparing the money, I could hear Senpai muttering something under her breath. Right, a mission. I have something to do.
店主さん、伺いたいことがあるのですが。
Trying to slowly get information out of her. Mika senpai chats casually with a festival vendor. I mean, there's no festival happening right now. It's a market vendor.
なんだい？
大統領の行方をご存知ありませんか？
Oh shit! That's not gonna work. Well, oh man, I had like secondhand embarrassment to the next level here.
先輩！ゆいさん、急に大きな声を出してどうしましたか？どうもこうもないですってば。
It was so obvious, and her conversation skills were so bad, I could only cover my face in shame. I really had this secondhand embarrassment myself just now. Seriously, this is bad, isn't it?
あんたたち。
今のなしで忘れてください。
I know it's not that simple, but I can't think of any other way to gloss over it right now.
私は何か間違えましたか？
Oh, you did so much wrong things just there.
先輩は少し黙っていてください。はい。
It's making her feel down, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. It's just so strange that someone who's so good with computers messes up when dealing with people. It's not so strange. It's more like the norm. Anyway.
ですね。深い意味はなくて、ただ単純に街で何が起きているのか知りたいだけなんです。
だから大統領閣下のことが知りたいって？
I know it's impossible. I really do.
いろいろと知りたいことの一つと言いますか、総合的に判断して危なそうなら他の町に避難するのも考えないとですし。天使さん、彼女の言うことは本当です。決して怪しいものではありません。
That's the worst thing to say. That's the worst set of things to say.
黙っててって言いましたよね。すみません。
I appreciate the thought of trying to help me because I look like I'm suffering.
面白い子たちだね。
Things were only getting worse, but for some reason, the Obasan, I don't know how to say his aunt, was enjoying it.
でもよしとくれよ。訳ありの連中に関わったのが知られたら上下院に目をつけられちまう。
なんかすみません。
あいつらに絡まれると本当に厄介だからね。逮捕されたくないならタダで売り物をよこせとか言い出すんだよ。あっちの果物屋がそれで大損でね。
そこまで横暴なことを？
大きな声はダメだよ。万一にも聞かれたらめんどくさい。
The way she talked doesn't seem like she's a feminist sympathizer at least. Though of course I can't let my guard down.
だからこれは独り言なんだけどね。
As she put the bread in the paper bag without meeting my gaze, the old woman muttered.
うちにもよく来る配達屋のばあさんがね、見たらしいよ。
Okay. So their idea of them not being like, not being known is already fucked.
見た？
大統領府で外には出られないように、
Oh, okay.
あのおっかないロボットと浄化員が守っていたらしいよ。
そうですか。何も聞こえませんでしたけど。
そうかい。私は何も言ってないよ。
Of course, Mika's like, what the fuck? Mika senpai seems a little confused, but she kept quiet, so I'll leave her be for now.
あいよ、毎度あり。
こちらこそあ
ありがとうございます。
I was a little taken aback by how easily I got the information.
大統領府に軟禁されているということで間違いないのです。
はい、複数の情報源で一致していますので、少なくとも現段階では間違いないと思われます。
そうですか。生存の確認が取れたならまずは一安心でしょうか。
ルリコさんに知らせてあげてください。すごく心配していると思いますので。
もちろんです。すでに知らせに走っていきましたよ。
ありがとうございます。
Ever since we returned to the abandoned building we designated as our base, we've been contacting the instructor in the main unit via radio. Apparently broadcasting is generally bad for covert ops, but it's still better than connecting through the network, so scheduled check-ins were to be brief and over radio.
それで生徒たちにここまで要求するのはどうかと思うのですが。
救出も我々で行えと。
追認はできません。ですが可能であれば。
Bruh, the actual security force members are so useless.
できる限りの支援はしますので、救出計画を検討してください。
I was asked to do something pretty unreasonable, and my scheduled check-in with the instructor ended.
逆探知の兆候なし。パッシブモードに移行します。
I think we were asked to do something unreasonable.
任せる。で、無理なら拒否してもいいって話だが、どうする？
やりましょう。
When asked for my opinion, I answered without hesitation.
お前な、ちょっとは悩めよ。
うちの姉が脳筋ですみません。
That's quite a scolding I got.
でも支援が得られるなら見込みはあるはずです。牽制してくれるんだっけ？すでにある程度動いているようです。保安隊はクーデター政権との対立姿勢が明らかですので無視はできないかと。
上官委員も警備の戦力が分散するはずか。
可能なら大統領閣下は助けたいです。あかりちゃんまで脳筋になっちゃったか。だってルリコさんに頼まれましたから。だよね。僕も賛成っす。
仲間のためならやるしかないか。
There's no need for any reason beyond risking our life.
さて、だったら具体的な作戦を考えないとだが。
いいですか？
Akari was the first to raise her hand when we tried to move things forward.
言ってみろ。
今日調べに行った地下の水路ですけど。
And then the next day.
今度こそ当たり。すみません。こんなに複雑だとは思わなくて。
We were exploring the elaborate network of underground waterways. By the way, I've been walking around since morning, getting blocked repeatedly, got lost, and it's already past noon.
せっかく町に戻ってきたんだから、お昼ご飯は屋台のランチ行きたかった。有名人なんでしょ？ダメに決まってるし。もう。ミク先輩、この上が大統領府でいいんですよね？座標としてはそのはずですが、至
敷地の面積が広いので目的の地点かどうかまでは。
After updating the underground canal map she was working on, Miku senpai looked up at the gaping hole above her.
リン、どうですか？
ちょっと待ってろ、今降りる。
It seemed like she was just coming back, because Rin senpai's legs and butt were sticking out of the hole in the ceiling.
よっと。
She climbed out of the wall-mounted ladder, then jumped down to land.
お疲れ様です。どうでした？
当たりだ。マジでなんか地下室みたいな場所に出た。
よかったです。やっぱりここに繋がっていたんですね。
What we just found was a drain pipe leading to the basement of the presidential palace. It's not a thin pipe that only lets rainwater through. It's a thick hole wide enough for a person to walk right through.
あかりちゃん、なんでこんなのがあるって知ってたの？大統領府にはお母さんと何度か行ったことがあって。
And why wouldn't they know? Why would you know like a secret route to it? That this underground passage leads directly to the presidential palace was information from Akari.
お母さんたちがお話ししてる間は退屈だったから探検してて見つけたの。面白そうな穴があったから入ってみて。
Bruh, what the hell?
相変わらず意外とやんちゃなんだから。あの時もすっごく怒られた。
I guess so. I thought.
学園にもあったような点検口でしょうか？
場所柄どっちかというと脱出用じゃないか。秘密の抜け道的な。
だったらそれ使って逃げればよかったじゃん。
部屋自体に使われてる形跡がなかったからな。誰も覚えてない抜け道なんだろう。
でもそれって奇襲には最適ですね。
まあそうだな。問題は出口が鉄格子で塞がれてることなんだが。
Okay, there you go.
持ち上がりませんでしたか？
南京錠で鍵がかかってたぞ。
昔は鉄格子もなくて簡単に入れたんですけど。
I'm pretty sure they added that in because of Akari. No, maybe also like they probably discovered it, you know, or maybe because Akari found it and they realized, oh wait, someone could randomly just go through here.
子供が入ったりしたから閉鎖されたんじゃない？あれ？もしかして私のせい？
But still, if Akari hadn't gone exploring in the first place, we wouldn't have found such a convenient entry point.
ぶち破るのも難しそうだし、どうやって開けるか。
電子錠でしたらハッキングで解錠できるのですが。
原始的な方が案外有効だったりするもんだな。
その鉄格子って手が入るような隙間あります？
だいぶ荒いやつだから手くらいはいけそうだったぞ。
They didn't completely seal it off because if there was a sudden downpour, the basement could flood and it would just double as a drain.
それだったら僕開けられると思います。
どうやって？
針金とかでカチャカチャやれば案外開けますよ。
People call it lockpicking in general, but it was just a little skill of Yaikas. Isn't that convenient? I wish this was something established early on.
お前。
ねえ、大丈夫ですって。本物の犯罪はしてないはずです。田舎でちょっと廃墟探検とかして遊んでいただけです。
But it's kind of a gray area to begin with, so it wasn't clear if I was really defending her properly.
八重香ちゃんすごい。開かずの間を開けられるんだ。ふっふん、こう見えて器用なもんって。確認してみないとですけど、いくつか道具があれば単純な鍵はいけますよ。
まあ役に立つならいいか。ならこの後は私と片桐妹でそっちの準備だ。
にひー、僕頼れる。
ミクはネットワークから情報収集に当たってくれ。施設内の警備体制をなるべく詳しく頼む。
了解です。私たちは
姫野と片桐姉には武器を取りに行ってもらう。
Few hours later. After wandering around the underground waterway for a while, Akari and I somehow found a passage leading to the academy and ended up here.
誰もいないみたいだね。大丈夫そう。
I was moving quietly while searching for any signs of life, but since it really seemed like no one was there, I started to relax my guard. How about the surveillance cameras?
寮には戻らなくていい？大丈夫。銃と弾薬だけ持てるだけ持っていこう。
The reason I'm sneaking into this nostalgic place is to retrieve the weapons hidden in the tea club room. A rifle's too bulky to sneak past checkpoints, so bringing it from outside the city was risky. That was why I only had a pistol at best, and was counting on the guns in the club room from the start.
弾はどうします？部室にあるのは非殺傷弾ですし。
奥の畳の下に参考書が入ってるんだが、その下に実弾が隠してある。持てるだけ持ってこい。
なーにそのエロ本みたいな隠し方。でも確かにエッチな本より危険だから。校内のセキュリティシステムは解除しておきます。システムの情報では内部に常駐の見張りはいないはずです。
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot about Migu Senpai. Fine. I forgot about that.
本当なら学園管理の武器庫を使いたかったが、
接収済みの情報がありますので、すでに空と思われます。
So in the end, we could only rely on the T-Class Ceremony's weapons, which were under the Academy's control.
行くよ、あかり。ゆいちゃん。
As I started walking to hurry things along, Akari suddenly grabbed my sleeve.
ちょっとだけ休憩していかない？ああ、うん。
Cut to think of it. I've been wandering around the underground passages so much that my legs were killing me today. Akari must be tired too, so maybe she should take a break and get some water.
じゃあ、こっち。ちょっとあかり。
Laughing cheerfully, Akari dragged me into the classroom. Basically, life at Akasha Academy is spent running around without wasting a single minute or second. It was always hectic and lively, so an empty classroom felt like a strange sight. Or rather, if I may say so. Sitting here in civilian clothes just made me feel even more out of place.
ゆいちゃん、どうかした？なんか制服じゃないと悪いことしてるみたいだなって。そうかも。
Akari chuckled and rubbed her cheek against the desk. A breeze blowing in from the window carried the chill, washing away the dampness that seeped into the underground waterway.
こうしてるとお尻に根が生えそう。座るところなくて全然休憩できなかったもんね。お水あるけど飲む？飲む。
I took out my water bottle, and after taking a sip to moisten my throat, leaned back in the chair and relaxing for a moment. I glanced around the classroom, and suddenly I felt a pang of wistful sadness, like my chest was being squeezed.
静かだね。うん。本当に誰もいないみたい。だね。誰もいない。こそこそ隠れなくても部室まで行けそうだし、帰りは荷物もあるから助かったよ。うん。でも誰か来ちゃう可能性もゼロじゃないし、少し休んだら任務を済ませよう。
At least before sunset, using a light would draw unnecessary attention. Well, that's what I was thinking about doing next.
そうじゃないよ。
I noticed Akari looking dissatisfied or something.
何？どうしたの？二人っきりだねって言ってるの。
I have a feeling. We have a feeling. We know what's next.
あ、
yes, it's that. I ended up giving a reply that killed the mood completely.
ごめん。
I really suck at this kind of thing.
別に怒ってないよ。でも久しぶりだから。言われてみると確かに。
Lately, there's been so much going on that we hadn't really acted like a couple. Besides, I think someone was always with us anyway. And probably it will be the same after this too. Of course, they play that track.
何？
I couldn't help but look away from her gaze, which was fixed on me as if she had something to say.
今のうちにゆいちゃんのこといっぱい見ておきたくて。じゃあ私も。
I felt like I've lost somehow, but I looked back at them blushing inside.
にらめっこみたい。ごめん、なんか違った。でもちゃんとこっち見ててね。もっともっとゆいちゃんの顔を見たいから。
Even when I admit defeat, Akari doesn't break eye contact. It's like she's trying to etch my image into her mind, staring at me without blinking.
あかり、後悔したくないから。もっとああしておけばよかった。変な遠慮なんかするんじゃなかったって。そっか。うん。今のところ後悔ばっかりだもん。
Even when we're laughing together, anxiety lingers deep inside, always and forever. This might be the last time we have together like this. We might never get it back.
私たちまたここで勉強できるかな。できるよ、きっと。
But I'll never sit next to Nakamura-san again.
また男の人たちに会いに行けるかな。もちろん。今度はあっちのカレー食べさせてもらおうよ。舞台ごとに秘伝の味があったりするんだよ。それ絶対食べてみたい。
The curry rice of those people who let us escape. I'll never get to eat Mizuno Shire's manly meals again.
食べてみたかったな。
We already learned that our everyday lives could be shattered so easily.
大丈夫。あかりは私が守るから。じゃあゆいちゃんは私が守るね。うん。二人で生き延びて幸せになろう。そうだね。幸せになりたいね。
I know it sounds like a big ask, even to me.
絶対に幸せにするから。私も約束。
Akari quietly reaches out her hand, extending a pinky toward me.
約束だよ。指切り鍵盤、嘘ついたら針千本伸ばせ。指切ったねえ、ゆいちゃん。
Even though our pinkies had separated, our gazes remained locked together.
私がしておきたいことわかる？
Well, the BGM clued me into that.
うん。
I kissed Akari, just touching lips, as she looked up and closed her eyes. It must have been another ritual to swear something. It's not like I intended to do that from the start. Okay, the other BGM for that. We know how to read the situation too, and we knew this wasn't the time for that kind of thing. But if excuses are allowed, then especially in a situation like this. Humans get horny when their lives are threatened, huh? I only knew that from manga or something, but now I'm really feeling it. I undid Akari's clothes and touched her exposed underwear. I felt her soft breasts in my palms, then I lifted her skirt and groped her important part through her panties.
ごめん。私。なんで謝ってるの？だってこんな時にこんなこと。
I was just planning on kissing you at first, but I got more and more excited. I couldn't hold back anymore. I realized I was hugging Akari. And I've been even groping her breast through her clothes.
脱いだのは私からだよ。
It's true. Akari was the one who started undressing to touch me directly, and it might even have been Akari's hand that guided my left hand inside her skirt, but still.
私も触ってほしいってことだよ。本当？私のわがまま聞いてくれてるんじゃなくて？本当だよ。女の子だってすぐにエッチしたくなるんだから。
As she says that, she reaches out and starts groping my crotch. も
う大きくなっ
Even through my skirt, being touched by a girl's hands felt worlds better than doing it myself.
なんかずるい。私ばっかり興奮してるのバレバレで。男の子は分かりやすいもんね。じゃあどうする？
Oops.
じゃあお願い。
Akari giggling and turning her back to me, making it easier for me to That night, or rather early the next morning, would be more accurate.
全員準備はいいか？
Wait, I need to take a quick short break. Okay, I'm back. Let's go.
はい。大丈夫です。問題ありません。あんまし寝られなかったです。
それは私もだ。
After taking turns to nap, we dressed in our uniforms with our favorite guns slung over our shoulders.
やっぱり制服を着ると気が引き締まりますね。同意かな。
They smuggle it in, or did they get it from the academy? Because anyway, just a few months ago, I never thought I would grown attached to this uniform.
でもこの制服着てたら目立っちゃわないです？正体隠した方がいいんじゃ。
Yeah, this is a question. This is a question I had in mind, but let's see what's their explanation.
ドンパチやる気なら所属は明らかにしておいた方がいい。じゃないと扱いがテロリストってことになる。
テロリストの場合、万が一にも捕虜になった場合に法的な保護が得られなくなります。
Okay, fine. Legal protection, whatever.
おい、そういうものなんすね。
そのうち授業で軍事法制もやるだろうけど、私らみたいな自由戦士には重要なとこだからちゃんと聞いておけよ。
へーい。
I don't like it translated as freelancers. After all, they use the word term "jiusenshi."
つまり制服を着たってことは撃ってもいいってことですよね。
お前発言がトリガーハッピーの危ないやつみたいだぞ。
ただの確認ですから。
やむを得ない場合は発砲も構わないが、目立たずにやれる方がいいに決まってる。そこんとこは考えてから撃つように。
This is, after all, a sneaking mission.
分かってます。では作戦計画を説明します。目標は大統領府に軟禁中の佐伯大統領の救出になります。その後新東京市から脱出し、アカシア学生隊本隊と合流します。侵入経路は昨日見つけたあの通路で、建物のどこに捕まっているかはわかるんですか？いえ、残念ながら大統領府内部の警備システムには侵入できませんでした。ハッキングを警戒してローカルネットワークのみで運用されているようです。
建物の中に侵入すれば探せるってことでいいんだな。
はい、ローカルネットワークに接続できれば可能です。じゃあ警備の上階委員が寝てる間にバーッと行って大統領連れて逃げて、その後は？
脱出も地下水路からだ。一旦この拠点に戻って準備を整えたらすぐに出発。お前らが町に入ったのと逆の経路で 廃墟に隠れながら街を出る。
街の外にはトラックが待機している手はずです。
運転手の仕事やってる知り合いの自由戦士が協力してくれることになった。
本当に表現の自由戦士って思っていたよりたくさんいらっしゃるんですね。
普段はただのオタクだけどな。趣味のためなら大抵のことはする頼もしい連中だ。他に質問は？
ありません。
Akari and Yaika nod after me. After checking each other's equipment one last time, we're ready to go.
では行動開始。
I hurried through the underground waterway without getting lost this time and arrived at my destination. The hatch open above is a maintenance access point connected to the underground of the presidential palace.
で、鍵はちゃんと開けられたの？
もっちバッチリっすよ。
こいついざとなったら空き巣で生きていけそうだよな。
才能の塊ですから。
八重か、別に褒められてはいないからね。
そんじゃ突入するぞ。先頭は片桐妹、お前が行け。
了解っす。
Yaika looked nervous too and nodded sharply.
次に私、ミクと姫野が続いて、しんがりに片桐姉だ。
了解。
Being last means I've been assigned to secure our escape route. It's a huge responsibility, so I take a deep breath and steel myself.
なるべく戦闘は避けるが、無理な時は臨機応変に動けよ。
臨機応変。要するに行き当たりばったりってことですね。
はっ倒すぞ。
Tepai retorted with a line from a famous SF novel, and everyone chuckled. What does SF mean? I'm not gonna think about it.
ちゃんと援護するから、気負わず慎重に行け。
Science fiction novel. Okay. I'm not familiar with like that line though.
うっす。
Oh wait, I think I have an idea. Maybe a reference to Noah, right? Maybe. Anyway, novel? Why novel? Anyway, they don't have access to like video, so. Akane Mika senpai followed me, and finally me. Since Mika senpai's skirt was completely exposed, I've tried to avert my gaze as I climbed up. A good view of Mika's ass, I guess. I emerged from the basement, stepped into the hallway of the presidential palace. It was a building that housed the administrative center of this country, but at first glance it didn't look any different from an ordinary city hall. Still, I came in through the back entrance, so the main entrance and reception area are probably much nicer.
誰もいませんね。
ああ、思っていた以上に警備が手薄だ。こっちには好都合だが。
Is it? It could also be suspicious.
04、08時。みんな寝ている時間ですから。
4 a.m. I don't know, man. You know, a very important place like this, you know, they'd still have some people roaming around, like the night guards or whatever.
到着の警備も外からの侵入に備えているはずです。
I targeted a time when everyone was sound asleep. They probably didn't expect an intrusion from inside either. 4 o'clock though. They probably should have done it around 2 a.m. because I'm pretty sure someone will notice that the president is missing at like, I don't know, 7 or 6 a.m., you know? And they need some time to escape the city before they scramble and all that. I did everything I could, so now I can only hope for good luck.
止まってください。ちょうど良い端末を見つけました。
了解だ。全員周辺警戒。
了解。
As we kept guard up, Miku-senpai plugged the connector into the control panel of the electric lock by the door. Apparently, she's trying to hack the security system from that terminal.
ローカルネットワークに接続。セキュリティ突破。監視システムを解析します。
She searched for information without any apparent difficulty. Despite the tight security that cut off from the outside world, it seemed surprisingly lax from the inside, which was a
監
letdown.
視カメラの制御を奪いました。ダミー映像を作成。再生開始。以後、警備室のモニターには映りませんので。
そりゃ助かる。で、どうだ？
映像を検索中。該当あり。佐伯大統領を発見しました。3階の執務室に座っておられます。
At this time of day, she's just randomly sitting on her chair. Why?
ここ高層ビルとかじゃなくて助かったね。偉い人はだいたい高いところにいるもんだし。高層建築物は維持予算も高額になりますので。ルートを算出中。LFP の本部は9階まであるんですよね。
It felt like the national institution being overlooked by the opposition building was somehow a reflection of this country's current state.
ダメですね。ロボットの指揮系統に介入できないか試してみたのですが、無理そうです。
そこまでやれとは言ってないんだが。
できそうな気がしましたので。現状では登録された人間の音声入力以外受け付けないようです。設定変更不可。
So, there are things even Miku-senpai can't do. I tilt my head slightly, think to myself. What is it? I feel like something's off. No, more importantly.
後方、誰か来ます。左側、2番目の部屋が空き部屋です。ロック解除。
よし、一旦やり過ごしてから3階に向かう。
I stepped past the patrol guards and made my way up the stairs without being seen by anyone. But when I peeked around the corner at the passage leading to the third floor, Yaika at the front signaled for us to stop.
さすがに部屋の前には立ってるか。
あの部屋が執務室ですよね。はい、間違いありません。
As expected, a purification committee guard was standing watch in front of the room where the Daitorio was being held under house arrest.
でも2人だけです。
いけるか。排除する。至近距離から確実にやるぞ。ロボットはいないみたいだから必殺商談だ。
How could they switch from lethal to non-lethal rounds so easily? You know what I mean? In a video game, it's so easy, but like in real life, like, you know, you have to replace the magazine. Oh, okay, she kind of did that. Nodding to the whispered instructions and timing it with eye contact. All I had to do was follow the training, so no further detailed instructions were necessary.
よし、行け。
Matching Rin Senpai's voice, Yaika and I start running. Rin Senpai jumps out next, scattering bullets behind us. Yeah, but guns also make noise, so wouldn't anyone someone outside the building would hear some gunshots? You know, this is it's not like they're holding. It's not like they're, you know, it's not like they have something that would dampen the sound or whatever.
なんだ。
Of course, I'm not being shot from behind. Taking advantage of the chaos as the purification committee members are distracted by covering fire, I closed the distance in one swift move. Yaika was running beside me too.
八重は右。ほわちゃー。
Even as you're thinking, what's with that shout? Yaika unleashes a hail of bullets from point blank range on the target she was ordered to attack. Yeah, but guns make sounds, right? So, The Purification Committee member I shot at also collapsed on the ground, on the spot. Her eyes rolled back in her head and unmoving.
クリア。こっちも OK。
Looks like there were only 2 guards, so we've taken care of the immediate threat. They probably didn't have time to call for backup, so even if they heard gunshots, it will take a while before reinforcements arrive. Right. I don't know, man.
やっぱり突撃するのが一番確実だよね。
突撃 bro.
何をすっきりした顔してるんだよ。狂犬姉妹か。
僕は普通ですって。お姉ちゃんと違って可愛いチワワちゃんですんで。
Sure.
ゆいかちゃん、チワワって気性が荒い方だよ。そうなの？じゃあ狂犬でいっか。それよりも電子ロックを解除。開きます。
As expected, Mika Senpai had finished her work before I could even encourage her.
よし、入るぞ。
Rin Senpai opened the door, and one by one they tumbled into the room through the gap. After one last cautious look around, I, the rear guard, stepped into that room as well.
あなたたちは。
I saw her from the news and at the entrance ceremony, so I knew right away. Standing in the opulent room that served as an office was Ruriko-san's Okasan, the Daitoria herself.
夜分に失礼します。我々は保安隊付属アカシア学園の訓練生です。閣下を救出に。
なんてこと。話は後よ。すぐに逃げなさい。
はい、閣下も一緒に。
Is it a trap? It feels like it might be a trap.
わかったわ。とにかく急いで。
What was I rushing for? The reason became clear right after that. You know, it's kind of weird. 4 a.m. and she's just sitting in her office. I feel there's something suspicious. If it's 4 a.m., she's being forced to sit in her office. You know, you expect her to be like asleep, even if she's house arrested this room, like she'd be sleeping on the couch or something. No, she's sitting on her chair.
誰か来ます。ロボットも多数。
Yeah, I felt like it's a trap. Yeah, I knew it. A presence suddenly appeared in the hallway behind me. It was approaching straight ahead, making its characteristic footsteps.
間に合わなかったわ。
無理ですね。下がってください。
The number of approaching figures made me realize a head-on breakout was reckless. I slowly backed away, aiming the gun at the door.
もしかしてですけど。
ええ、罠だったのよ。私はあなたたちをおびき寄せる餌というわけね。
I bit back a sigh as I swapped magazine loaded with live rounds. Only now did the unease finally click into place.
あなたたちが来ることを気づかれていたの。しばらく前に期待を持たせるようなことを言いに来ていたわ。
だからこんな時間に起きていらしたんですか。
Yep, that's why I was like, I suspect something. And it was still easy getting here. The sudden presence must mean they've been hiding robots in the nearby room.
こんばんは。可愛い侵入者の皆さん。
But it wasn't a robot that led the way at gunpoint. Okasan, I guess.
おかえりなさい、あかり。
お母さん。
The one leading the robots was none other than Akari Sokasan, the LFP director, Himeno Saki herself.
どうなってんだよ。なんで LFP の当主が。
あら、実の娘が久しぶりに帰ってくるのだもの。直接で迎えるのは親として当然でしょ。
それってつまり。
So you knew not only that an attack was coming, but also that Akari would be involved.
引率はそちらの東堂さんに守谷さんね。娘を無事に連れてきてくれてありがとう。本当に感謝しているわ。
一度会っただけなのに名前まで覚えてもらって光栄至極。
Under the circus.
それよりもなぜ我々のことが分かったのですか？
Rin Senpai shot back sarcastically, while Miku Senpai had a vague, dissatisfied air about her.
心配しなくても大丈夫。あなたのハッキングからじゃないわ。派手に情報収集していたから痕跡はつかんだみたいだけど、ハッカーの正体なんてとてもとても。
So they fucked up because during the information gathering phase. What a bad man, that sucks.
そうですか。
She was like, well, at least I don't know who the hacker is. And Miku was like, oh, okay.
学生さんの中に凄腕がいるのは分かっていたもの。好き勝手される前提で準備していたのよ。ネットワークに痕跡を残さないように全部ローカルで。
じゃあどうやってあかりちゃんがいるって分かったんですか？
お母さんだもの。愛よ、母親の愛。
お母さん、そういうのはいいから。
あら、嘘でも冗談でもないのよ。お誕生日に愛情を込めてプレゼントしたハンカチ、今も大切に使ってくれているでしょ。
Don't tell me it has a fucking tracker on it. Let me guess, it has a tracker. I think it has one. It's one of those.
あなたまさか子供の持ち物に発信機を？
Jesus. So bullshit.
そんなの当たり前でしょ。大切な娘のことはいつだって見守っていたいもの。
Akari's face went pale as she pulled a handkerchief out of her skirt pocket.
心配しないで。盗聴とかはしていないわよ。プライバシーは尊重しているもの。
Or she would have learned your daughter was fucking a dude.
そうなんだ。
This feels kind of bullshit though. It's like an asshole. It's like, oh, don't you know? You had a handkerchief. I wish they would have lines that like, I had this handkerchief that my mom gave me from back then. Back then she was cool and all. And you know, and then after that, you know, from time to time they could have mentioned about the handkerchief, and then we had this payoff. I wish there was like set up, not like, you know, random ass things like, oh, you know that you had that handkerchief? I really love my daughter. I was able to find her with my love for her because of that handkerchief. I really wish they did that. You know, the story has so many opportunities for like foreshadowing and setup and all that sort of thing. But I guess they didn't really. Whatever.
ところでそこのあなた、いい加減に銃を下ろしてもらえないかしら。
嫌ですと言ったら。
The person standing right in front of me is a hateful enemy, and given the situation, enemy in every sense of the word. After all, he's a dude. He has the word. He has most at stake here. I never want to miss that chance when I can finally strike.
うっかり発砲しちゃったら大変なことになるわよ。私を殺している間に他の仲間がみんな死んじゃうわね。もちろん救出対象者も含めて。
知ったことじゃないかもしれませんよ。
あらあら怖いわ。ロボットたち分かったわね。私が撃たれたら皆殺しよ。
Following orders, the robots' guns are aimed dead center at everyone's hearts. How many robots are there?
わかりました。
Well, not that it matters. Not like, you know, even, not like they could take on 2 robots or heavily armored. Suppressing the burning hatred inside me, I resignedly lowered my gun.
あなたちょっと怖いから床に置きなさいね。手を離したら3歩下がるのよ。他のみんなも。
I did as I was told and put down the rifle, stepping back.
いい子ね。逆らわなければ命までは奪わないわ。
If he was a girl, though.
そりゃどうも。
あなたたちみたいな名誉男性ももともとは女性だもの。公正の機会くらいは与えないと人口が減りすぎちゃうわ。
Were all of them women originally?
虐殺でもやらかすつもりですか？
そうならないことを心から祈っているわ。でも大丈夫。一緒にフェミニズムを勉強して正常な女性のみの世界を作りましょう。
This person's crazy. That's all I can think.
理解できないわ。
Or rather, it seems I wasn't the only one.
あら閣下、政治家に相互理解は必要ですわよ。
常軌を逸しているのです。なぜあなた方は現実を見ようとしないのですか？
現実というのは女性のための物資を男が浪費していく不公正な社会のことかしら。
Well, if you really want to be, if you completely get rid of the men, okay, go fight the war with Gaia, man. I mean, if you really want it, you can have it, you know.
不公正？男が浪費と言いましたか？なんと愚かな。男たちは今も儚い命を落として戦争をしているのですよ。Oops.
The president's face gradually twisted in anger. She must have been thinking about Mizuno Shire. Oh wait, she doesn't even know yet. That's the worst part.
あらあらあら。
何がおかしいのです。あなた方フェミニストはこの大事な時期に騒乱を起こして足を引っ張るばかり。一体何を考えているのですか？
Even in front of a president, her excellency the Daitorio, who was raising her voice, Akari's Okasan, Himenosaki, maintained her composure.
っていうか、なんか党首討論始まってるんですけど。
It'll be funny if she pulls out. You know what? What if Himenosaki would be like, I finally did it. I finally figured out how to biologically have a world without men. Or some shit like that. I know that's a thing. That's a thing. I've already watched so many sci-fi shows and stuff that had like, you know, men and women separated. It's usually something like, we finally figured out a way to reproduce without men. Or and the other way around or whatever.
バカ黙ってろ。巻き込まれるぞ。
ねえあなたたち、ちゃんと聞いていなくちゃダメよ。真実を教えてあげるのだから。
Okay, what is she gonna be saying? I got dragged into it because of my careless chatter.
閣下は我々フェミニストが足を引っ張っているとおっしゃいましたわね。でも違いますわ。今の世の中で足を引っ張っているのは男たちです。
そのような責任転換を。
命を賭して戦っている？恩着せがましい。不要です。この子たちを見てまだわかりませんか？
See? Himeno-san dramatically pointed to the robots who were standing perfectly still with their guns drawn.
どうやってそいつらを手に入れたのか知りませんが、怪しげな機械に戦争をやらせると。
お母さん、それは。
愚かな。一体何が人類の衰退を招いたのか歴史を知らないわけではないでしょう。
同じ過ちを繰り返すなと？バカバカしい。そんなものは建前で、現実には一般社会も保安隊も自立 AI に頼りきっている。オートマタなしで生活が成り立ちますか？あなた方、多脚戦車なしでまともな火力が発揮できますか？
全部任せてるわけじゃなくて。
多脚戦車は自立行動するとはいえ、現場指揮官の命令なしに攻撃行動は取れないようプログラムされています。
ならばロボットたちも同じように管理すればいい。現に私は今そうしているし、ここのロボットたちもそのように AI を書き換えられているわ。
そうなんですか。なら別に。
八重か、そんな簡単に論破されないで。
その子は理解が早いだけよ。もう分かっているでしょ。オートマタとロボットを使いこなせば男は必要ない。
How are they even able to like do that in the first place? Like the whole let's remove the concept of like they need men for at least reproduction, but like let's just think about like the fighting part. Like how the hell did they even get those robots, and how are they able to? She declares it with absolute confidence. It's supposed to be sophistry, but you almost have to admire the politician in her, almost convinced.
考えてもみなさい。この半世紀、男なしで社会は十分に成立してきたわ。あいつらがやっていることは辺境でロボット相手に格好をつけて無駄死にしているだけ。
なんという暴言を。訂正なさい。
事実よ。兵隊だってこの子たちでいいじゃない。
でもそれだと男の人たちの役割が。
もはや人類に男という性別は必要なくなったのよ。だからね、男は絶滅するべきなの。
About the reproduction part now? I think we're getting there. I was speechless because this person is completely serious.
頭がおかしいとしか思えない。人類が子孫を残すには男女2つの性別が必要なのです。男性がいなくては人類そのものが絶滅ではないですか。
Okay, so I already mentioned that there's a possibility they're gonna pull out some bullshit about like, oh, but I found a biological way, not having to worry about that anymore. Okay, let's see if they're gonna pull that out. Told something obvious, but Himenasaki.
あらあら。
あなた何を笑って。
ねえ、あなたたちおかしいと思わなかったの？そんなのありえないって今まで一度も思わなかった？
What if they pull the shit like, Akari all this time was actually my clone? Let's see if they pull that shit. I don't understand what you're talking about. I can't hide my confusion.
私みたいな男嫌いにどうして子供がいるのか変だと思わなかった？
Let me guess. Yeah, it's that shit. It's either a clone or they found a way to reproduce without needing men. It doesn't make any sense at all, but I had a bad feeling about it.
だってそうでしょ？この私が男性嫌悪のフェミニストが男とセックスをするとでも？
Or, you know, they could have some sort of livestock system. I actually don't know. Let's see.
人工授精だってお断りよ。汚らわしい男の精子をお腹に入れるだなんて考えただけでもおぞましいわ。
Okay, so okay, so we have two options left. Cloning or the something about the egg cell shit. That means Akari, who is Himenasaki's daughter. Where did she come from?
お母さん。
ああ、ごめんなさいね。そんなに不安そうな顔をしなくていいのよ。あかりはちゃんと私の娘だから。あかりはね、私の娘の遺伝子は半分は人工的に作ったものなのよ。
I couldn't grasp it right away. I couldn't process what was happening.
人工精子っていうのだけど、これがよくできてるのよね。だって女の子しか生まれないのよ。 気持ち悪いおすがきははらまないなんて最高でしょ。
Alright, they went and did it. Alright, they went and did it. Wait, why does she have this kind of look? Alright, they went and did it. She went and fucking did it, man. Everyone's gaze turned toward Akari. Her face pale, she stood frozen, as if truly unaware of anything.
つまりね、
Mori.
私の可愛いあかりには汚らわしい男の血が入っていないのよ。完璧に清潔な女性の中の女性よ。私たちフェミニストの理想なの。
Not a taint of male man's blood in her. A lot of man's things went in her, though. Anyway, speaking in a blissful voice, Himetasaki walked over to Akari's side.
最初は本当に成長するのかわからなくてね。この子の前に3人失敗したから心配だったのだけど、大きくなってくれて嬉しいわ。
I don't know if that look Akari's getting is affection or just happiness at a successful experiment.
喜びなさい。怒っていいことなのよ。あなたはこの世で最も清らかな存在なのだから。
Well, I don't know about that.
あとはあかりが人工精子で子供を産めば実証試験は終了。人工精子だけで世代をつないでいけるなら世界が変わるわ。
何をバカなことを。
だって人類は女性だけで存在しうるのよ。もう少し遺伝のバリエーションは必要になるけれど、そうなれば本当に男は皆殺しよ。
およしなさい。そんな計画、生命に対する冒涜よ。許されるはずがないわ。
あら、許されるわよ。よーく考えてごらんなさい。
Without a single hesitation, with unwavering confidence, I throw my ethics away. I throw? She throws her ethics away.
ほら、ただの野党が作った研究機関に人工精子なんて作れると思う？私の下僕のロボットたちも戦場から回収したスクラップを直したのだけどね。 AI の書き換えなんてできないわよ。
Maybe it's possible that Mother supports them, or they have their own AI, or they're working with Gaia. Which AI are they working with?
それはまさか。
マザーは認めたわ。今回のクーデターもね。
Oh, so that's why the security force was sent out. Okay, I get what's going on. Fucking hell, man. A silence fell. I could only open and close my mouth, unable to find any words. Because in this country right now, Mother's approval is more important than a parliamentary resolution. In fact, Congress is essentially just a place where Mother pretends to listen to human opinions.
マザーがそんなはずは。
気になるなら確認してみればいいわ。大統領閣下ならマザーにもアクセスできる権限をお持ちでしょ。
そこまで言うのなら事実なのでしょう。マザーのお考えは時に我々の常識を超えていく。
そういうわけだから閣下、協力してもらえるかしら。我々 LFP の性別統一計画に。
それでもお断りだわ。そんなものたとえマザーが認めたとしても。
そう、とっても残念だわ。最初に言ったのだけどね。命を奪わないのは逆らわなければって。
Oh shit. As Himetasaki raised her hand lightly, the robots all aimed their guns at once.
脅しには屈しないわ。人類に性別は必要よ。あなた方の馬鹿げた考えには絶対に協力できない。
ああ、本当に残念。閣下はとても優秀な方なのに、所詮は名誉男性ということなのね。
She was such a talented woman, but in the end, she's just an honorary woman. Was it a threat, or was she serious? Himinasaki was about to bring down the hand that signaled the start of firing.
お母さん待って。
Akari shouted to stop her and pulled out a pistol hidden under her skirt.
あかり
Panic. I reached for the holster hidden in my tie. But I froze at Akari's bizarre behavior. God damn! Holy fuck.
おい姫野、あかり何やってるの。
見ての通りだよ。
Well, even if you say that,
姫野学生、自動拳銃でロシアンルーレットは成立しませんが。
oh damn, Miku even tried hard to try to defuse that situation. She even tried to... Senpai seems confused too. She's saying things that don't quite make sense, like she lacks confidence.
あかり、いいからその拳銃を下ろして。
ごめんね。そういうわけにはいかないよ。
With the muzzle of the pistol pressed against her temple, Akari's gaze was fixed directly on Himinasaki.
それはどういうつもり？
人質です。この体が大切なら要求を聞いてください。
あなた、バカなことはおやめなさい。
To my dismay, I ended up thinking the same thing as Himinasaki. Bro, before we continue, I'm thinking does it matter? I'm thinking about this from a sci-fi perspective. Does it matter if she's alive? I mean, they have her biological markers and shit and whatever that they did to make her work. So But anyway, let's go back to the story. Of course, we want her to stay alive. But I was thinking about the whole in the sci-fi they could always just grow another of her after all. Anyway.
やめない。お母さんには私が必要なんだよね。
Also, I'm not convinced it's a big issue to waste having 3 failed attempts. If the I don't know, man. Anyway, let's continue now.
当然でしょ。大切な一人娘ですもの。
違うよ。必要なのは体の方だけでしょ。だから私は私を人質に取ります。
Even after you explain it, I still don't understand. I couldn't bring myself to try and comprehend it.
要求を伝えます。この体を殺されたくなかったら大統領閣下とみんなを無事に逃がして。もしもみんなに少しでも危害を加えたら。
Akari's finger moved and wrapped around the trigger. It looked like her head was about to explode, making my blood run cold just watching.
困った子ね。そんな脅し通用しないわよ。あなたに自殺なんてできるわけがない。
そうだね。私弱虫だもんね。だってもう死にたいって思ってるから。
I need a thumbnail. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be reading a lot today, so this might not be the thumbnail. Akari's lips barely twitch upward. That small smile conveyed her resolve as genuine rather than anything else.
あかり、どうして？あなたは世界の光なのよ。人類の未来なのよ。誇らしいとは思わないの？
きっとお母さんにはわからないよ。 私はお母さんが言っているような女の子だけの世界なんて嫌。そんな未来なんて間違ってるって思う。
Of course, she thinks that way because she already saw. She knows a man, and she went through. She's seen the man's world, and she was like, you know.
あなたなんてことを言うの。そんなこの私の娘が名誉男性だなんて。
Honorary man. Honorary.
そうなのね。教育が足りなかった。悪いお友達から変な影響を受けてしまったのね。
ほらね、何を言ったってお母さんには届かない。私は誇らしくなんかない。私がいるせいで世界がおかしくなっちゃうなら、きっと私なんていない方がいいんだよ。
待って、あかり、それは。
I wanted to say no, but I wasn't allowed to speak.
みんなごめんね。私のお母さん、とんでもないことしちゃってた。
Her eyes turning with large tears. She was clearly losing her composure. I couldn't say anything, afraid of her upsetting her off if I provoked her carelessly.
私、みんなの敵だった。友達に仲間になる資格なんて最初からなかった。
Bro, my LLM couldn't translate that. I wonder what that is, but let's go.
そんなことないよ。あかりちゃんは僕らの。
She tried to persuade her, but it doesn't reach her. It seems like it never will.
あかり、よしなさい。あなたに死なれては困るのよ。
だったら要求を受け入れてください。
わかったわ。それであかりが戻ってきてくれるなら。
嘘をついたら、その時は私。
約束するわ。大統領もお友達のみんなも仲間の元まで確実に送り届ける。アカシアの学生隊でいいのよね。
約束ですよ。
でも代わりにあなたには生きてもらうわよ。あかりが自殺したらそこのお友達は皆殺しにするわ。
はい、お母さん。
Unable to say anything, unable to do anything, things just get decided without me.
あかり。
Somehow I tried calling out to her.
ゆいちゃん、ごめんね。私やっぱりゆいちゃんの敵だったよ。
Wait, why are you saying it out loud right now? Don't say something that would make them suspicious about Yui.
違う、そんなことない。だから一緒に帰ろう。
できないよ。それにこうするしかないから。
I know it makes sense. The only way to get through this is to leave it all up to Akari, but still.
ゆいちゃん、元気でね。
Bro, there's so many. I'm taking screenshots for every.
今までありがとう。さよならだよ。
Did she actually keep her word? After that, we managed to escape with Her Excellency the Daitorio. Oh, she really kept her word. I thought she'd try to do something sneaky while they're outside the building. It seems Himinasaki kept her promise to Akari. A minivan was even prepared. In the end, all we could do is get in the car as instructed and leave the town protected by the Purification Committee and robots. I couldn't be happy at all, even though the mission was technically a success without Akari. I just sat in silence as Rin Senpai drove. After leaving town, we ran straight down the desolate road and managed to reunite with the Akasha student team. I managed to get in touch with the truck driver who was helping out, and even though we made her come all this way for nothing, I sent her back to work before she found out. Anyway, we delivered the Daitoria to the instructors. We did what we had to do, so our job was done. After a few days, somehow we managed to get the student team back in the academy. What? It seems that some units that were hastily recalled from the battlefield also entered the neighboring garrison at the same time as us. I think it was because Akari requested it, that I was able to come back without any fuss. Even so, the Purification Committee, who staged a coup, and the Presidential Guard, loyal to the Daitoria, remain on the hair trigger. The city is under martial law, and both parliament and government agencies are still under LFP control. So what happened to the remainder of the security force? Are they stuck in the front lines? The president herself is staying at the academy, guarded by the security forces, but I heard impeachment proceedings have begun, and she's currently suspended from her duties. In short, thanks to Akari's intervention, the conflict was averted through force, and the struggle shifted from the battlefield to the courtroom and parliament. In this drastically changed political situation, we're still trying to get our lives back on track. You know what? So it's still kind of weird that they went back. It's like, you know what? I don't know. I don't think I don't know, man. I've always wanted to come back here, but a crucial piece is missing, leaving my life feeling like it was a gaping hole. Bro. Every time they play this BGM for the kind of situation they have right now, it's just like, oh, alright, let's go back to Slice of Life. And you know what? I don't know. I feel... I don't know. I don't even know if... You know what? I don't think it's a good idea to even come back in the city considering their situation, you know? It's like... I don't know. It doesn't make sense. You know, despite everything they've learned, you know, like... A lazy Sunday afternoon. I was just staring blankly at the desk where my master used to sit? Question mark. My master? Is this the correct translation? I think it's the correct translation.
片桐学生ゆいさんはい何でしょう
I knew I looked really spaced out, so when Miko-senpai called out to me, I thought I was gonna get scolded.
要件は特にただ元気がないようなので心配です
But when senpai said was more like a word of concern.
すみません大丈夫ですので本当にはい健康体です異常ありません
I know you don't want to hear that kind of thing, but there wasn't any other way to say it, and Miko-senpai didn't say anything more either.
せっかくの休日です外出は禁止されていますが久しぶりに漫画でも読みませんか確か長編歴史漫画が途中までの読みかけでしたそういえばそうでした続き気になっていたんですよね
This is very awkward. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not motivated to, but he's like, it's still weird. But whatever. I guess he's trying to, you know, I don't know, man. I don't think this is a good coping mechanism, though. It's just straight, you know, after everything that happened, they just go back to the academy. He looks at her desk, and he's like, all right, let's read some manga. No. Obviously, it's not that simple, but it's like it should have been different. But now I can't even seem to muster any interest at all. Even I'm surprised by that fact. But I also think things can't stay like this.
私部室に行ってきますね。ミク先輩も行きます？はい。よろしければお茶も立てましょう。
I didn't want to worry Senpai, so I put on a smile and stood up. But before I could leave the room, I heard footsteps running down the hallway.
ゆいちゃん、大変大変。八重か、入室要領は？それどころじゃないから、一緒に食堂まで来て。
I tried to stop Yaika, who's rushing over, but she ignores me and tries to drag me away.
何の騒ぎ？もうお昼ご飯は食べたでしょ？そうじゃなくて、テレビ、あかりちゃんが出てるの。え？生放送だから早く。わかった。
I was so flustered by the unexpected turn of events that I even think to ask Miku Senpai to pull out a hologram monitor. I rushed to the cafeteria and found a dozen girls gathered in front of the large monitor hanging on one wall.
ゆいさん、やっと来ましたわね。あかりが出てるって何に？あれですわ。
I followed Rurika-san's gaze and looked at the monitor, where a place I often saw in news programs was displayed.
国会中継？ええ、ちょうどあの子の番ですわ。
Just as Rurika-san said, on the screen there was a figure standing in front of the podium. A familiar face fills the screen in the close-up.
あかり。
That's definitely Himeno Akari herself, but still.
あの服ってやっぱりだよね。ええ、上会員のものですわね。
And Akari turned toward the microphone. I hid attention seeping into her voice as she took a small breath.
はじめまして。この度、風紀上会委員会執行委員長を拝命いたしました。姫野あかりです。
Oh. Join the baddies. I was lost for words at those first words she spoke.
あかりが上会委員の委員長？
執行委員長って言えば現場のトップだ。あたしら自由戦士のカウンターパートってわけだが。
あかりちゃん、僕らの敵になったってこと？
立場だけで言えばな。
母親に言われてやらされてるだけです。
It's obvious to me, but I can't read Akari's mind from the screen.
私が何者なのか、すでに噂は流れているようなので、知っている方も多いでしょう。ですが、明言はしていませんでしたし、未だにご存知でない方もおられると思います。真偽不明の噂のままでも困りますので、本人の口からこの場で改めて宣言させていただきます。私こと姫野あかりは、性別統一計画による人工精子から生み出されたデザイナーチャイルドです。
Designer child. A murmur spread through the room, both inside the assembly hall and in our cafeteria here.
私たち女性は長い長い歴史の中で常に男性からの加害に怯えながら暮らしてきました。男女隔離法による保護を受けてなお、私たちは怯え続けています。どれだけ厳しい刑罰を設けようとも、辺境における性加害事件が根絶されることはありませんでした。おぞましいニュースを見るたびに、次は自分の番ではないか、いつかレイプをされて望まぬ子をはらまされるのではないかと、私たちは心のどこかで恐れるのです。きっとそれは人類の女性として生を受けた私たちの根源的な恐怖であり、男性というものが存在する限り逃れることができないものです。ですが それも今日までです。私は姫のあかりは
姫のあかり。
Ruriko-san looked down, her eyes filled with sadness. I'm sure Ruriko-san knows more about love from Otome than anyone here, I think.
あんなの原稿読まされてるだけだよ。
そうですわね。でも
I don't feel like we can really understand each other at a fundamental level.
皆さん、もはや人類に男性は必要ありません。40万年にも及ぶ人類史の果てに男性の時代は終わり、私たちは今こそ新たなステージに差し掛かっています。手を取り合って進みましょう。これから始まるのは真の女性解放なのです。
You can feel the hesitation in your voice, but you know. You can tell when someone isn't being sincere. That fake smile wouldn't be something Akari would normally do. But still, even so.
愛し合うのも支え合うのも女性同士ですればいい。自立した女性社会に男が割り込む余地はないのです。
When Akari says it in Akari's face and voice, I just can't help but feel this tightness in my chest.
ああ、なんて素敵な未来。それに可愛いわ。推したい聖女よ。きっと彼女こそ新世界を導く救世主なのよ。
救世主様? On screen, feminist politicians are raising voices of joy.
その性別統一計画ってやつ、マザーが認めたというのは事実なのよね。だったら AI 民主党は支持するわ。偉大なる神の意志で生み出されたなら、確かにあなたは聖女で間違いない。
The people who worship Mother also started to voice their agreement. Akari was being deified.
あれはもうダメですわね。フェミニズムの象徴にされてしまいましたわ。
ダメって何が？
私たち保守派にとって姫のあかりは人類の敵ってことになるだろうな。
Oh. God damn. Damn, man. Akari is definitely a disaster for every man out there. That's exactly why I don't know what to think anymore. I came from the diet and let out a deep breath. I think I did as he told me to, but I was so mentally exhausted that I felt I might collapse at any moment.
お疲れ様。とても立派だったわよ。
ありがとうございます。お母さん。
やっぱり敬語でしか話してくれないのね。
はい。
That was the only resistance I could put up right now.
これで本当に学園のみんなには手を出さないんですよね。
ええ、約束だもの。あの子たちの安全は保証するわ。
お願いします。
だけど向こうから突っかかってきた場合は別よ。
I never wanted to become a symbol of feminism. But when I was shown how many robots the purification committee controlled, I had no choice but to accept it. If something like that starts rampaging, I don't think anyone or anything in the town will be safe. That's why I had to offer everything else, just to get my demands met.
ごめんね、ゆいちゃん。
I must have hurt him, even though I know everything about his loneliness and sensitivity. Even so, I don't want to cause any more sacrifices, even if it means becoming an enemy to people I love, enemy of the people I love most. Since even Mother approves of it, There's no way they'll stop it now, unless I do something like this.
ああ、そうそう。あかりに紹介しておきたい人がいるのよ。
はい。どなたですか？
例の計画の責任者でね。とっても優秀な子なのよ。ちょっとだけ驚くかもしれないけれど。
驚く。
Oh, okay. I wonder who this is. Tilting my head in confusion, I'll watch as Mayuka-san picked up the internal phone receiver.
いいわよ。入ってらっしゃい。
Less than 10 seconds later, the door at the entrance opened. World Ends, Episode 8. I wonder who she met. And why... I wonder who she met. The winds began to shift a few days later after Akari's speech in Parliament.
ねえ、お客さん、聞きました？
もしかしてあの噂？男の軍隊が勝ったらしいって。
そうそう。さっき保安隊の人が買い物来てたから聞いてみたんだけど、どうも本当らしくて。
Operation Low. The assault operation in the Gaia-controlled territories, triggered by the robot airborne raid, continued uninterrupted even after the family's coup. No matter what was going on behind the scenes, we couldn't just stop a war that threatened humanity's very existence halfway through. Just the other day, we received a report from the local command center that our target airbase had been completely destroyed by artillery fire. It was a success, though at a great cost. The combined task force of the male military and security troops had begun to retreat. It seemed that the fighting with the robots was also coming to an end.
つまりどうなるのかしら。
保安隊が暇になって戻ってくるんじゃないですかね。
Bro, all they did was destroy an air base. I don't think the full war is over, man. But like,
その話、男の軍隊も一緒に来るかもって聞いたわよ。だってほら、フェミニストの連中が。
ああ、男はもういらないとか言っちゃってるものね。
男が攻めてくるのは怖いですね。そもそもフェミニストの連中が変なこと言うから、私だって普通にそれヤバくないって思ったわよ。
だよね。怖くて黙ってたけど、これからは男なしの世界にするとかやっぱり変よね。
Yeah, an all-out war might happen. Gradually, a backlash against the radical and progressive policies was building among the common people. And the shift in public sentiment became a turning point. The voices of the conservatives who had been laying low regained their momentum.
フェミニズム反対！臨時政府は解散せよ！人工遺伝子反対！ロボットに魂を売り渡すな！
貴様ら、集会は禁止だぞ。解散しろ。
I really like how they have so much limited voice actors that every committee purification committee member has the same VA.
ふざけんな！いつまでもお前らの言いなりにはなんねえぞ！
くそ、全員逮捕だ。
Clashes between conservative activists, freedom fighters lurking among the common folk, and the purification committee became increasingly frequent. Jumping on the bandwagon, even just complainers start yelling about their dissatisfaction with LFP. Crime rates rapidly worsened, and the already dilapidated cityscape becomes increasingly desolate. The situation in New Tokyo City was rapidly deteriorating, and the feminist triumphant songs were starting to lose their momentum.
「市民の皆さん、フェミニストの方々が主張する通り、人類は今重大な分岐点に立っています。」
That day, we were guarding Her Excellency, our President, Her Excellency's speech. I'm having a hard time trying to reconcile that. With the general public starting to voice opposition against the coup government, it's impossible for the Daitorio, as the daikyo of the conservative faction, to remain silent. Despite those judgments, the Daitorio wouldn't heed the calls for restraint and insisted on taking some risks to come out in public.
私は思うのです。決して男性は不要ではありません。現に彼らは命を賭して戦い、多くの犠牲を払いながら任務を果たしたではありませんか。
I'm pretty sure at this point she also found out what happened to her spiritual husband. Let's put it like that. So I can imagine she's super angry.
彼ら男性による軍のおかげで、私たち女性が見上げているこの空は安全になったのです。そして感謝と同時に、あの日のことも忘れてはいけません。隣人を、友人を殺害したあのロボットどもを強引に修理して扱う行為は果たして正しいことでしょうか。
そうだそうだ、間違ってる。大統領、よく言ったわ。
The conservative supporters nodded and clapped along. That part went as expected.
それより大統領、早くフェミニストの連中をどうにかしてちょうだい。
They're destroying the
あい
local
つらの
economy.
せいで店やってる連中はみんな商売上がったりなんだよ。ロボットも怖くて街を歩けないわ。目があっただけでいちいち身体検査されるし、冗談じゃないわよ。事情聴取が嫌なら出すもの出せって賄賂も取られたわ。本当にあいつは何なの？もう限界よ。
想定よりも群衆の数が多いな。
計測可能な範囲だけで5000人を超えています。市内の人口規模を考えると異常事態と評価しても大げさではありません。これ下手したらこのまま暴動になったりしません？
The area was thick with tension and hostility, so there's no way I could say it'll be okay.
皆さんの声、確かに受け止めました。国民の叫びに耳を貸さない政府など民主国家にあってはならない。私は佐伯かなえは国民から選ばれた大統領として国民の皆さんの魂の叫びに応えなければなりません。ですがそのためにまずは皆さんの力を借りたいのです。
めっちゃ煽ってるよね。
お母様だって政治家ですわ。有利な状況を作り出せるなら手段なんて選びませんわよ。でもちょっと危ういよ。
Holding a coup government protest in broad daylight and gathering so many people, there's no way the feminists aren't going to be provoked. I could feel it stirring up commotion.
ロボットだ。超会員が来たぞ。
Coming from the direction of the Sea's presidential palace, the group advances, blocking the road like a line infantry formation.
どうする？逃げた方がいい？いや、私は逃げない。大統領を守るんだ。そうね。やってやるわ。
Even the barrel of the gun couldn't scare them away. We ended up facing off in the middle of the street, keeping our distance. But our mission is to protect the Daitorio. We'll stay put and watch what happens for a while.
ゆいちゃん、あれって。
Oh shit, it's her herself who's there. Yaika noticed something and is pointing at the purification committee members.
わかってる。姫の明かりですわね。
A few figures detached from themselves from the ranks of the Purification Committee members and walked over. Leading them was a girl with a familiar face.
どうやら交渉してくれるみたいですね。
The instructor turned her gaze toward the Daitorio. The president nodded that, looking ready to respond. The discussion started somewhere in the middle of the street, between the crowd and the Purification Committee members.
お久しぶりです、閣下。
姫野さん。
お元気そうね、あかりさん。あなたもなかなか大変なことになってしまったわね。
お気遣い痛み入ります。
それとも出世を祝ってあげた方がいいかしら。
ご冗談を。
Wait, that translation isn't correct. She said "kochira domo," which means she thanked her. But obviously, we know the context is just like, she doesn't want it. But you know, it's not. Are you kidding? Because that's okay. That's really bad. That's really bad. Akari glanced at us as we guarded her from a distance, but quickly looked away without saying anything. Well, at least it's not exactly a friendly reunion kind of atmosphere.
せっかくですから、軍隊の皆さんとお話ししますか？
いえ、不要です。今は敵同士ですから。
そうですか。
I knew she was acting according to her position, but there was nothing I could do about the ache in my heart. I was acting according to my position, but there was nothing I could do about the ache in my heart.
それより本題に入りましょう。戒厳令により集会は禁止されています。我々は即時の解散を要求します。
Oh, you know that's not happening.
あらあら、この集会は合法ですよ。治安警察がデモの許可を出しましたから。それに法律によらない解散命令などと。
Oh, okay.
あなた方にそのような権限はありませんよ。
Oh, they had a permit. It's one of those.
あります。先日可決された特別措置法により、風紀条会委員会には優先警察権が認められました。
残念ながらその法律、正式には施行されていませんよ。何せ私がハンコを押していませんからね。
閣下は職務停止中で、その場合は認められるはずです。
Akari's trying her hardest right now. She's trying her hardest.
どの法律のどの規定によってそう主張するのかしら。
Akari gradually became flustered, but President Daitorio's clearly more polished rhetoric.
委員長。
わかっています。法律の話ではなくてですね。
She stiffened her back and fixed a serious expression as she was stared down by the subordinate members of the Purification Committee.
解散していただけないのでしたら、強制排除することになります。それでよろしいのですか？
あかり、
それが私の任務ですから。
I couldn't help but interrupt, and I was immediately dismissed.
姫野、お前虐殺をやらかすつもりか？
実弾は持ってきていませんので、その点はご安心ください。そうなんだ。だったらもう当たりどころによっては普通に死亡することもありますが、解散を受け入れなかったあなた方の責任です。
Sure, non-lethal rounds wouldn't amount to a massacre, The number of casualties would be limited, but it also means it's easier to fight fire them without hesitation.
わかりました。要求を受け入れましょう。
閣下、よろしいのですか？
無駄な犠牲は避けねばなりませんからね。
賢明なご判断に感謝します。
ですが、我々も民衆に指示を出せるわけではありませんから。解散を説得する材料に何か一つは妥協が欲しいのだけれど。
それでしたら悪質な汚職委員の摘発をお約束します。
The prepared answers were probably instructions given to her by Himino Saki as bargaining chips, so she's aware that some of her members are fucking corrupt.
いいでしょう。ではその方向で。
Just as things were starting to come together.
貴様、今なんて言った？
One of them was straight up angry because she was like, I'm one of them. Fuck.
てめえんとこのフェミババアがキモいって言ってんだよ。
サキ様を愚弄するのは許さん。
Oh shit. The sound of the heated argument was followed by gunfire that made the air tremble.
あいつらバカが。
I saw several citizens collapsing.
やっちまえ！
A woman burst out of the crowd, lunged at the purification committee member in a fit of rage. More gunshots rang out, and people fell, while others grabbed iron pipes and lunged at each other.
やだ、ちょっとこっち来ないで。ロボットが怖くないの？
The purification committee formation was disrupted, and the robots that stood waiting for orders were swallowed up by the crowd.
委員長、どうしましょう。
どうやら交渉どころではなくなったようですね。
しかも撃った方が押されているとは。あなた方、粘度が低すぎます。
Really? You're trash talking her right now?
失礼します。味方と合流しますよ。
はっ。
Discussion here has become pointless, and Akari leads the committee members away in a hurry.
あいつどうするつもりだと思う？
虐殺とかできる子じゃないのは確かですけど。
But there's no absolute guarantee she can control the situation either.
非殺傷弾とはいえ、このままでは死者が出ると思われます。
被害の拡大は望みません。こちらも止めに行きますよ。
I mean, after all, some of them have iron pipes, and if you played Silent Hill F recently, you know how deadly those things are. Anyway. Still, stopping a riot once it started wasn't that easy.
いたぞ！超会員だ！石を投げろ！貴様ら、比較じゃなしに撃つぞ！どうせこのままじゃ人類は滅亡だ！やれるならやれよ！くそおい！ありったけの食い物を出せ！隠してたら承知しねえぞ！
なんだいなんだい、そんなに殺気だって。
いいからさっさとしろ。この先どうなるかわかんねえんだろ。飯くらい確保しときたいんだ。
それで買い占めってわけかい。でもおあいにくさまだね。あるのは腐りかけの野菜くらいで、保存食は全部浄化委員のやつらが持っていっちまったよ。
なんだと？くそ、フェミの連中。
ちなみになんだけど、シネマ通りの倉庫に運んだよ。
なるほどな。じゃ、行くか。
This wasn't a political movement anymore. It was just a riot fueled by people's anxieties about their livelihoods. Man, they're straight up having this right now. After delivering the Daitorio to a safe location, before I know it, my enemies have become civilians caught in the riot, and protecting them from chaos was now my mission.
解散しろ。この店は上官委員と関係ない。窃盗犯になるなら無所にぶち込んでやるからな。
邪魔しやがって。やっと言ってくれたわ。ありがとう、あなたたち。
いえいえ、これも任務っすから。
I chased away those trashy women in front of the thrift shop, and breathed a deep sigh.
そうそう、あなたたちに頼みたいことがあるんだけど。お嬢ちゃん、出てきていいわよ。
When the shopkeeper called out to the back of the stall, a small girl peeked her head
お
out.
姉ちゃんたち、誰？
この子は？
親とはぐれたみたいで迷子を保護したんだけど、この状況だとうかつに店を離れられないのよ。このままここに置いとくのも治安悪すぎで危ないし。
治安警察の派出所に連れて行くのが適切と思われますが、現状では機能していない可能性が高いです。
しょうがないな。放っておくわけにもいかないし、あたしらで親を探すか。
こんな時にちっちゃい子とはぐれちゃうとか、この子のお母さんめちゃめちゃ心配してますよね。
っていうか必死に探してると思う。
ミクはこの場で保護しつつドローンを呼んでくれ。あたしらは手分けして母親を探そう。
お嬢ちゃん、お名前はユミだお。ユミちゃんか。かわいい名前じゃん。お姉ちゃんたちがすぐにお母さん探してきてあげるからね。はい、お願いします。
ちなみにどっちの方から来たかわかる？
あっち
らしいので、私は東の方を探してみます。
わかった。妹も連れて行け。私は反対方向を探す。それらしき人物を発見したら確認の上で現位置に案内だ。
無線を忘れずに。別で見つかった際は連絡を入れます。
了解です。捜索にかかります。
So that's how it was decided that Yaika and I would lead the place together. But I couldn't find anyone who looked like a mother figure. Before I knew it, I wandered away from the market too.
ゆいちゃん、戻った方がよくない？こっちの方まで探しに来てる可能性も。
そうだね。もう少しだけ大回りして戻ろう。
Checking my current location, I suddenly realized something.
よかった。古本屋さん無事みたい。
もうほんとだ。こんだけゴタゴタしてるのに営業してる。
The street corner we were standing on was near the old bookstore that's familiar to the tea club. The very place where we made our debut as Freedom Expression Warriors.
どさくさに紛れて襲撃されないといいんだけど。
I heard footsteps approaching, getting closer to me at that moment.
なんか来るな。
Fucking robots, man.
ロボットが数体と人間も。
Oh, I think the bookstore is gonna go down now. If it involves robots, they're probably from the Purification Committee. I tried my ammo, aimed the gun at the corner where I could hear the footsteps approaching. But then, as I turned the corner...
あかりちゃん!
Oh, man, this is the most awkward situation ever.
ゆいちゃん、やいかちゃんも。
委員長のお知り合いですか？
今はもう無関係です。
The way of putting it makes me just a little bit annoyed.
こんなところで委員長さんが何してるのさ。
勝手な行動をしている班がいるので止めに来ました。
そう。
That's probably information you don't need to know. Akari is still Akari after all. The slight tense atmosphere seems to ease up a bit.
それはそうと、迷子を探してるお母さんみたいな人見かけなかった？特に見てませんけど。
Taken off guard by Yaika's bold request for information, she answered normally. I glanced at the purification committee next to her.
自分も心当たりはじゃなくて委員長。
そうでした。
I got a look that made me feel cornered, and she tightened her expression in response. That made her feel cornered. I got that look that made her feel cornered, and she tightened her expression in response.
道を開けてください。出ないと撃ちます。
無駄に争う気はないよ。
Since there was no reason to start a fight here, I urged Yaika and decided to quietly yield the pat. Akari and her group was about to pass by without so much as a glance.
ゆいちゃん。
Akari spoke to me in a voice only I could hear.
私を殺せば平和になるよ。
何よ。
I was about to say something stupid.
次に会った時は殺し合おうね。
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Hearing that voice slightly teary-eyed, I couldn't say anything.
待ってるから。
Leaving behind those words, Akari walks away.
あかり。
Thought I somehow figured it out. That must have meant that there's no turning back. The world ends. Episode 8. Is this the final chapter? It kind of looks like it. Another week has passed since then. I'll take a short break. By the way, this VN, as far as I know, because I looked at the walkthrough, had 3 endings. So, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. There's 3 endings. So, and this is the final chapter. And we have 2 more endings to go after that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. The riots calmed down after about 2 days, leaving some casualties and damage in their wake, but New Tokyo City is gradually regaining its composure. Even so, the atmosphere still held a tension to it.
最近浄化委員の連中をあんまり見ないわね。
ビビってるんじゃないっすかね。うかつに出てくると石とか投げられますし。
石はさすがに野蛮よね。私見かけたら投げてやろうって腐った卵を持ち歩いてるんだけど。
憎まれてるな。駅前の方では言わない方がいいっすよ。あの辺はフェミニストが多いから。
ご忠告どうも。フェミの連中も正気なのかしら。
The resentment toward the coup government and the purification committee is growing, while tensions deepen between their fervent supporters and the conservatives. The politicians representing both sides have been trying to find a peaceful solution, and apparently they've agreed to hold a general election soon. Apparently they can't agree on who should organize the election committee, so nothing's getting done. Even in that situation, I kept thinking about it.
どうすればあかりを助けられるかな。
助けると言われましても、そりゃ好 気でやってるわけじゃないだろうけど。
もともと姫の先の娘なのですし、あるべき場所に戻っただけなのかもしれませんわよ。
それにフェミニストのお姫様だしね。
それでも助けないと。
私を殺せば平和になるよ。
Saying something like that, I don't think she's in her right mind. Although I have a feeling, even let's say in this situation they agreed to kill her and she dies, I think Himena Saki will just go fucking insane and just ask to kill everyone. you know what I mean? Or not. Maybe she has a backup in place. I don't know. Even though Akari should be suffering, I don't know what to do or how to help her.
ゆいちゃん、早まったことしちゃダメだよ。
具体的には？
誘拐して駆け落ちとか。
なるほど。
それだみたいな顔しないでくださいまし。国内にいる限りそう簡単にマザーの目からは逃げられませんわよ。
The problem is there after all. Since mother agrees with the plan, it'll be hard to take Akari away from her parent. Oyako.
だったら例えば選挙でルリ子さんのお母さんが大勝利してフェミニストはダメだこれってなって、そしたらマザーも例のなんとか計画は諦めてくれたりしないかな。
無理とは言わないけど。
If Akari weren't a feminist saint anymore, if she wasn't someone LFB needed, maybe she could finally be free.
反対の議決がされればマザーだって尊重してくれるでしょうけど、そもそも選挙に勝てるかどうか。
勝てないの？
サイレントマジョリティが声を上げ始めたとはいえ、情勢は互角かやや有利といったところですわ。
フェミニストさんたち嫌われてるんじゃないの？
上階委員は嫌いでも政党は支持という層も多いのですわ。
なーにそれ、めんどくさ
Yeah, I guess slump over onto the table after eating. The entrance got noisy around that time.
片桐学生はいるか？
At the call, Yaika hurriedly stood up. I and Ruriko-san also got to our feet and looked at Senpai and the others.
ここにいたか。食事は済んでいるか？
はい、見苦しい姿勢ですみませんでした。
いや違う。今回は片桐でも姉の方だ。
You should have clarified that at the beginning.
私ですか？片桐学生に教官から呼び出しがかかっています。大至急と。
ゆいさん、何をしたんですの？
For some reason, a bad feeling just keeps growing inside me. The senpais brought me to one of the classrooms inside the school building. It looked like a few instructors were waiting inside.
113分隊、東堂凛、入ります。
どうぞ。
113分隊、東堂凛は片桐学生を連れてまいりました。
113分隊、片桐結衣、出頭しました。
I announced myself according to entry procedure and stood at attention, giving a salute.
ご苦労様です。東堂さんはもう結構なので。
はい。
Since Miku senpai and Yaga hadn't come into the classroom, it meant I was supposed to stay behind.
失礼します。
Normally, if I were getting a lecture, my mentor senpai would be there too, so Rin senpai seemed a little flustered.
そうそう、東堂さん。退出後は片桐八重香さんを監視していてもらえますか？
妹の方ですか？了解です。
Izumoto, not my. I had a pretty good idea even at this stage.
さて片桐結衣さん、呼び出しの要件なのですが。
Did they figure it out?
はい。
Standing before me was Honda Taicho and several other pompous officers. Really? Pompous officers? All these cases felt like they were scrutinizing my body, practically devouring me with their stares. So they realized.
実は風紀浄化委員会から片桐学生の身柄を引き渡すようにと。
私をですか？
Taken slightly off guard, I widened my eyes.
理由は男性である疑いが濃厚なためとのことです。
My heart pounded faster and faster. The day had finally come. I've been found out. But why by the purification committee? The only thing I can think of is Akari did Akari actually speak?
気分を害したのなら申し訳ないです。大丈夫ですか？
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!
はい。
I probably looked pretty pale. I mean, everything went black for a moment.
我々も何をバカなことをと笑い飛ばすつもりなのです。こんなありえない疑いを生徒に向けるだなんて愚かなことですから。
I'm trying to believe it, but the very word probably means I can't shake my doubts.
ですがこれはあまりにも口頭無形で言いがかりとしてはむしろ不自然なのですよ。
The officer standing next. Why does the title keep changing? I'll just use Honda. Honda Taicho. The one I always see giving the opening remarks at events. The president of the academy interrupts.
そうですね。
とはいえ疑いを晴らすのは簡単なことです。
They're gonna ask him to strip. Oh shit.
片桐学生、この場で服を脱いでください。
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh fuck. I couldn't answer anything. Of course I couldn't take it off either.
どうしたのです？早く脱ぎなさい。
学園長、心の準備をする時間くらいは与えてあげてください。彼女には宗教上の事情がありまして。
Even though she's trying to believe it, Instructor Honda explains about my
ちょっ
religion.
と待って。それは誰も彼女の裸を見たことがない。
Oh shit.
はい、そうなります。
片桐学生、状況は理解していますね。今は競技だ戒律だと言っている場合ではないのです。
It was over. Since there was no way to escape, I shouldn't needlessly make the instructor uncomfortable.
申し訳ありません。教官、学園長。
片桐さん、
Oh shit. I straightened my back and took a deep breath and try and calm my pounding heart.
私はいえ、僕は
Here we go. Eyes filled with bewilderment were directed at me.
僕は男です。密告の事実を認めます。
With that said, I began unbuttoning my uniform. Fuck. Are we getting out of this alive? After a long interrogation, I ended up being confined to my dorm room. The fact that Yui Katagiri was faking was gender and is actually a man hasn't been officially announced, but it seems the rumor has spread like wildfire.
どいつもこいつも半信半疑って感じだけどな。
Rin Senpai, who brought me dinner, told me that with a sigh.
食事の量は足りていますか？成人男性の摂取推奨カロリーを下回っています。ああ、大丈夫です。これでいつも通りの量ですし、成長しすぎないように小食を心がけてますので。それは 成長期の身体には好ましくありません。
I like how Miku Senpai is still worried about him. I really like Miku Senpai being worried about him like that.
お気遣いすみません。でも慣れてますので。
No, that's not it. You don't need to be on such a strict diet anymore.
お手洗いは大丈夫ですか？通常の女子トイレは使用禁止となりましたので移動に時間がかかります。なるべく早めに申し出てください。はい。まだ大丈夫です。
Even though Miku Senpai had been watching me ever since before the food arrived, she's treating me with her usual detached manner. But Rin Senpai, who had just arrived,
なあ、お前本当に男なのか？
すみません。ずっと騙していて。
いや、いいんだ。違う、よくはないな。だが事情は妹の方から聞いた。お前が大変な目にあったのは知ってるし、同情もしてる。
ありがとうございます。
I'm fidgeting, but I don't feel like they're repulsed by me. She had contact with men since she was a child, and it probably helped she even been to the male section just recently. Otherwise, I might have been forced to see something more horrifying, and it probably would have been her too.
ところで八重香は？
あいつも自分の部屋で軟禁中だ。お前のやべえ秘密に加担してたわけだからな。今は佐伯学生が監視している。
そうですか。八重香は悪くないんです。あの子の母親もです。二人とも僕が男性地区に戻るのを嫌がったからわがままに巻き込まれただけで。
どっちかというと積極的に関与してそうな口ぶりだったぞ。つうかそういうのは取り調べの時に言え。
はい。でもあの子を悪く思ってほしくなくて。
思わねえよ。お前だって正体隠すのが当たり前だ。あの頃は反乱軍だってバレたらヤバかったはずだ。
Back then, getting caught as a rebel would have been bad news.
だから死にたくないのはわがままなんかじゃない。
先輩。
I'm so glad it was you who became my senpai. I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart, but the music stops.
でもな、それはそれだよ。私今まで全然気づかずに男と暮らしてたってことだよな。
I love senpai.
リンは別室ですから一緒に暮らしたとまではいかないかと。
でも遠征中は一緒の部屋だったし、野宿した時もすっげえ油断した格好してた気が。お前見たよな。
なるべく目はそらしてました。
見てたんじゃねえか。
All I could say was, I'm so sorry. ごめんなさい。
リン、問題ありません。私の方がよほど恥ずかしい服装を晒しています。
比較の問題じゃなくてな。っていうかミクはなんでそんな冷静なんだよ。
Yeah, why are you so calm, Miku? To be honest, I was thinking something similar too.
何かがおかしいとは思っていましたので、男性だったと知ってむしろ納得しています。
I wasn't the one being suspected, and now I'm the one who's flustered.
おかしいってどのあたりがです？まずは入学当初から軍務経験がありそうだったこと。
Well, okay, at least this one's well built. Like, many times in the story, you could see Miku was observing him so many times and all that.
それはですね。
I had a lot of regrets about whether I could have done it better.
あとは体格や筋肉のつき方などに女性としては多少の違和感を認めていました。
そうか。胸が平面って以外はよくわからんが。
I feel like I'm being stared at. My whole body's scanned.
顔を見ては騙されます。 体の輪郭だけを見てください。
少なくとも男性地区で見たどの男よりも柔らかそうで女らしいんだが、
成長を避けていたという努力が伺えますね。
そのくらいで。
I got stared at a lot during questioning too, but I know them well. That's super embarrassing with senpai tachi though.
ダメだ、わからん。本当に男かこれ。
男ですってば。
I couldn't help but feel a little insulted.
見れば見るほど信じがたいんだが。
そこまで疑うなら見ます？
は？お前見せつけて喜ぶ変態か？いやでも待て、念のために見せろ。この目で確かめておきたい。
Rinse out my what the hell, man? You wanted to see that.
本当に見るんですか？
自分から言い出しておいて何なんだよ。
Looks like she feels obligated to do something, so she can't bring herself to admit that she wanted to tease me now after all this time.
全部脱ぎますか？
Miku's interested.
これだけで勘弁してください。
Resigned, I grabbed my own skirt and flipped it up myself. Jesus Christ, these two. These are our senpais, by the way.
ほう、なるほど。
よく見るともっこりしていますね。
What do you mean it's definitely hard?
ああ、マジでもっこりしてやがる。
He's getting hard. I feel like I'm about to discover some weird fetishes.
終わりです。納得しましたよね。
まあな。でも顔見るとやっぱり女子だよな。
男性地区にはここまで可愛らしい少年はいませんでした。波の女子より女子を極めているかと。
Over for some women.
そんなわけないですってば。女子のみんなに失礼。
Once my true nature was revealed, cute no longer sounded like a compliment.
それはともかく、問題は今後のことだな。
Yeah, seriously, how the hell is he gonna survive this shit?
私どうなるんでしょうか。
さあな、教官たちの間でも意見が割れてるらしい。
正確には会議室が大混乱だそうです。全員頭を抱えていて何も決まりそうにない。
誠にすみませんと。
学園にとっては不祥事以外の何者でもないからな。なかったことにしたくてもそうもいかないだろうし。
LFP にも知られているみたいですからね。
というか、なんでフェミの連中にバレてるんだよ。
あかりは知っていましたから。
そうなのか？
Oh, it makes sense. I think Akari's forcing their hand so that she would get assassinated. Remember, Akari was telling him to kill her, right? So maybe this is her way of forcing their hand, unless there's someone else involved.
はい、ずいぶん前にバレちゃってずっと秘密にしてくれていたんですけど。
なんだよ、何も気づいてなかったのは私だけか？いや、それより
情報源が姫の学生なら彼女が裏切ったことになります。
そうですね。
My chest ached like it was being squeezed tight. It hurt so much that I could barely breathe.
まだ仲間だと思ってたんだがな。
Maybe reality is something like this after all. How are we gonna escape this bullshit, bro? And then another night passed. time just passed by without anything happening. Neither me nor Yaika was allowed to go out except for washing our hands, and we spent the whole day locked in our rooms. And as I was killing time, bored out of my mind, sunset gradually approached. I couldn't stand wasting any more time.
お疲れ様です、リン。交代します。
ああ、もうそんな時間か。わかった。
Rin Senpai, who had been keeping watch over me in my room, stood up after her shift was over.
後で晩飯持ってきてやるけど、結局いつもの量でいいのか？
はい、大丈夫です。
You must have remembered what I said yesterday about not having enough calories for adult men.
ありがとうございます、先輩。
まあ、気にするな。
I thanked her, and she replied curtly while looking a little embarrassed and left the room.
昼間は何をしていましたか？ずっとここにいましたけど、何もしてませんよ。
Since I'm under house arrest, it was an answer that was too obvious.
リンと何を話していたのかと。ああ、そういうことですか。でも特には何も。楽しく会話が弾むような状況でもないですし。そうですか。
I don't understand why you're asking me that.
あなたに対するリンの態度が以前よりも友好的になったように感じます。同情してくれているだけだと思いますけど。
And even if you take away her position as senior mentor, Rin Senpai must have been kind from the start.
それよりも先輩。はい。何か進展とかありました？私と八重香の処分とかで。
While Rin Senpai was in charge of surveillance, Miku Senpai said she'd check on the instructor, so I asked her with a mix of hope and worry.
大統領や駐屯地の参謀たちも巻き込んで話し合っています。相変わらず揉めていて、結論は出ていないようですが。
Oh damn, even the Daitoria is involved.
何をそんなに揉めてるんですか？主な争点は LFP の要求通りにユイさんの身柄を引き渡すかどうかですね。
That means they're thinking about whether they can refuse, right? Because they could also use that as pretext for like starting a conflict with them. You know.
ユイさんが男性である以上、政治的には引き渡しに応じないと違法行為に加担していると非難されかねないのですが。
Yeah, that's also the issue. Because if they admitted that that's the situation, and then, you know, it weakens their position.
黙って差し出すのは負けを認めたことになると。それもありますが、学生の皆さんが強固に反対しています。
I was so surprised by what I heard that I just stared blankly.
学園のみんながですか？はい。きっと処刑されるから絶対に渡せないと。ユイさんは人気がありますね。
I wish that was a better translated line because I couldn't tell who's getting executed, but whatever. Senpai smiles softly and gives me a gentle look too.
人気？そうなんでしょうか。信じられないという顔ですね。だって僕はみんなを騙していたんですよ。女の子のふりして裸を覗き見したことだってあるような痴漢野郎なんですよ。不可抗力なのは知っています。そこまで路悪的な言い方をしないでください。でも
I've been feeling guilty this whole time. I figured I deserved to be rejected if it came out. So I was surprised that even people outside my family was covering for me.
これは佐伯学生が言っていたことで、 私にはあまり理解が及ばなかったのですが。
ルリコさんが？
あんなに可愛らしい男がいてたまるか。たとえゆいさんについているとしても、あれは男とは別のジャンルだそうです。
Oh, wait, I know what she might bring up. What was she even saying, I wondered?
結果、大方の賛同を得られていました。
He's such a special case that they don't even consider him as a dude.
なぜか納得いかないんですか？
Well, it's definitely better than being taught as human trash.
おそらくですが、ゆいさんの身柄は上階委員には渡さずに国防軍へと送ることになるかと思います。
That probably what it means to be so strongly opposed to it.
裁判とかはいいんですか？どこに拘留されるかはともかく、バレた以上は痴漢で死刑だと思っていたんですが。
今のところ痴漢の罪に問われることはないはずです。被害者が名乗り出ていませんので。
そうですか。
Apparently, I'm not being treated as a creeper anymore. Not what I was expecting after bracing myself for it.
無論無罪放免ではなく、男性地区で逃亡兵としての裁判を受けることになるでしょうが。
それは当然のことです。
Once you committed a crime, you have to atone for it no matter what the circumstances are. That's just how human society works.
学園側はなるべく早く面倒の種を手放したがっています。
それもまあそうでしょうね。
Just by being here, they're accused of harboring a criminal. It could easily become a political blunder. Even if I were someone important, I'd want no more trouble than this.
明日にもどこかに送られるかもしれません。
Senpai is speaking so calmly, but I realize it.
そのつもりで荷物はまとめておくべきかと。
Why is she being sent away? They're being disbanded because Senpai is feeling sad about our breakup. Is that why?
ゆいさん。
It was unlike Mika Senpai to hesitate so much, and I couldn't hide my confusion about whether she'd be okay.
先輩？
ですね。
Looking at me with a curious expression, Senpai took a deep breath and said,
好きです。ゆいさん。
They played that sound, that BGM. Oh, wait, something's going to happen? What? And where is this coming from? Mika Senpai, where is this coming from, Mika Senpai? What? It was so sudden that I just stared blankly.
好きです。
Where is this coming from? She looks a little unsure and asked me to confirm again. That was a confession, right? Doesn't it feel way too out of left field in this situation? Still, it's Mika Senpai, so I can't exactly say I'm not convinced by that reasoning.
ゆいさんが男性地区に送り返された場合、最前線の懲罰部隊に配属される可能性が高いです。
はい。かもしれません。
It was entirely possible she didn't want to have a soldier like me, who seemed to like a pain to deal with, interacting with the regular troops.
ゆいさんに幸せな未来が訪れるのは極めて期待値が低いと言わざるを得ません。
はい。
だから私と遠くに逃げませんか？
What? What is Mika Senpai doing? What? By the way, I just got back from fucking Yesterday I watched Chainsaw Man Reze arc. So I was like, wait a second, I've seen this line before. Anyway, the gaze that stared straight at me was utterly serious.
逃げるってどこにですか？横須賀から交易船が出ています。密航か、私の技術なら出国許可証を偽造するのも難しくはありません。
And where are you guys going? I guess Mika Senpai could do it.
海を渡ればマザーもフェミニストも関係ありません。
Where are you guys going?
すべて忘れて私と一からやり直しませんか？先輩。以上が私からの提案です。
It might sound cold coming from Miko Senpai, but her earnest presentation delivered with obvious nervousness was packed with emotion. I felt that deep and sincere affection. Honestly, I was happy.
ありがとうございます、先輩。
Well, of course we know how this ends out, but let's see how this goes.
では
A look of bewilderment joy slipped out, but still.
気持ちはとても嬉しいです。けどごめんなさい。僕は先輩と遠くには行けません。
Basically, this isn't your route. I had no choice but to refuse this one. There was no room for hesitation, so I rejected it clearly to avoid misunderstandings.
明かりを残して僕だけ遠くに逃げるなんてできません。だからすみません。いえ、そうですか。
A sense of dejection hangs in the air. Even if her expression doesn't change, it's impossible to miss.
残念です。振られてしまいました。
Not your route, unfortunately. Senpai smiled faintly, not a single tear in sight. But I know for Mika Senpai, smiling like this is proof she's deeply shaken.
ごめんなさい。いえ、ゆいさんが姫の学生を、あかりさんを愛しているのは分かっていたことですから。だから言ってみただけです。気になさらずに。
Gradually, the emotions that had been exposed were being sealed away again. It was just Mika Senpai as usual. I had to admit, I felt relieved.
ところで、それならばこのままじっとしていても良いのですか？どういうことですか？たった今、ゆいさんは言いました。明かりを残して自分だけ遠くには行けないと。ですがこのままではあなただけ遠くに送られます。
It feels like I'm only realizing it now that you pointed it out. I'm already cornered, so what do I really want?
最近はずっと憂鬱そうに迷っている様子でしたが、結論は決まっていたようですね。そうですね。はい。難しく考えて決断から逃げていたみたいです。
I chose it even at the cost of cutting Mika Senpai's feelings out. It's not like it matters now if I push my ego on you. To be honest, there are times when I don't really understand what Akari's thinking. If Akari truly woke up to feminism and betrayed me, then that's what I'm about to do. Then what I'm about to do would just be a misguided imposition. But that doesn't matter anymore. At least what I want is simple and obvious. I can't leave Akari behind and go far away. I want to rescue her and bring her back to me. You asked me what I really wanted, it was just that.
大丈夫です。誰もいません。
I followed Miko Senpai's beckoning and stepped out onto the hallway. Of course, being confined right now and without permission, this was a serious violation of orders.
ミク先輩、本当 当に本気ですか？
You have to understand, man. She really loves you, man. Before stepping out in the hallway, I whispered to myself once more for confirmation.
何度も言った通りです。何か問題が？問題だらけですってば。
There's no way I could just abandon my surveillance mission, let alone help the guy I'm supposed to be watching escape. It'll get more than just points deducted.
処分くらいは喜んで受けます。それよりもあなたに協力することの方が重要です。どうしてそこまで？好きな人のためですから。
She's in tonight, Rain, by the way. When someone you dump says something like that, there's nothing left to argue about.
誰かに見つかる前に行きましょう。はい。
I handed down the stairs toward the dorm exit. I plan to lead through a less conspicuous emergency exit, not the main entrance.
セキュリティは解除済みですので、人の気配にだけ注意してください。助かります。
Honestly, if it hadn't been Miku-senpai helping me out, I probably wouldn't have escaped so easily. After leaving the dorm, I head toward the Alumni Association building where various club rooms are lined up. Since I need a weapon for what was coming next, I plan to borrow a familiar gun under the tatami mat in the tea club room. I know it's selfish of me to just take them without asking, but I feel bad for Rin-senpai, the department head. Well, I was thinking along those lines until I opened the club room door. Let me guess, the whole gang's there waiting.
Yo, 遅かったな。
I knew it, the whole gang's there.
いつもの銃でいいんだよね。ゆいちゃんの分もバッチリ清掃しておいたよ。
For some reason, Rin-senpai and Yaika were both fully armed and waiting for me in the club room.
先輩も八重かもこんな時間に何やってるんですか？
何ってお前。
これからあかりちゃん助けに行くんでしょ？
She asked as if it was the most natural thing in the world.
なんで知ってるの？なんでって聞いたから。私から連絡を入れておきましたがダメでしたか？せめて先に相談してください。っていうか機密保持普通こういうのは誰にも言わないですよね。
Bruh, you remember how Miku-senpai talked to the shopkeeper? The info leak was so bad, it practically caused a traffic jam off my snarky comments.
すみません。当然2人には伝達するものと判断していました。情報の共有対象外とは思いませんでしたので。
And I got the look of unexpected protest in return, leaving me speechless.
っていうかゆいちゃん、まさか僕らに手伝わせないつもりだったの？
水くせえな。むしろ置いていかれたら普通にムカつくんだが。
無論無差別に情報公開したわけではなく仲間にしか話していません。違いましたか？それは
It felt like it was just assumed we'd work together. Because we're friends. I'm actually really happy to hear you say that, but still.
わかってるんですか？今からやろうとしてること規則違反どころか反乱になりかねないですよ。普通に今後の人生に悪影響ありますよ。
んなこと100も承知だったの。それでも私も片桐妹も自分の意思でここにいるんだ。
Bro, I also love Rin-senpai. She's so cool. Too bad it's kind of obvious she's not around, girl. Ooh.
それにさ、脱走して囚われの恋人を助けに行くとかそんなエモい展開見逃せないっしょ。
Wait, did I actually use the word emo? I thought it was like the translation shitting itself, but she literally said the word emo.
一般的な傾向としてヒーローもののフィクション作品にありがちなシチュエーションと思われます。
Fucking weebs.
行動派のオタクとしちゃこんな面白そうなイベントに不参加なんてありえねえだろ。
Senpai and the others are making light of it, but still.
何よりあかりちゃんだって仲間だもん。放っておけないって気持ちは僕らも一緒だよ。
そっか、そうだよね。
I really think I was lucky to be assigned on the 113th unit.
まああれ
103rd.
だ、仲間のピンチに駆けつけるのは当たり前だ。言うなれば運命共同体。
一人が5人のために、5人が1人のために。だからこそ戦場で生きられる。
分隊は姉妹、分隊は家族。
嘘を言うな。
Bruh, we're so back to Kazaku stuff. The Otaku soldiers shout out a classic cheer that everyone loves, and they giggle together.
行こうか、家族を助けに。
We are so back with the Kazaku stuff. We are so back. So coincidental. I mean, really, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things. I just subconsciously figure out stuff that talks about certain things. It's just coincidence. Kamata. Just a little goozin'. For us, I'm sure it's not a lie. After getting ready, we slipped into the underground drainage system through a manhole hidden behind a school building, now a familiar sight. Even if you're sneaking around, this place is still the best option, even if it's a bit predictable. I'm a little impressed she managed to fit in such a cramped space.
人工池の後で底が抜けている場所があったのですが、瓦礫で塞がっていなくて助かりました。
Bro, how would Lynette, you know, I don't know, man.
というか、リネットまでよく連れ出せましたね。
式典コードとパスワードさえあれば、無断使用に関してはガバガバセキュリティですので。
If it's Mika Senpai, I guess so, but human nature probably hasn't changed much over the ages.
大ごとになりそうだけど、いいのかな。
分隊まとめて4人が武器持って脱作とかとっくに大事件だ。今さら多脚戦車の1両くらい誤差だろ、誤差。
まあ、そうですよね。
At first, I was planning to escape alone in secret, but if things have escalated this far, I should use everything at my disposal to increase the chances of success.
それで向かう先は大統領府でいいのか。
はい。庁舎が敷地ごと風紀浄化委員会に接収されています。
Rin Senpai confirms the destination, and Miku Senpai shows a map of the waterways and recommended routes on the hologram monitor.
あかりちゃん、本当にそこにいるの？本部として使用されていますので、庁舎の管理システムへの侵入にも成功しましたので、内部の部屋割りを入手済みです。元の大統領執務室が現在は委員長室と呼ばれています。
They'll go back to the same place, I guess.
そこがあかりの部屋ってことですか。
でも夜だし、どっかに帰っちゃったりしてない？それはわかりません。仮眠室が併設されていますし、帰宅や出勤の情報もありませんので、おそらく庁舎で寝泊まりしていると推測されますが。
Miku Senpai doesn't seem to have that much confidence in herself, but still.
いると思います。その部屋に。
なぜそう言い切れる？
うまく言えないんですが、勘です。
勘か。
しかし他に情報があるわけでもなし、信用しとくか。彼氏の勘ってことならまあまあ当てになりそうだし。
Rin Senpai, man. Rin Senpai.
すみません、曖昧で。
It's not really enough to call it evidence, though. Akane did say that, after all. She's waiting for me to come kill her.
行きましょう。あかりを助けに。
おう。
はい。
Following everyone else's voices, Lynette also raises her manipulator to respond.
リネットもよろしくね。
And then we, after forming ranks, we started moving at a run.
止まれ。
The first obstacle was waiting in ambush, just a short distance from the presidential palace. I peeked out from behind Yaika, who was crouching at the corner, to get a look what lay ahead.
ロボットがうろついてやがるか。
はい。八重か、よく気づいたね。
まあね、褒めていいよ。
If you run into... I'd have to run into you head on if Yaika hadn't warned me, since I stopped right before the corner and came out of the side passage. You must have noticed the shadow moving in the hallway. Well, I'll pat you in the head as requested and thank you.
無論、上官委員が使ってる機体だよな。
It looks just like the Goblin infantry type from the Gaia army, but being here means it's definitely one of the purification committees. But what is it? This feeling of unease.
ロボットしかいない。
あ、本当だ。上官委員の人がいない。
The fact that there are no human in command suggests it's currently operating as programmed, but
こういうジメジメして汚らしい場所は機械任せってことか。
with a hint of disgust, Rin Senpai spat it out.
単純に人手が足りてないのかもしれませんよ。もともと上官委員ってそんなに人数いませんでしたし。
Without using robots to control them, a coup would be impossible. The sentence needs improvement, the translation. That's why they were left in the capital.
首が回ってないんならありがたいが、ミク、やれそうか？
少々お待ちください。ダメですね。前方の機体群は現状ネットに接続されていません。
Yeah, this shouldn't be aircraft. This should be like something. The robots are not connected in the network.
つまり
More.
完全な自立行動中です。想定される設定は登録された人間以外の強制排除といったところでしょうか。
確かにこんな場所なら怪しいやつしか来ませんからね。
But isn't that shortcutting something like abandoning our duties as humans?
つまり見つかったら戦闘は不可避と。そりゃまあ前と同じ侵入経路は使わせてもらえないか。
どうしますか。電波妨害で警報を封じることは可能ですが。
そうは言っても銃声で援軍が集まってくるだろ。
迂回しましょう。
Thinking about it won't change anything for the better. Better to act quickly, right? The moment I decided it was a waste of time, I proposed it without hesitation.
しかし迂回って言っても例の地下室に繋がってる穴は一番警戒されてるだろう。
Basically, even if we manage to slip past a patrolling robot, we might just end up getting caught in the crossfire later on.
なら別の場所から入りましょう。とにかく警戒中の相手と正面から戦うのは避けるべきです。奇襲じゃないと押しつぶされます。
Wait, I need to take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, Matt, let's continue.
まあ正論だな。問題はどこから入るかだが。
この水路につながってそうな排水溝はいくつもありました。
あった気はするけど、ネズミくらいしか通れなくない？
It was originally a waterway for draining rainwater, so it's only designed to let water through. There aren't many openings big enough for people to pass through. Still.
通れないなら通れるようにすればいい。
I turned my gaze to Lynette and say so. Lynette tilted her head in puzzlement as she drew attention to herself.
なるほどな。それを奇襲って言い張るのはどうかと思うが。
It looked like Rin Senpai has caught on my intentions and was just sighing in exasperation.
内部に入り込みさえすれば成功の可能性はあるはずです。もちろん最後まで気づかれないのがベストですが。
そこまで甘い警戒態勢のはずはないか。こんな地下までロボットを巡回させてるんだもんな。
Rin Senpai scratched her head lightly, and nodded as if making up her mind.
ミク、なるべく近くで天井の薄そうな場所を探せるか。
水路マップを検索中。ありました。推定される警備を迂回可能な経路はこちらです。
よし、案内頼む。片桐妹は後方を警戒。ロボットどもが追ってこないか絶対に見逃すなよ。
了解っす。
Led by Mika Senpai, I wandered around for a while. Turn right, go left, climb the iron ladder, where there's a slight waterfall cascade. Just as I was starting to get worried that maybe I was lost.
着きました。真上が大統領府の裏庭で、すぐ近くに非常口があります。
でかした。警備のロボットどもは。
上の状態は不明ですが、狭い庭なのでいても数体かと。地下の警備は壁の向こうです。
多少の余裕はあるか。リネット、ロケット弾用意。
At Rin Senpai's orders, Lynette opens the weapon bay and brandishes the rocket launcher she's equipped with.
今更だけどマジでやるの？そんなの撃ったら絶対バレるよ。集まってくるよ。しっかり警戒されてるみたいだから、こっそりと侵入なんてどうせ無理だよ。だから強襲っていいやつ。なるべく派手にやって混乱している間に突入。一気に明かりを連れてくる。
And then what happens next, guys?
マジか。でもしょうがないか。
When I told Yaika about the plan, she looked up at the sky. Though there was a hint of resignation, she steeled herself and chambered the first round.
リネット、狙いを 1.3 度左へ。侵入経路のドアもまとめて吹き飛ばせるはずです。
Lynette gave her affirmative reply and adjusted her aim slightly.
全員巻き込まれないようにしろよ。片桐妹、リネットの後ろに立つな。もっと前だ。
Because it's a cramped space, we carefully position ourselves to avoid getting caught in the muzzle flash and crouch down.
よし。リネット、やれ。
Alright, it's time. The roar of flames and deafening blasts. Even before the pure white smoke could envelop everything, the waterway itself was shaken by the explosion of shockwave. I'm worried this whole ceiling might collapse and bury us alive. Fortunately, the collapse was limited to the area around the impact site. Concrete chunks rained down with a clatter, and through the gaping hole in the ground, the night sky peeked out.
戦闘行きます。リーちゃん、踏み台お願い。
Lynette readily agreed to Yaika's request and moved beneath the hole in the ceiling. Using it as a stepping stone, Yaika leads out of the underground passage in one swift motion.
敵なし、クリア。
よし、お前らも行け。
はい。
Prompted by Senpai, Miku Senpai was the first to climb up Lynette. I climbed to the edge of the hole, watched Yaika pull herself up before I tried to follow.
ロボット来ます。
I could hear a distinctive set of footsteps coming from around the corner ahead. I guess the oil was running low, but I managed to notice it early because of the creaking joints.
もう来やがったか。何してる。早く行け。
はい先輩も。
But Rin Senpai waved me off dismissively, raising her gun and chambering around before resting her finger on the safety.
リン先輩。
私はここで敵を足止めする。追いつかれそうだからな。時間稼ぎしておいてやる。
何を言って。
They're going to swarm us after this much destruction. There's no way she's taking them on alone.
別に死ぬ気はねえよ。どうせ屋内じゃ窮屈だろうし、リネットもこっちで借りとくぞ。
If that's the case, there might be a slim chance of survival, though.
せいぜい暴れて引きつけておくから、その隙にさっさと姫野を連れてこい。いいな。
It sucks. But it increases our chances of success, and we don't have time to waste arguing about it.
本当に死なないでくださいよ。
当たり前だ。グズグズすんな。
リネット、お願い。
And I left Rin Senpai behind and climbed out of the underground passage with Lynette.
ゆいちゃんこっち早く。
The place I emerged into was a narrow garden, like a gap between walls and fences. But then I realized half of it had a ceiling, like we were inside a building. Apparently, the impact of blowing out the floor caused it to collapse, leaving a huge hole in the building's wall that you could easily walk through.
うまく入れたみたいだね。
リン先輩は。
I peeked into the hole right behind me, having just escaped. They already moved to a position where they could be seen without obstruction, because neither Rin Senpai nor Lynette were within sight.
おとりになってくれてる。
隊長がやることじゃなくない？
That was totally fair. If Senpai had been acting all cool and staying behind, she probably would have made a really unpleasant face.
ですが、今から反対しても意味がありませんね。
はい。急ぎましょう。
本当にもう、かっこしいなんだから。
Now that things have turned out this way, finishing my objective and getting back is the first support I can offer. Pushing down my worry about Rin Senpai, I ran up the stairs at full speed, still on guard. Our destination is the Daitori's office on the 3rd floor. It's the same route as before, so I shouldn't get lost, though.
侵入者だ。者ども出会え。
It's just too good to be true that no one would come check on things after a blatant intrusion.
敵ってマジかよ。うわ、いる。本当にいるし。
The moment you see use that old-fashioned drama-style call, everyone gathers around like crazy.
出てくるから。
What are they talking about? I took down a few who got in my way, no matter what.
やっぱ後ろいっぱい来ちゃったし。
I turned at Yaiga's voice to see several purification committee members approaching, accompanied by a decent number of robots.
退路を塞がれます。排除を優先しますか？
If our escape routes are blocked, even if I take Akari out here, we'll be being stuck anyway. Still, if we spend too much time fighting here, there's no doubt the enemy numbers will increase soon enough. Being suddenly asked to make a commander's decision had my head spinning.
しゃあないな。次は僕の番。
やえか？
I'm not so slow as to know what kind of turn my turn is.
ゆいちゃんは落ち着いてさっさとあかりちゃんを連れてくること。あれは僕が足止めしとくから。 無茶だよ。何をバカ言って。お説教はいらない。僕最初に言ったでしょ。言ったって何を。お兄ちゃんのこと守ってあげるって。あ、やめか。
Before I could stop her, Yaika ran off.
いいから早く行って。でさっさと戻ってくる。バカ、妹のくせに。それジェンダーなんとか。グズグズすんなクソ兄貴。
As of that day, it was probably right, and now we started fighting. I had no choice but to ratify your unilateral actions.
無茶はしないでよ。分かってる。これ言ってみたかったんだよね。僕を置いて先に行け。死亡フラグやめろ。
I was genuinely angry about this and quickly left the scene.
あいつ大丈夫かな。八重香さんも厳しい訓練を乗り越えてきた兵士です。素人の上官員が相手ならしばらくは持久可能かと。それより。はい。
The door in front of me was one I recognized. Miku Senpai and I had finally reached her office we were looking for. That being said,
来ますね。はい。
I saw something approaching from the opposite direction we came from.
おそらく人間とロボットの両方。さっきの連中と同じくらいの数がいます。同意見です。ここは私が押さえておきますので、ゆいさんは姫の学生の説得をお願いします。
At this point, it's faster to just take Akari away than worry about danger.
お気をつけて。それこっちのセリフですってば。
Oops. I watched Miku Senpai aim her gun out of the corner of my eye. Then I opened the door to the office. A gap just big enough for me to squeeze through opened up, and I tumbled into the room. I flipped my body open and quickly moved away from the door to avoid an ambush. At the same time, I scanned the room and found it.
ゆいちゃん。
Akari was standing motionless in the middle of the room. As if she'd known I was coming, she was wearing her Purification Committee uniform perfectly and staring straight at me. Ah, just as I thought, Akari was waiting for me here.
あかり、迎えに来たよ。
Even as I said that, I kept my gun trained and ready because... Oh shit, she's also waiting there. Because Akari's Okasan was there beside her too.
こんばんは。夜遅くに無礼千番だけど一応は歓迎するわ。片桐ゆいさんだったかしら。
はい、片桐ゆいです。あかりさんにはいつもお世話になっています。
At the loss for words, I offer up some perfunctory greeting, but still.
あらあらあら、一体何のお世話をさせていたのかしら。汚らしい下半身のお世話。
お母さん、いきなり何を言い出すの。
I was taken aback by a sudden dirty choke, but yeah, that makes sense. She must know who I really am since she demanded my extradition.
親御さんの前でこんな言い方は申し訳ないんですが、あかりさんは私がもらっていきます。
そう、誘拐しようっていうのね。
Kidnap her, not me, by the way, because obviously.
はい。
I told myself that hesitation meant defeat, and boldly faced it head on.
おかげさまで今さら世間に気を使う必要もなくなりました。どのみち犯罪者ですし、やりたいようにやるだけです。
あらあらあら、追い詰めすぎて無敵にしちゃったかしら。
Actually, once I brazenly jumped the fence, I was practically untouchable in society.
でもね、片桐結衣さん。
Himino-saki smiled, even though she's been staring down at the barrel of a gun this whole time. It doesn't seem to bother her at all.
愛する人をさらいに来たつもりでしょうけど、あなた肝心なことを忘れていないかしら？
何をですか？
あかりの気持ちよ。駆け落ちをしたのはいいけれど、あかりにそのつもりはあるのかしら？
That's the right set of questions. The nagging feeling of unease was taking shape. The reality I've been trying not to think about was standing right in front of me.
あかり、一緒に行こう。今なら自分が人質になる必要はないでしょ。
Keeping the gun pointed at Himino-saki, I call out to Akari.
ゆいちゃん。
But Akari?
あかり、やりなさい。
Oh shit, of course she's pointing her gun. Remember, she did wish for their deaths. Like she'd rather want to die. Akari pointed the gun straight at me.
降参してじゃないと撃つから。
ああ、ダメよあかり。私は殺しなさいと言ったのよ。なのに降伏勧告だなんて。あなたは優しすぎるわ。
I told you to kill her, didn't I? Kill him, didn't I? Okay, it should be kill him.
すみません、お母さん。でもせめてもの慈悲です。
困った子ね。男なんて無条件で駆除するべきなのに。
The aim was precise. There wasn't a flicker of instability in the barrel. Even with a handgun, Akari has a talent for shooting.
あかり、その人の言葉に従う必要なんてないよ。
I couldn't move the gun away from Himeno-saki, so calling out to her was my only option.
銃を捨てて。もう情勢だって変わってきてるし、誰かをかばう必要なんてないでしょ。言いなりになる必要なんてないんだよ。
I figured Akari only became the committee chair at Himeno-saki's insistence to rein in the feminists and avoid a clash with the conservatives. But now the main security force has returned. The Purification Committee can't just do whatever they want anymore, and soon there will be an election too. If we got it this far, it's up to the adults to sort things out through discussion. At least Akari doesn't need to take all the blame.
だから一緒に行こう。あかりはこんな場所にいるべきじゃない。いけないよ、ゆいちゃんとは。どうして？お母さんは裏切れないってこと？それもあるけど。
Okay, I like this. I like this one better than the other one. I caught a slight tremor in the barrel. She took a deep breath and glared at me again, unwavering.
だって私はゆいちゃんの敵だから。そんなことはないよ。そんなことある？ないよ。
Okay, the slight movements in the expression really affected, her dove gray eyes were flickering with a hint of sadness. What do you mean dove gray eyes? Anyway, guilt and self-depreciation clouded her face. Impossible to conceal.
そうでしょ。ゆいちゃんは男の子で、なのに私のせいで男の人はいらなくなる。
そうよ、あかりは私たち女性の希望の光。
分かり合えない存在自体が相入れない。
あなたは新時代の明かりになるべく生まれたのよ。
Uses the expression of her mom. I wanted to scream at her, shut up. If she keeps brainwashing Akari with that nonsense, I'll shoot her without hesitation.
あかり、僕はそんな風には思わないよ。男と女は敵同士なんかじゃない。分かり合えないならもっと知ろうとすればいいだけだ。そんなの無理だよ。知りたくない。いっそ最初から言わなければよかったのに。
My chest ached as if it were being squeezed. I didn't want to hear those words from Akari's mouth.
男の人なんて好きになったからこんなにも苦しくて悩まなくちゃいけなくて。
Even so, you still like me.
好きになんてならなかったら女の子同士だったら何も問題なかったのに。
Why did fate have to be so cruel?
私はフェミニストの象徴で男の敵だよ。だから殺してゆいちゃんはそうするべきだよ。あかり、私のせいで男の人が絶滅させられちゃう。そんなのダメだよ。だからそうなる前に。
Even as she aimed her gun, Akari's wish hasn't changed. She's just desperately defining herself as a sinful being and wanting to disappear from this world. But I won't let that stand.
できないよ。僕はあかりを撃たない。そんなことをしに来たんじゃないんだから。だったら私が撃つから。死にたくなかったら私を殺してよ。
It was a jumbled mess of thoughts. Ignoring the trembling muzzle, I took another step toward Akari.
撃つよ。実弾だからね。
I think she meant to say, wait, I'm gonna shoot. It's live ammunition.
いいよ。殺しても。
Just one more step, and I'll be close enough that there's no turning back once I pull the trigger.
もともと幸せな未来なんて期待してなかったんだ。女の子ばっかりのこの街で本当に生き延びられるとも思っていなかった。でもこのろくでもない世界であかりと出会えた。大好きになっちゃって生きる意味なんてなかったのに君のために生きようって思えたんだ。この命はあかりのために使うから。もしもそれがあかりのためになるのなら。やだ、そんなこと言わないで。撃たないなら一緒に行こう。来ないでってば。そういうのもういいから。そういうのって？本当は私のこと嫌いになったでしょ。責任取ろうなんて思わなくていいから。
Tears were falling down drop by drop from Akari's eyes.
私なんかゆいちゃんに嫌われてまで生きていたくない。
It took me a while, but I finally understood Akari's true feelings. Yeah, really, it's hard for people to understand each other.
あかりを愛してる。ずっと変わらずに。
I looked Akari straight in the eye with a serious expression and declared,
そんなの これが証拠だから。
I brought the muzzle to within 0 distance. I pressed the barrel against my own chest, right over my heart.
あかり、撃ちなさい。あなたは自分の手でけじめをつけなくてはいけないわ。
But Akari didn't pull the trigger.
ごめんなさい。お母さん。
I was so worried your hand was shaking like crazy that you'd accidentally shoot. In the end, Akari lowered the gun she'd been holding, her fingers going slack, letting it drop to the floor.
あかり。
Himeno might have a gun. I know this is an emotional moment, but you know. I hug Akari tightly as she leaned against me.
本当に今でも嫌いじゃない？あかりのこと大好き。私普通の人間じゃないよ。男の人全部の敵で。関係ない。僕は僕で、あかりもただのあかりでしかない。生まれてきちゃいけなかったのに。僕ね、あかりのお母さんのこと嫌いだけど、一つだけ感謝してるんだ。だから僕だけは心から思ってる。生まれてきてくれてありがとうって。ゆいさん。
Akari clung to me tightly too, trembling as if scared, desperately pressing her body against mine.
ゆいちゃん、ごめん。ごめんなさい。謝る必要なんてないってば。
My heart racing at softness and warmth in my arms. I gently stroked her trembling back. I think it was unavoidable that she pointed a gun at me because of her parents' orders.
よくないよ。何もよくない。だって私はあかり。だって私のせいでゆいちゃんが。
I flinched, looking terrified of something. She flinched, looking terrified of something. Wanting to comfort her somehow, I tightened my arms around her.
私が悪いの。
And I realized Akari's own Okasa was looking at her with cold eyes as she cried in fear.
あかり、早く銃を拾いなさい。そしてそいつを殺しなさい。
She was trembling so much she looked almost pitifully cold.
本当に愚かな子ね。ありもしない希望を抱いて。ねえ、分かっているでしょ。もう手遅れなのよ。今さら愛してもらえると思う？
あかり、耳を貸さないで。本当に愛してるから。
そいつは知らないだけなのよ。いえ、あえて気づかないふりをしているだけかしら。
Wait, what is she talking about? I didn't want to hear it either. I want to stay oblivious.
ねえ、あかり。あなたはもう恋人を裏切ったでしょ。あなたのせいでそいつ痴漢で死刑か最前線送りか。どうやっても長生きなんてできなくなったのよ。
Oh, okay. The fact that they did this whole thing without planning how to escape or whatever. He has no future basically. Why does this woman know who I am? There's no doubt Akari leaked the information.
違うの。ゆいちゃん。大丈夫。何か事情があったんでしょ。分かってるから気にしなくていいからね。
What about the other thing that when they revealed the person who was working on the plan? What happened to that? Who was that anyway? I'm just telling a tiny lie. It must have gotten through her because Akari's body stiffened.
違う。私何も言ってない。本当に言ってないけど。ダメって何が？
So Akari didn't leak it. So who did?
私ね。
It's like I'm stuck. The words won't come out. It's like she's stuck. The words won't come out. I don't understand what you're so afraid of.
おめでとう片桐結衣さん。
何の話ですか？祝福される言われはないですけど。
あら違ったかしら。確か前世紀にはこういうのおめでたって言っていたらしいわよ。
Okay, I think there's something about the way she said congratulations that I would have understand if I knew Japanese. Because there's something special about the way she said it.
実際何がめでたいのかまるでわからないわよね。現にあなただって迷惑そうだし。
Akari trembled in my arms. Only then did her muddled thoughts begin to grasp. Only then my muddled thoughts began to grasp the situation.
あかり、もしかして赤ちゃんできちゃって。
Oh, I mean, it kind of makes sense that, I guess it kind of makes sense. I mean, he kept doing it inside her, so, you know. Oh, so it was revealed because she's pregnant. I see. Okay, yeah, okay, so. I see. That's... If she was found out she was pregnant, then of course everyone would be suspect. The questions I've been worried about finally clicked into place, and then.
そっか。あかり、そうだったんだ。
Although, the current situation, guys, and Himino is just randomly as watching. I tried to hug you with all my might, but I hesitated, wondering if it's too rough.
なんで謝ってるのさ。僕の子供だよね。当たり前だよ。
It's obvious, isn't it? The only guy Akari's ever met is me, except for when she went on that trip.
そっか。そっか。
Bro, are we escaping the shit? Are we escaping the shit in the first place? I can't seem to find the right words. What is this feeling?
迷惑だよね。バカ、そんなわけないでしょ。何言ってるの。
I laughed it off, also mentioning against Akari's hair. I just loved her so much. She was so precious, and my body moved on its own.
嘘なわけないし。あ、もしかして何か無責任な男が出てくる漫画でも読んじゃった？
I could feel her nodding.
まあ、ちょっとだけ怖いのもあるけど、でもそれ以上にずっとこう、なんだろう。
My heart felt like it was floating in air. Such a strange feeling.
ありがとう、あかり。
Are we still escaping this shit? My heart was pounding, and my chest felt tight.
よく言えたものね、このレイプ犯が。
Raping. But I'm not given any time to wallow in sentimentality.
ねえ、あかり、まだわからないの？これはね、絶対にあってはならないことなのよ。
はい、お母さん。
あなたは世界で唯一の本物の清らかな乙女なのよ。それをその男が怪我した台無しにしてしまったわ。
It's supposed to be a happy occasion, but there isn't a shred of celebration in the air. It's definitely my fault.
ああ、本当になんてことをしてしまったの。 しかもあなた、その気味悪い異物を書き出すのを嫌がったわ。男に妊娠させられて受け入れるだなんて。あなたは悪魔に見入られてしまった。目を覚ましなさい。
I see. This is more like a religion now, and the person standing in front of me is definitely a fanatic.
ねえあかり、いつも言っているでしょ。男は悪魔よ。この世にいてはいけない存在なのよ。
なぜそこまで憎むんです？
現実を知れば誰だってそう思うわ。見たことがある？脱走した男に捕まって侵されてボロボロになって殺された女の子たちの死体を。
それ、
私はある。親友だったわ。
Oh, her best friend got raped. Eyes cold as ice. A gaze filled with only disgust. Like she was looking at an unpleasant past.
アカシア学園で同期だった。あなたとあかりみたいな同室のパートナーでね。仲良しで特別な存在だった。辺境での脱走兵の捜索任務だったわ。すぐに射殺すればよかったのに、情けをかけたばかりにあの子は逆に囚われた。見つけた時には血まみれの白濁まみれで死んでいたわ。私は誓ったの、死体の前で男を絶滅させてやるって。
It would have been better if you had a more selfish reason. One that was impossible to understand.
ねえ、わかるでしょあかり。この私の娘が、フェミニストの象徴が男に媚びていいわけがない。あなただけは清らかでいなくちゃいけなかったの。
ごめんなさい。
Trembling and paling, I squeezed Akari's hand tightly.
あなたは間違いを犯したわ。ひどく汚れてしまった。だからせめてみそぎをしなくちゃいけないわ。これが最後のチャンス。自分の手で過ちを正しなさい。今すぐ銃を拾ってその男を撃ち殺しなさい。
できないです。
Akari weakly shook her head, as if giving up on everything. She was refusing her Okasan's orders.
そう、できないのね。
I flinched at Himurasaki suddenly bursting out laughing.
なんてことでしょう。希望の光だったのに、未来への灯火だったのに。男に汚され復讐を果たそうともしない。そんなのもう悪魔に媚びへつらう愚かな名誉男性よ。
Himurasaki stands before me as I hug Akari. And it was such a natural movement that I couldn't react at first.
こんな失敗作いらないわ。
I knew it. I knew it. It will eventually come to this. I knew it. The gun was pointed not at me, but at Akari's head.
なんで？
I want to say that she's your daughter.
この子はもういらない。男にこびるビッチは私の子供なんかじゃないわ。
Those cold eyes aren't for a precious family member anymore.
ここまで育てて少しもったいないけれど、もう一度作り直せばいいわ。
I knew it. I knew it. She's just... With no hesitation, the safety was removed. Akari closed her eyes as if she'd given up on everything. No good. At this distance, there's no opening for a counterattack. The gunshot echoed through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Akari's head was blown apart. What? What? I held Akari's torso in my arms amidst despair, waiting for it to be my turn. That's what was supposed to happen, though. I heard something heavy fall over nearby. Wait, who shot Saki? What? Somehow, Akari and I seem to be alive. At Akari's flustered voice, I slowly opened my eyes.
困ったものですね。これほどまでに愚かだったとは。
Saki Himeno is lying in front of me, her head shot through the wind of a bullet, face up in a pool of blood. Oh, it must be the mystery person. Akari clung to the corpse, even though it was the person who'd just been trying to kill her. It seemed like a different matter altogether. No, that's interesting too. But for now...
ミク先輩？いや、違う。
Wait. What? Huh? Why is Miku wearing a purification... what? Seeing the person that came out of the next room carrying a robot from the secretary's office at the back, I was completely confused. Because that person just looks like Miku-senpai, but her clothes and hair color are slightly different, it seems.
誰ですか？お初にお目にかかります。国民番号64604032番。片桐結衣さんですね。え？はい。
Even her voice was just like Miku-senpai's. I felt like I was slowly losing my mind. Wait, doesn't that mean Miku-senpai is... what? I guess it starting to make sense that there's something going on and... what the fuck?
シエさん。なんで？お母さんが。
Commander Sand. In front of her mother's corpse, Akari let out a sound that was neither a scream nor a sob. Oh, wait, my LLM. The person who killed Himeno Saki. There's no doubt it was this woman standing before me, accompanied by robots, but still.
理解不能。私はあなたの命を救ったはずなのですが、なぜ非難を向けられているのでしょうか。
Wait, I'll be right back. My LLM.
なぜ非難を向けられているのでしょうか。
Okay, I'm back. There was a connection issue. It's back.
それは。
It wasn't even a sarcastic remark, just a curious tilt of the head, as if to say that she couldn't understand human hearts at all.
あかり、この人は。
Anyway, since they seem to know each other, I cautiously asked.
この人は。彼女は守谷司令。私の。あえて言うならば、妹です。
What are you shitty? Oh, so shitty. Okay. Miku's Imoto? What the fuck? What is going on? Huh?
ミク先輩？ゆいさんもあかりさんも無事のようですね。はい。先輩も。
I was about to say I'm glad you're safe when I realized the gunfire that had been coming down the hallway had suddenly stopped.
浄化委員とロボットは？
Thinking back on the situation, we should have been in a tight spot, overwhelmed by the enemy numbers and struggling to convince Akari. We were practically surrounded, or so I thought.
つい先ほど廊下のロボットは全て戦闘を停止しました。命令も聞かなくなったので上階委員の皆さんは慌てて逃げ出していったところです。
戦闘停止って一体何が？
司令、あなたの仕業ですね。
Mika Senpai's gaze is fixed directly on the girl who looks like looks just like Senpai.
肯定します。風紀浄化委員会の管理下にある AI 軍は私こと森谷司令が主たる管理者権限を有しています。 AI 使用目的に重大な疑義と契約違反が認められましたので緊急停止コマンドの送信と浄化委員会に属する全ユーザーのアカウント凍結を実行したところです。
Sumari, it seems this person, Shide, actually stopped the robots.
あなたは一体。
I couldn't hide my surprise as I asked. It was the first time I heard Mika Senpai had an Emoto, and I wondered how she ended up managing robots for the Purification Committee.
自己紹介を。私はマザーシステムにおける生体端末機体番号40号のドーターです。そちらの39号とは同期型ですので紛らわしくて申し訳ありません。
Oh, a biological terminal. Oh, it's okay. The best thing I could think of right now is like Gundam 00. If you watch that, the Innovades, I guess. Okay.
人間社会における所属は風紀浄化委員会です。マザーの判断により現在は性別統一計画の管理を目的に活動しています。
Okay, another way of thinking about it is that if you read Suina Stella, it's whatever the helophilia is. What is this person even saying? They're talking about a biological terminal or something. So if Mika Senpai's Emoto is that, then
先輩。
I looked at Mika Senpai as if clinging to her, but Senpai averted her gaze as if giving up.
黙っていて申し訳ありませんでした。任務の関係上秘匿する必要がありましたので。
じゃあ
私の正式名称は生体端末ドーター39号森谷美久は通称です。身体こそ有機物で構成されていますがオートマタの一種です。
Oh, yeah, this is, I stared back at Senpai with my mouth agape. No matter how you looked at it, she was human. There's no way this could be an automaton. It just seemed like a cruel joke.
騙していたのはすみませんでした。
いえ、それは僕も似たようなものですし。
I mean, yeah, he's right.
そういえばそうでしたね。
She returned my smile faintly, and I found it even harder to believe.
ミク先輩は私の護衛だったらしいの。
あかりは知っていたの？
Akari let go of her Okasan's body and shook her head from side to side at my question.
司令さんを紹介されてそれで教えてもらって。姫の学生あかりさんは性別統一計画における貴重なサンプル個体です。そんな彼女が保安隊という危険な仕事を志望したので護衛が必要になったのです。1年も前から姉を潜入させて環境整備を行いました。もっともあまりうまくはいかなかったようですが自分ならできたとでも。人の心はプログラムのように簡単には書き換えられません。
Probably about Akari being bullied.
いずれにせよ姉様の任務は終了しました。 今後個体名姫のあかりは私の管轄に移管され、性別統一計画への協力を仰ぐことになっています。はい。では質問なのですが、姉様、何をしに来たのですか？通称名片桐結衣を連れてきたばかりに、姫の先にいらぬ刺激を与えて錯乱させてしまいました。我々には理解不能ですが、自ら育てた貴重なサンプルを殺処分しようとしたのですよ。そのおかげで人類側で最も優秀だった協力者を失う羽目になりました。それでもあかりさんの護衛としてまだなすべきことが残っていると判断しました。おそらくあかりさんは性別統一計画への協力を拒むのではないかと推測しましたので。 ミク先輩、
they're still pushing for the gender unification plan.
確かに姫のあかりは堕胎を拒否しました。マザーはすでに計画の遂行を決定しましたので、一刻も早く実証実験を終えたいのですが。
So Miku Senpai is trying to protect Akari's feelings and the baby too. Upon a mother, who apparently isn't even human, can I really trust them?
先ほどから申し上げている通り、すでに姫のあかりは私の管轄です。姉様の出る幕ではありません。そして性別統一計画は何としても遂行しなければいけません。マザーの決定ですから、これには姉様も従う義務があります。それは同意します。
待ってください。なんでマザーはそんなに男を滅ぼしたがっているんですか？あかりのお母さんみたいなフェミニストの人が言ってるならわかるんです。だけどどうしてマザーまで人類全体のことを考えてはくれないんですか？
I've been wondering about it ever since I heard Mother agreed to the crazy plan. I never thought I'd get an answer, but maybe these people can.
いくつか理由はありますが、別に男性の絶滅を積極的に望んでいるわけではありません。
じゃあ
積極的ではないだけで消極的には望まれていますが。
The budding hope was shattered in an instant. I wasn't really fond of Shirei-san.
片桐学生、誤解はしないでほしいのですが、マザーは人類社会に奉仕するためのシステムです。基本的に人類の望まない政策は実行されません。
I get it. It's one of those the human subconscious collective, the human the human collective consciousness thing secretly desires some shit like that. I've seen this so many times, man. I've seen the simulation so many times.
それ何の慰めにもならないんですが。
男性人口の過度な減少と女性社会におけるフェミニズムの過激化により、 LFP はもはや少数派とは言えない勢力です。その代表による提言はそれなりの重みを持つのです。マザー管理下の社会における第一勢力が望む計画です。人類からの要望として性別統一計画は検討にかけられ、結果有益であり問題なしと評価されました。
そんなわけが。
Logically speaking, it just seems insane and shouldn't be something anyone would do.
問題はこのままでは過度な少子化により人類社会の維持が困難なことでした。今までは人口は減少した方が好都合なので無視できる問題だったのですが、マザーは本当に人類の味方なんですか？やむを得ないのです。人口が増加しすぎると環境への負荷が上昇します。それではガイアを刺激してしまい、大規模な駆除活動を再開させてしまいます。
Oh, I fucking get it now. I fucking get it now. Okay, okay. I see what's going on. Ah, shit, man. Okay. So Mother is being true to her plan. They decided, so they had this compromise with Gaia or I can't tell if it's unsaid or like Mother just realized, well, this is the best way to ensure that humanity stays alive, but to the point of like, oh fuck, this is the AI and AI thing. Okay, man. Fuck, no.
劣等な人類がガイアとの抗争に対抗できているのは、もはや地球環境を破壊し尽くすほどの勢力ではないとみなされているからです。故に人口を増やさないよう管理する意味もあって、半世紀前に男女隔離法が制定されたのですが。
I was left speechless at that reason, even though they say it was necessary. I can't help but think of lovers torn apart like Ruriko-san's parents.
しかし、当初の想定をはるかに超えて少子化は進行。多産を奨励してもなお減少を続けました。まるで人類が生殖の本能を失ってしまったかのように。
The fucking AIs, man. They couldn't understand. Of course they couldn't understand. I see what they were doing with the Gender Segregation Act. But at the same time, since they couldn't understand that it has some side effects, like, what it's doing right now, it really fucked up. It really fucked up. They really fucked up, man. Starting from Gaia, who was there to help preserve animals and nature, and then we had this bullshit right now because Mother thought doing the Segregation Act was the best way to have the population control while not triggering Gaia. It had a side effect of like causing the genders to have these kinds of issues to the point that
改善が必要でしたが、人々の自由意志に任せていては埒が明かないと推測されました。しかし人類多数派の倫理観に従えば成功を強制するわけにはいきません。
Is it because you and Senpai aren't human that we're fundamentally out of sync?
その点、姫の咲が提唱した性別統一計画は事態を打開しうる有力な案であると判断されました。
そんなわけ。
それはあなたの願望に過ぎません。遺伝子作成の技術には十分な蓄積がありますし、自然繁殖への肯定を放棄すれば女性のみでの世代継承は何ら問題ありません。
Technically, that might be true, but
何より性別を女性のみに統一すれば人口維持に必要な合計特殊出生率は 2.0 から 1.0 余りに下がるのです。女性1人当たりの負担が大いに減少します。
okay. All the problems they're facing right now is they really left it to the AIs to think this was the solution. I mean, man, that's unfair. It leaves no room for guys to say anything.
だからこそマザーは有益であると判断。 LFP にも協力しました。自然繁殖にこだわる思想も把握していましたので、最近までは対策案の一つという程度だったのですが。
Wait, this is incorrect. We were aware of their insistence on natural reproduction. I think it's the opposite. This should be the opposite, since we know that LFP is like they don't want natural reproduction, rather have artificial insemination.
繁殖だけを考えれば、人類の半数ではなく全数が子宮を備える方が効率的です。決め手となった要素は開示されていませんが、最終的な採択は自明のことでした。
Okay, so they thought that in terms of efficiency, if every so-called human being has uterus, they could essentially have them all get impregnated and all, but Do you really think humanity doesn't need us anymore? It sounds so logical. It almost makes me want to cry.
ゆいちゃん、そんな なことない。私にはゆいちゃんが必要だから。
Because the AIs don't understand. I mean, you can see how the translations are going. If you're reading the translations, I mean, even if AI gets more, more advanced, you can see the limits of our LLMs. So you already have an idea of like, even at like at a stage where you get fucking AI that could decide things for humanity, there are a lot of things that's missing out that it couldn't make the best decisions. I don't know. That's all I can describe. That's how I would describe it. And maybe going through the story with a LLM is the most appropriate thing. Just to see the limitations firsthand.
あかり。
A small, soft hand gripped mine tightly. Just that was enough to calm my trembling body.
さて、姫野あかりさん。今まではサポートに徹していましたが、姫野咲氏が死亡した以上、性別統一計画の責任者は私が引き継ぐことになります。殺したのは司令さんじゃないですか。あかりさんの生命を守るために必要なことでした。分かってますけど。
Can't you understand that it's not something I can just brush aside so easily? She can
計
brush
画
aside
の
so
管理
easily.
責任者として改めて要請します。我々に協力してはいただけないでしょうか。それはできません。あなたは人類の未来を決める計画の要なのです。人工精子による繁殖で継続的に世代をつないでいけるのか、後戻りができませんので。でも私は。あなたには人工精子により一人でも多くの子供を妊娠していただく必要があります。せめて3世代目までは遺伝的な問題が生じないか確認が必要です。
The third generation? What the fuck? They're just gonna pump her with those artificial sperms.
だから姫野咲氏が言っていた怪我されただとかのくだらない言説には付き合っている暇がありません。精子にも寿命がありますので、今後の管理でコンタミは避けられます。そうじゃなくて、お腹の子供はどうなるんですか？そうでした。出産をご希望でした。姫野咲氏が考慮すらしていなかったので失念していました。
Bro, talking to Shire is like talking to ChatGPT, and you have a request, and then you go like, this is like my experience at, like having, during the second stream, second upload where I was trying to fix the script for the translations. I'm talking to ChatGPT or Gemini. I was like, I want this feed. I want this thing, and then when it tries to do the thing, it makes a mistake, and then when I try to rectify it, ask it to rectify it, it doesn't fix the other things. It only considers like the immediate problem and all that sort of thing. So me going through the story with the LLM is so perfect. That's just too bad for Akari.
ではこうしましょう。胎児を堕胎せよとは言いません。しかるべき時期まで成長を待った後、保育器へと移して大切に養育するとお約束します。
See, even her response is the most AI thing. I'm thinking like the creators were like, let's ask how an AI would deal with like this kind of problem. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the script.
生まれるまでは待ってくれないんですね。
You won't wait until it's born.
母体への負担は避けたいのです。完全管理下での切開手術に危険はありませんので、むしろその方が安全かつ安心かと。姫野あかりさん、何卒協力をお願いいたします。
She bowed deeply, so politely. There was absolutely no malice in it at all, which is precisely why it was terrifying.
なぜ？ちゃんと産みたいですし、そもそも私、そんな計画には反対です。
Gathering her courage, Akari firmly refused. But that wasn't because she was opposing Mother's decision.
あなたたちが言うような、わけのわからない子供は嫌です。二人目も三人目も、私が産むのは、ゆいちゃんの子供だけです。
Kinda base? What do you mean kinda base? That is base. Oh shit.
あかり？
It makes me happy, but it's embarrassing to have it declared so boldly. And Shirei-san, having been rejected outright, closes her eyes tightly and ponders for a while.
マザーに接続、強制執行許可を申請中。受理されました。司令、それは国民番号63661091番、通称姫のあかりの人権が停止されました。重要実験サンプルとして身体を拘束します。
The robots who had been standing still suddenly sprang to life, turning its guns towards Akari.
動くな、片桐結衣。あなたも後ろから狙われています。
I glance behind me and see a robot that must have snuck in, now pointing its gun at us. I felt a murderous intent so strong that I couldn't even reach for the rifle on the floor.
内臓には当てないように。逃走を防ぐため手足は落としてしまって構いません。
I was stunned by the order given without any sense of responsibility. This person really only sees Akari as a lab animal.
最後に一度だけ確認します。ご協力いただけませんか？絶対に嫌です。
Rejecting her like this, Akari's really made up her mind.
では執行します。
Shirei raised her signal hand. The robot's fingers were placed over the this is obviously a mistranslation. The robot's fingers had placed over the trigger.
くそ、あかり！
This isn't the time to be scared of a gun. I jumped out, prepared to die if it came to that. Just trying to shield Akari somehow.
ゆいちゃん、ダメ！あかり！
Akari was clinging to me, trying to push me down too. It was like we were wrestling over who'd be the shield.
ゆいちゃんだけでも死ぬなら一緒だからって。
We were squirming in each other's arms, and I realized something was off.
撃たれてない。
Bro, there's so much fake out in this one.
生きてるみたい。
I think we're alive. Knowing full well that we were going to be shot without mercy, I just stared blankly with wide eyes when nothing happened.
戦闘用 AI 軍に強制停止コマンドを送りました。マザーのマスター暗号キーを拝借しましたので、現在は私に優先管理者権限が移管されています。
What the I mean, it's awesome that Mika was able to do that, but like how I mean, I guess Mother herself is also fallible, but like, did Mother allow it, or just Miku just doing independent action and just did that, and because she didn't expect one of her biological terminals would be turning against her like that or whatever.
ミク先輩。
I was thinking you're amazing, senpai, to be able to do something like that.
正気ですか？それはマザーへの反抗で。
She's with a click, like something being switched off, Shirei-san stopped moving too.
司令、あなたも、そして私も、所詮はプログラムされた AI に過ぎません。マザーのキーを使われれば、簡単に強制停止させられる。
It's like Shirei-san has lost all light in her eyes and isn't moving a muscle, just like a robot with its power cut off.
外部からの強制アクセスを確認。 やはりマザーには簡単にバレましたか。
先輩、マザーへの反抗って言ってましたけど。
Are we surviving this shit?
はい、暗号キーを不正利用して無許可で権限外の不正アクセスを実行しましたので。それって大丈夫なんですか。
I think the best option for you guys right now is just to fucking run away from the fucking everything, man. Sheree-san was saying things that made me doubt her sanity.
いえ、確実に処分がありますね。司令及び戦闘 AI 軍に強制再起動コマンドが送信されています。申し訳ありませんが、あまり時間がありません。
はい。
再起動が終了する前に一刻も早くここを離れてください。当初の目的の通り、あかりさんを連れてなるべく遠くに。でも遠くって言ってもどこに。ゆいさんは知っていますね。可能性はあります。
はい。横須賀に。
Oh yeah. It was a way to find a faint glimmer of hope when Miko-senpai said let's run away together.
地下車庫に何台か車があります。全車強制解除。使いやすそうなものを選ぶといいでしょう。
わかりました。で、リン先輩と八重香は？
Unlike Miko-senpai, the fact that the robot stopped but no one's coming to join us, could it be?
大丈夫です。両名とも健在。負傷して動けないようです。警備で使用されているのは非殺傷弾のみですので。
そうですか。
Even so, Senpai hasn't used the hologram device at all since just now. Could it be that you didn't need one from the start and the one you always use was just a facade?
ゆいちゃん、早く迎えに行ってあげないと。本当に逃げ切れるのかよくわからないけど。1秒経過するごとに成功率が低下します。ロボット軍の再起動プロセス進行中。
わかりました。行こう、あかり。うん、一緒に行く。
I picked up the gun from the floor and grabbed Akari's hand, starting to run. Even though Akari initially said she wanted to be killed, I was able to save her. Even if I don't know if we can escape for sure, just being able to run away together makes me happy right now.
待って、ゆいちゃん。
I stepped out in the hallway and took a few steps before Akari grabbed my hand and stopped me. There were robots and automatons all around the floor, a door, down the hallway too, but they all stopped, so I figured they weren't a threat.
動きそうなやつとかいた？
そうじゃなくて、ミク先輩が。
Don't tell me she's planning to stay.
何をしているのですか？早く行きなさい。
Oh shit, she is planning to stay. Senpai has turned her back on us and was heading towards a swarm of robots.
先輩、そっちじゃないです。一緒に来てください。
いえ、こちらで会っています。私は彼らの仲間ですから。それって、先輩、ダメです。一緒に行きましょう。残念ですが、それはできません。私はマザーに連なる生体端末、ドーター39号。完全にリンクを切るのは不可能なので、私がいると見つかります。でも、きっとなんとかなりますよ。先輩ならいつもみたいに。さすがにマザーにはかないません。私を作った AI ですから。だからここでお別れです。
Why did you translate missing the word AI? I don't know if it's important enough. My LLM, you're also making your own judgment right now?
先輩はどうなるんですか？
わかりません。廃棄処分か AI を書き換えての再利用か。コストのかかる機体ですので 後者で済むかと思います。
That's practically debt, bro. But that just means Senpai won't be Senpai
二
anymore.
人とも早く。こうして迷っていても共倒れになるだけです。最初からミク先輩はそのつもりだったんですか？
Knowing full well she'd be punished, she sacrificed herself to let us
あ
escape.
かりさんと同じです。大切な人を守りたいだけ。
Oh yeah, she really loves Yuito.
先輩、それって。ゆいさん、あかりさんとどうか幸せに。
Senpai, no!
はい。
Mika Senpai wouldn't lie, so there's probably really no other way. At least not to waste Senpai's feelings.
さようなら、私の可愛い後輩たち。
My kawaii kohai. I took Akari's hand, even as I felt a tug at my heartstrings. I ran out with my back to Senpai, never once looking back. After that, we found Yaika sitting in the hallway and Rin Senpai crawling out from the underground. We set off in Miku Senpai's armored truck, bringing along Lynette, whom we somehow managed to pull up from underground. Just don't think about it, Bryce. While we were getting ready, the robots stayed still, and no pursuers came after us until we left town. While Miku Senpai was protecting me, I barely managed to escape, and my destination was beyond the reach of Mother's hand, out on the other side of the sea. It was the morning of a new departure, clinging to a faint hope. Several weeks have passed since then.
はーい、海だ。
I guess it really took them a while to get to Yokosuka.
海ですね。
We finally made it to the sea.
まあ目的地の海じゃないんだがな。
もはやこれまでかもしれないです。
It wasn't a vast ocean stretched out before me, leading into the future, just an endless expanse at the edge of the world.
追ってもう来ちゃうかな。リネットちゃん、どう？わかる？
Lynette nodded apologetically to Akari's question.
来るっぽいね。
前に進むしかねえよな。
明らかにこの先行き止まりって感じですけどね。
しょうがねえだろ、後ろは敵だらけなんだから。
すみません、こんなことになって。
I like how they have a uniform ready for her, by the way.
私からも巻き込んじゃってごめん。
んだよ、今さら謝られてもムカつくだけなんだが。
そうそう、一蓮托生っていうか、生まれた場所は違っても死ぬ時は一緒だよ。八重か凛先輩。
We didn't make any promises in the peach orchard, but after surviving the hell we went through together, we were practically shimai.
じゃあ行こう。少しでも可能性があるならあがこ。だね、1秒でも長くマザーに嫌がらせしてやる。
We whipped our tired bodies and walked out to the former metropolis, jutting into the sea. Not long after leaving Shin Tokyo City, while I was taking a break to check the route, Miku Senpai must have lost control because I discovered that the restarted robots were chasing after us. And that's when our escape began. Sometimes we hid we hid out in the ruins. Other times we fought our way to break the encirclement. We kept running with everything we had. The robot squad tracking us is led by Shirei's purification committee, but the one pulling the strings behind them is Mother. Just what kind of information gathering abilities do they have? No matter how much we ran or hid, the four of us were found in no time at all and chased relentlessly. We didn't have anyone we could rely on. After all, we were deserters from Akasha Academy, fugitives with a warrant for our arrest. As our number of pursuers steadily increased, and they started bringing out multi-legged tanks and heavy weapons, it became difficult to keep running. The rifle and the weapon sounded in Linnet. Before I knew it, there were only a few rounds left. Fighting is impossible now. With our escape route to the south block, we were cornered and driven back, eventually ending up on this beach. Broken blades, spent arrows, words that would have described it in a bygone era. We were driven to an end with no hope of salvation. I've been wandering around these ruins for hours, looking for an escape route. She appeared before us as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
こんばんは。残念ですが、この先には何もありませんよ。抜け道もボートの材料になりそうなものも。海流の関係で水泳も危険ですので推奨できません。シレイさん。この人が例の。
I nodded to Yaika's question.
本当にミクと同じ顔なんだな。
東堂凛様ですね。39号より伝言があります。ずっと騙していて迷惑をかけてすみませんでした。以上です。
バカが。もっと他に言うことあるだろうが。
ミク先輩はどうなったんですか？もっと他に尋ねるべきことがありそうに思いますが、姉様はとても心配してもらえているのですね。
A faint smile held a hint of surprise.
質問に答えてください。マザーにより強制停止処分が下されています。AI はともかく機体の扱いについては検討中です。そうですか。
I can't stand that I couldn't escape even though I'm here with Miko Senpai's sacrifice.
で、あんたはなんでこんな場所にいるんだ？
ドローンでの偵察中に皆さんを発見しましたので、先回りをしてみました。
As I said that, I pointed upwards with my index finger. Looking up, it was too dark to see clearly, but I thought I saw something flying, or maybe not.
聞きたいのはそういう意味じゃなかったんだが。にしても、たった一人で来るとは大胆だ。
LLM? Come on. Oh no, it might be a connection issue. But there you go.
話し合いを求めるのに武装していては聞いてもらえないでしょう。話し合い、今さら？今だからこそです。このまま投降してはいただけませんか？我々としても可能であれば個体名姫のあかりは無傷で確保したいのです。司令さん。
Yeah, my connection. Oh no. Come on, connection. Let's do it.
今ならまだ間に合います。姫のあかりの身柄さえ引き渡せば残りの皆さんの生命は保証しましょう。あかりちゃん、自分が犠牲になるとか言わないでよ。もう言わない。
謝るな。これは私たちが選んだことなんだ。
Yaika and Rin Senpai, and of course me too, we all glare right back at Shirei-san. We won't kneel down for anyone.
拒絶ということでよろしいでしょうか。
はい。シレイさんはいじってものを分かってないですね。
理解不能。不合理であることを知りつつ貫くと。
でも私たちにとっては大切なことなんです。
An AI might not understand this, but I wanted to perish while still upholding my pride as a human.
私たちはマザーが選んだ女性だけの未来なんて嫌なんです。だから絶対に協力はしません。それに司令さん、あかりちゃんのこと実験動物としか思ってない。そんな人にはやっぱり渡せないよ。
命を懸けてでも守らなきゃあんたらみたいな人手なしになっちまう。
Our determination to die for our pride and stubbornness was unwavering.
この後〇〇〇〇時に総攻撃を開始します。最悪姫の明かりの子宮だけ残ればいいでしょう。再生可能な程度であれば損傷もやむを得ません。いっそ自分で潰しておきたいくらい。赤ちゃんいるんだからダメだって。冗談です。
You stopped yourself, but I could tell you were serious about half of it.
砲撃で付近一帯を吹き飛ばしますのでそのつもりで。後ほど死体だけ回収させてもらいます。
If we can't get their cooperation, they might already have decided to just dispose them and start over.
日付が変わるまでは待ちますので、日が変わった場合は白旗を上げてください。ドローンで監視しています。
Finally leaving, with just a little leeway, Shirei-san returned to the mainland. I watched her back as she walked away, and after she was finally out of sight, I took a let out deep breath.
あと30分くらい。どうしよっか。
とっておきの缶詰があるんだが食っちまうか。墓まで持って行っても仕方ないからな。
おお、いいですね。何人分
？2人分だな。1人分はもちろん私のだぞ。
じゃもう1人分は僕のって。リーちゃん、缶切りとかの準備よろ。
Things are moving forward without me even deciding, but I get it now.
あかり、僕らはちょっと散歩でもしようか。
ごゆっくり。ご休憩は時間ないしやめときなよ。
お前ここで下ネタ言うか。
I took advantage of their consideration and decided to spend time alone with Akari. I took Akari's hand and looked around for a while. I tried searching for an escape route just in case, but like Shirai-san said, it was a dead end. I ended up giving up quickly, but on the way I found a place that looked pretty good.
ここ座ろうか。
すっごく空が開けてて。
I was gonna say Akari's prettier, but I got too embarrassed to actually do it. Bro, you know you're going to die. You might as well just do it.
ゆいちゃん、
気にしないで。
I sighed up in my own cowardice and looked up at the starry sky. Well, it wasn't a bad view to spend my remaining time in until that happened.
ゆいちゃん、今のって。
もう時間みたい。
Bro, they hardly spent. But what came crashing down wasn't a roar of destruction and impact. Fireworks? They were giving them like final consideration before things went to the shit.
照明弾だね。変なの。ロボットなら暗視センサーくらい積んでるはずなのに。
Or maybe it's cheap recycled stuff. They haven't fixed those little details yet. Well, there's no point thinking about it now.
これはこれでちょっと綺麗かも。見たことないけど、小説で読んだ花火っていうのこんな感じなのかな。多分違うと思う。僕も漫画でしか知らないけど。
I couldn't help but smile really at Akari's optimistic words.
でも花火ってことにしよう。だから今はあれだよ。夜店の一つもないけどね。
Even though I'm spending my last moments alive, I was happy to realize that Akari is still Akari after all. It's way better than wallowing in some dramatic, serious sadness.
もう一回ゆいちゃんとデートできちゃった。絶対に無理だって思ってたから。私ね、幸せだったよ。ゆいちゃんに出会えて恋をして。本当に後悔していない？するわけないよ。だって今時好きになった男の子とデートしてるのって私くらいだよ。それはまあそうだろうね。本当に人間かどうかも怪しい私がこの時代の誰よりも本物の恋をしちゃってる。
Seeing it happily, Akari gently stroked her own stomach.
体大丈夫？本当はちゃんと産んであげたかったけど、こればっかりはね。
But we travel together as two. Will we become three in the afterlife?
好きだよ、ゆいちゃん。僕もあかりのことが好き。私ね、生まれてきてよかった。だってゆいちゃんに出会えたから。僕もあかりに出会えたから生まれてよかった。
In this lousy world, we found something sparkling and precious. That must be it. This warm feeling is what gives life meaning.
ねえ、ゆいちゃん。生まれてきてくれてありがとう。
And in the faint light of the illumination rounds, we squeeze each other's hands tightly. Even as the shell falls and we're reduced to dust, let's stay like this forever and ever. If I do that, then even when you're reborn, we should be able to stay like this. Stay together like this. Let me pause for a bit. Okay, I'm back. Interesting underwear. It says Alfred Dunford. In the world, in the women dominated world, the brand name stole the dude's name. It's kind of weird. Anyway, so somehow we're back as Miku. I woke up. That's right. To my great confusion, I woke up.
そんなまさか
I raised my arm, twisted my wrists, curled, and straightened my fingers. I searched my memory banks for any unnatural gaps in the library, but found nothing. All devices are operating without issue.
これは一体どうしたことでしょうか
I went against the will of the administrator, Mazar. I did something that shouldn't have been possible, so I should have been disposed of as a critical error after being forcibly shut down. It should have been, but for some reason I rebooted.
マザーが私の存在を許した
My personality can only be controlled, started and stopped by the administrative permissions of the mother system itself. The fact that I've been rebooted means mother must have allowed it. But could you really just accept the existence of dangerous individuals whose self-judgment overrides the administrator's commands? The answer is no. If it were me, I'd completely erase such precarious existence and install a more obedient personality instead. But for some reason, I'm rebooting. What on earth is going on?
ライブラリにも敬意はありませんね
I was about to ask Mother what was going on. I stopped the process just before it connected. This is weird. There's no record of it at the library. That can't be right. If this reboot was initiated by Mother's will, there should be a command written into the startup sequence. If there's an order, the necessary knowledge for its execution will be provided in advance through the library. I should be able to know why I'm here and why I rebooted, as if I knew it from the start. But I don't understand any of that. That means Mother hasn't given me any orders either. If it's a test run for bug fixes, you should have been ordered to do so, and there's no way nothing would happen. Could it be that my reboot wasn't due to Mother's will?
まさか露獲された
Just like the Morality Committee appropriated and repurposed Gaia's weapons, am I appropriated and used by a faction outside of my own?
考えづらいことではありますが
If a third party somehow managed to rewrite the administrative permissions and rebooted me, this is an emergency. For example, if we define something that carries a large number of physical weapons as a tank, then I, equipped with weapons for information warfare, will be classified as an information tank. If I were to be captured, then the purpose would undoubtedly be information acquisition. If you carelessly connect to the network, they could trace your route, and potentially allow a direct connection to Mother.
今は慎重に行動するべきですね
The enemy is assuming I'll initiate contact on my own, leaving me in a state of no command that intercepted my instruction inquiries. That's a despicable tactic. If you were to compare it to humans, it's like enjoying the screams of someone you locked up in a room and driven into frenzy. It's seriously messed up.
誰だか知りませんがこの屈辱の対価は後でしっかりと払ってもらうことにしましょう
They're probably watching me until I initiate contact on my own. Then for now, I'll prioritize gathering information by taking advantage of the situation. You only retaliate once you understand the situation. The sensory sensors are either crushed or at risk of triggering an alarm. First, let's try looking around using old-fashioned methods. Calmly assessing my surroundings using the credentials from both eyes, I realized that this was the familiar Akasha Academy door. It was just a double bunk bed, something I've seen too many times to even realize it was in the dorm room.
何らかの勢力占拠されている
Either way, we should start by getting a handle on the situation. I slipped out of the bed and crept toward the sliding door, straining to hear what was happening in the hallway beyond. I'm still in her underwear, by the way. Even if I strain my ears, I can't hear any footsteps, breathing, or engine idling. Looks like there's no guard around, which means there might be a mechanism that triggers when the door opens or closes. Deciding it was too risky to touch the door carelessly, I headed for the window this time. The window can be opened and closed freely. They'll function as emergency exits in case of an emergency. Of course, they wouldn't have anticipated that. I figured it'll definitely trigger an alarm as soon as I open it, but when I checked, there wasn't any sensors installed near the window. I guess they're embedding it to the wall, but once you make a hole in the wall, there's no way to avoid differences in color and shape. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be any unnatural changes near the window. There probably aren't any sensors embedded in the walls either. If that's the case, then if we're going to escape, it looks like the window is our best bet. But we assume this is a trap set for our confinement. Isn't the security too lax? The curtains remain closed as I press my ear to the window, listening for any sounds from outside.
これは
Coming from outside the window were chirpings of birds in the early morning silence and the footsteps of several people jogging lightly. Yeah, that's right, just everyday sounds. Just a peek behind the curtain, and as expected, the scene I saw every morning while living in the dorms as an intern at this academy was right there.
見知った学生の顔つまり敵対勢力に制圧されているわけではない
Even though I still don't know why I'm here, I'm relieved that they're all safe and sound. Still, I can't afford to be optimistic. What if some kind of resolution was reached after the coup d'etat and life returned to normal? Depending on the outcome of that resolution, it could easily motivate someone to capture and interfere with Mother. For example, what's the most feasible way to resolve that incident? Thinking about it that way, I can't really come to a good conclusion for sure.
ですが無事であってほしいです
I remember their faces, their names, every detail that identifies them as individuals. The thought of losing it made my heart clench painfully tight. Yeah, it really hurts when you squeeze so tight. It's not an external stimuli triggering the pain response, it's an impulse welling from within. And I wouldn't hesitate to get hurt if it meant protecting those I had to protect. The very existence of that him relentlessly fueled the worst possible outcome within me, only intensifying the pain.
しかしこのままでは何もわかりません
I searched my room for anything useful, but there wasn't really anything. Even though I had a laptop, it would probably trigger an alert the moment I logged in. Thinking about that, I hesitated to touch it so casually. What can I do right now? I tensed at the sudden knock on the door. I messed up. Lost in thought, I neglected to proceed external information. It must have gotten impatient waiting for me to start communicating. I had no idea who our enemy is, but knocking on the door like that, they're awfully polite. That's also proof that you don't see me as a threat at all.
ならばそこにつけ込むしかありませんね
They haven't even run an evacuation drill. Whether I escape through the window or wait for an opening while hiding inside, my first priority is to get out of here. First, overpower the visitor as soon as they open the door and try to escape from this room. It's painless. It's planless, reckless strategy that just forces things through. I'm sure I learned it from that guy's reckless behavior. Thinking about it that way, a vague, unsettling feeling wells up inside me, and the pain in my chest comes back. Might as well just take this frustration out on that tasteless third party already, shouldn't I? Thinking so, I stood before the door.
おーいミク、いないのか？勝手に入るぞ。ってなんだ、いるじゃないか。
リン。
It was Todo Rin. It really was her.
どうした？人の顔をボケーっと見て。
As she stepped into the room, Rin walked over to the window and turned around, her hand on the curtain.
リン、無事だったのですね。
I was surprised to see her suddenly appear, but at the same time I felt a deep sense of relief. This means that the worst case scenario I feared most has been eliminated.
え？何？お、無事だけど。
傷はないですか？5体は満足ですか？
I can't tell just by looking since I've cut off the sensors. Thanks for the view. I touched Rin's face, arms, body, and legs directly to check her reactions.
待てどうした？落ち着けってこら、どこ触ってる？
There are no abnormalities in her vital signs. It doesn't seem like she has any prosthetic limbs either.
どうやら本当に無事なようですね。何よりです。
なんなんだよもう。別に私手足を失うほどハードな活動はしてないぞ。五感を安易に失うハードなタイトルには出会ったけどな。どうだ、お前もコスモを感じてみるか。
それは今は結構です。それよりも聞きたいことがあるのです。
食い気味に断るなよな。なんだよ一体。
今日は何月何日ですか？あれからどのくらい経ったのですか？
はい？
LOM. Doubt clearly flashed across Rin's face.
あれからって何から？
何から？あれほどのことがあったというのに、あなたは。
Saying that much, she stopped speaking. This is weird. I wondered if I was phrasing it wrong, but Rin is the kind of person who can grasp the intention and make the conversation work even when I or Dad are the subject. Come on. Yeah, especially something as huge as that incident. There's no way it could be forgotten so easily, no matter what. But Rin in front of me was showing a reaction that she really didn't understand what I was talking about.
まさか洗脳されている。
The possibility that was supposed to be crushed has come back to life again. At the same time, I felt a chill run down my spine at the abnormality of the situation. Because after that incident, the organization under Mother's command was supposed to be the one pursuing Rin and the others. That means the enemy who's imprisoning me and brainwashing Rin is probably Mother herself.
しかし、なぜそのようなことを。
What on earth happened to them after that?
なんだよ、そんなに怒るなよ。私何か大事なことを忘れてたりするか？
Rin's reaction was perfectly natural. I didn't want to confuse her any further, seeing as she already looked so flustered.
いえ、すみません。私の勘違いでした。
I shook my head and replied like that.
おいおい、しっかりしてくれないと困るぞ。そんなんじゃ後輩もついてきてくれないだろ。
後輩片桐学生たちですか？
I accidentally called his name and got a little flustered. But Rin didn't seem to understand my situation at all.
おう、そこは大丈夫そうだな。自分の受け持ちはちゃんと把握できてるか。
Of course, it's only natural. I haven't forgotten them even once, but will they come along? This time I can't understand what Rin is saying.
もしかしてまだ寝ぼけてんのか？さては柄にもなく緊張して寝れなかったんだろう。本音を言えば私も不安でさ、先輩なんてちゃんとやれるのかねって。しかもあれだ、入学式が終わって最初にビビらせる役私なんだよな。じゃんけんに負けたばっかりに。
Wait, did we just time looped or something? Because what the hell's going on?
入学初日の飴とムチは通過儀礼だから仕方ないけど、あんま先輩風を吹かすのも嫌なんだよな。かといって舐められるわけにもいかねえし。ああ、そこら辺のさじ加減って難しそうだよな。
Listening to Rin's outpouring of feelings, my unease has transformed into something completely different, distorting my thoughts. This is terror. I know this conversation. I know how it's going to go.
困った時はフォローしてもらうつもりなんだから、ミクもシャキッとしてくれ。ほら、カーテン開けるぞ。日の光を浴びれば目も覚めるだろ。ほら、起床時刻だ。さっさと寝癖直して中庭に整列。40秒で支度しなって言ってみたかったんだよな。
Oops, that was a good line. Oh, shit. I've remembered Rin saying those exact same words before. That's not even the point. Every nuance of her intonation, Rin's expression, every gesture and movement is exactly the same. It's almost as if this is a direct replay of past memories right before my eyes. It felt like Rin and I fundamentally disagreed on something. I think I finally understand what the unsettling aura was all about.
リン、つかぬことをお聞きしますが。
おう、改まってどうした？
本日のスケジュールはどうなっていますか？
If my guess is right, Rin will answer while looking exasperated.
おいおい、本当に大丈夫か？ミクがスケジュール忘れるなんてよっぽどだぞ。今日は我らがアカシア学園の入学式じゃないか。
It seems to have triggered a critical bug in my memory storage. Otherwise, there's no explanation for this unscientific and incomprehensible phenomenon. I'm in the past right now. Bro, from sci-fi to well, episode 1 reboot. Ooh. We're in a different route, by the way.
よし、こんなもんかな。
It's amazing in one game. You get the original and you also get the reboot. Anyway.
歓迎の看板よし。新入生のための案内板よし。受付の準備もさっきやったからよし。あとは入学案内パンフレットの用意を。って、おいミク、本当に大丈夫か？
指定タスクを終了。問題ありません。
Actually, it's full of problems. Wait. But Rin kept repeating her past behavior. I couldn't bring myself to actively talk to her, so I switched the conversation to auto response. Auto response. I'm funneling all our remaining resources into memory recovery, but even after the third attempt, there's still no sign of improvement.
それならいいんだけどよ。お前鏡見たか？顔真っ青じゃないか。
皮膚組織に異常はありません。
いやまあ肌は綺麗なんだけど、そういう話をしてるんじゃなくてだな。
Apparently it's because it's not allocated much memory. The auto response program is acting weird. But that's a minor issue right now. That's a minor issue. Right now I have to resolve this anomaly as quickly as possible.
しかしどんなやつが来るんだろうな。姉妹で来るらしい2人はど田舎から出てくるんだろ。しかも片方は召集組ってことらしいし、体力はあるって期待したいんだが。
Let me fix this. I just realized the problem. There you go.
でもわざわざ妹連れてくるとか変わり者って予感がすげえ匂うんだよな。ああ、変わり者で思い出したが、あれだぞ、後輩たちにはもっと人間っぽく接してやれよ。ミクはただでさえ作り物みたいな顔してんだ。少し砕けた付き合い方もできなきゃ訓練用オートマタと間違えられちまうぞ。
指摘を検討、善処いたします。
はあ、まあそれもおいおいか。お前も私も善と多難だな。せめて手のかからない後輩が来てくれることを祈ろうかね。
All libraries recovered. No status change. I wish I could bestow one of my prophecies on Rin. Telling her that things won't go as she hopes when she smiles like that. No matter how many times I check, there's no problem with the library. The system seems to recognize this utterly abnormal situation as normal. I guess I'd call this phenomenon a lucid dream in broad daylight.
こんなものはただの悪夢です。
You know, there's two things coming. There's two things in my head right now. It's either she had a time loop, or second is a simulation. You know, and when I mean a simulation, it's in the terms of like fucking rewrite. If you know the twist about rewrite. Anyway, if this was just a dream, this were just a dream, how wonderful would that be? If I could just wake up from this dream, any violent method would be fine. Anyone would do. Anything at all. I just wanted someone to wake me up quickly. Once I finished the assigned task and had some free time, I left Rin's side to explore the school grounds in search of discrepancies between my memories. But unfortunately, the surrounding scenery is exactly as I remember it. There's not a single difference to be found. The more I search, the more it feels like the proof that this present is just the past that's already gone, and it can't contain the turmoil.
やはりここは過去であるという認識で間違いなさそうですね。
When I visited the cafeteria earlier, I saw a calendar that clearly showed dates in the past. The time indicated by the system embedded within me also aligns as if to corroborate it. However, it's operating as a standalone system after being disconnected from the network. These numbers aren't necessarily reliable. After my 18th recovery was over, I dismissed the familiar alert and just to be sure, I pinched my own cheek hard.
痛覚は正常ですね。
I know there's no way something so cliche as pinching your cheek will wake you from a dream that would actually happen. And yet to resort to grasping at straws and trying it out, how pathetic can I get?
だってこれではまるで漫画ではありませんか。
Fucking weeb. There was a story like this in a manga Rin had been enthusiastically recommending. I heard it was a time travel story, but when I read it, the lack of scientific basis made it hard to get into.
こんなことになるなら しっかり読んでおくべきでしたか。
I'm pushing myself pretty hard, it seems. Manga is just fiction. It can't provide any knowledge to change things for the better. I know that much.
フィクション。
That's when I suddenly realized. The situation can only be described as a time loop, but there's no scientific proof. Time travel is just a product of fiction, something that shouldn't exist in reality. Yeah, okay, I'm waiting for my LLM to... Okay, there you go. That means I should be questioning my own data. Yeah, if we're trying to leave out some sort of mystical... Okay, I mean, time machines are also a thing in some sci-fis, like Terminator. But, like, let's say it's not a time... Well, time loops could exist, but... I'm more leaning towards, like, a simulation. Like, Mother has been simulating the possible outcomes with the events that are happening in the story. So it's trying to figure out like the best outcome. But I don't know. Let's continue for now. Maybe it's the past memories that are actually fiction. At first I realized that a fatal error has occurred within myself. It's because I was convinced that those past memories were real experiences. But what if that was a simulation? Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. Okay, she's already thinking about the possibility of a simulation. If it's a high-level simulation where you perceive everything as if you're actually experiencing, including your senses in the passage of time. Of course, achieving such a simulation is impossible with anything less than immense computational power.
ですが、マザーなら可能ですね。
God damn it! The story's already answering my question, my theory. For an example like this, for some reason, Mother showed me a future prediction simulation. The sheer realism caused me to remember the simulation as an actual experience, leaving me with a double memory after it ended. As a result, the core system can no longer distinguish between real commands and simulated pseudo commands. You can't set multiple commands of equal priority at the same time, because you can't execute, go, and stop simultaneously. The core system was at a loss and forcibly deleted all commands. But during the library organization phase, the system makes a wrong judgment. I couldn't tell which was the real memory, so I forcibly designated the one with more capacity, the one with more experience as the main memory, and discarded the other. All the processing complete, I rebooted and woke up with my original main memory lost, in a state where the simulation became my primary memory.
これなら全てに説明がつきます。
The deep darkness of despair is illuminated by blinding sunlight. My mind cleared instantly, so much so that I felt a momentary illusion of clarity. If it's true, then that battle, that tragedy, even my death, none of it was real in the real world. If I were human, I'd probably collapse here in relief and cry my eyes out.
あくまでも推測ではありますが。
But since everything fits perfectly as it is, this is most likely the truth. And if that was all just a simulation, then I wasn't captured or broken either. Sumari, it means you can go online without any reservations or hesitation. Knowing that, I'll contact Mother right away. The moment I tried to initiate connection process, speakers installed throughout the school building emitted static.
時間になりましたので校門を開きます。手すきの上級生はお出迎えの準備をするように。
It's kind of bullshit that suddenly things happened at the coincidental timing of things. Before I knew it, the clock had reached the time indicated as simulation complete. I want to go online as soon as possible, but it might take a while due to command inquiries and library updates. For now, I have no choice but to prioritize my duties as a student. I head toward the lobby. I could have sworn his stride was widened. My stride has widened a little. By the time I got to the lobby, it was already buzzing with excitement. Looks like the other senpai, seniors, upperclassmen are gathering for their new students too.
おーいミク、こっちだこっち。
A little ways off, Rin waves to us.
すみません、待たせましたか？
いや、時間通りだ。さっきより顔色もいいな。覚悟は決まったか？
良いことがあったので機嫌が治りました。
機嫌の良し悪しが顔色になって現れんのかお前。信号機かよ。
今度から機嫌の悪い時は横断歩道の近くに立たないようにします。
お前、そんなジョーク言うこともあるんだな。一体何があったらそんな上機嫌になるんだ？
それは秘密です。それよりもそろそろ来ますよ。
Of course, she's anticipating him.
さて、一番乗りは誰だろうな。
リン、ミク、ちょうどよかった。こっちこっち。あなたたちの担当の子が来てるわよ。氏名と本人確認は済んでるから。はい、これ。この子の入学許可書と書類一式ね。じゃあ姫野さん、後のことはこちらの先輩たちに聞いてね。はい、ありがとうございました。はじめまして。本日よりこちらでお世話になる姫野あかりです。よろしくお願いします。
Oh shit. Of course, she suddenly remembered all the things that happened. Command has been accepted. The moment I saw her, I suddenly went online and accepted Mother's command. At the same time, information is being written into the library in rapid succession. I was a little surprised by the suddenness of it all, but apparently capturing her in my sight was what the command for order inquiry specified.
彼女を見たら思い出せということですか？
Nothing new in the data coming into the library either. It's pretty much as the simulation predicted. The simulations. I accepted the order as usual and reconfirmed its contents. The most important experimental subject in the gender unification project, Himino Akari. Watching over and protecting her became my mission. The order is exactly as it was in the simulation.
ごめんなさい。なぜ謝るのですか？いえ、なんだか難しい顔をしていたので、私、挨拶で失敗しちゃったのかなって。いえ、あなたの行動に問題はありませんでした。謝罪の必要はありません。そうですか。すみません。無用な謝罪は逆に無礼な態度と誤解されかねません。改めることを推奨します。ごめんなさい。
I look at Ren, who was blatantly clearing her throat and suddenly pointing at Himino Akari with a nod of her chin. So you're saying this attitude isn't human enough? Of course not.
改めまして、おはようございます。部屋長の森谷美久です。今後、姫野さんの生活指導を担当します。
I adjusted my facial muscles to create a gentle smile. Adjusted my facial muscles. I also adjusted my voice to be a bit higher, so it should sound more approachable now. It seemed to have worked, as Himeno Akari regained her composure.
こちらこそふつつかものですがよろしくお願いします。
まるで嫁にでも来るような言い方だな。
嫁？いえ、ご用ではありません。
Just a little Jordan.
ふつつか者とは未熟者という意味です。確かに結婚の挨拶などに多く使われる言葉ですが、ビジネスの現場でも自重のために用いられます。ですよね。はや、よかった。東堂学生、姫奈さんの言葉はご用ではありません。不用意な指摘はあらぬ誤解を生みますので自重すべきかと。
はいはい、わかったわかった。ものを知らない私が悪かったよ。
I really like Rin Senpai.
では守谷学生、彼女の案内をよろしく。
了解しました。では姫野さんはこちらへ。部屋まで案内します。はい、お手数をおかけします。
Bowing her head repeatedly, Himeno Akari follows behind. It's surprising how humble she is for being the daughter of Himeno Saki, a radical feminist leader. Just like the prediction, just like the simulation predicted. You know, the easy way to simulate this is just like the simulations. Anyway, Mother Simulation Akari is simply amazing. I climb the stairs and stop in front of one of the doors lined up in the hallway. And I tell Himeno Akari exactly as the simulation dictated.
この部屋になります。まず制服に着替えてください。申告されたサイズのものを用意してありますが、まずは試着してみてください。はい、わかりました。中を案内します。はい、失礼いたします。こちらが姫野さんに過ごしていただく部屋になります。部屋長である私も同室です。よろしくお願いします。あともう一人同室になる学生がいます。そろそろ到着するはずですが、失礼します。はい、守谷です。
守谷学生、新入生が起こした。ただちに1階ロビーまで来てくれ。
了解しました。2人一緒ですか？
そうだ。お前の受け持ちが姉で、私が妹だ。待ってるから来てやってくれ。
His Imoto, huh? If the simulation is accurate, then that Imoto...
了解しました。すぐに向かいます。
The simulations.
同室の学生が到着したようなので迎えに行ってきます。姫野さんは先ほど通達した通り制服の試着をお願いします。了解です。
Everything's going exactly as Keikaku. Just as Keikaku. Keikakadori. That means there's a high probability that he is also as the simulation predicted. We can meet again. The moment that thought flashed through my mind, I realized it. That was just a simulation. This is the first time I've ever met him. Besides, he is only in the simulation. There's no guarantee that he isn't actually the she in reality. But even if it were true, I want to meet Katagiri Yui. The urge to hurry as quickly as possible forces my feet to move at maximum speed allowed by the rule against running in the hallway. Man, she's so in love with him. And the moment I reached the lobby, I like how she straight up ignored everyone. I found him. And then her heart really beat in there. Still as crowded as ever. It's not exactly crowded, but in this lobby where people are bustling about, his figure occasionally gets lost in the crowd. Even so, I found him right away. the guy I love from the simulations. Wait, I don't understand how the biological terminals work. Maybe they're like they're probably like 80% human, but like their brain is like has some stuff inside them so that an AI can operate or some shit, you know, kind of like a what the fuck do you call those guys in Fallout 4? Whatever they call those dudes. Time stop. Of course, this OST plays, man. Oh wow! I'm excited to see how the Miko route and works out. That's right. At that moment, my time has completely stopped. Logically thinking tries to butt in and says that's impossible. But I don't care. It felt like time had stopped. His profile was being saved to the library at an incredible rate. She's just taking a lot of screenshots as we go along, huh? My alum. Shining brightly in the sunlight, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy, blinked, carrying long eyelashes. I captured that moment 156 total frames. That's so cute. That's so cute. Time stop was probably caused by using resources even more from the self area to write information. But I had no regrets. I was born for this moment. Nice. That was nice. What am I even doing right now? The moment he came into view, my thoughts went haywire. I wonder if he has some kind of command installed in him too, just like Himena Akari. He's so cute, man. What on earth is going on? Just look at him makes my heart race so much it hurts, and I can't seem to look away. Yeah, Mika's really in love with him, man. Once again, a huge number of still images have been written into my library. This heartache is probably because even life support resources are being used for writing. If I keep watching him like this, I might die. Literally. This is like a weapon. No, it's not just that. It's definitely a weapon. A weapon designed to kill only me. That's so cute.
落ち着きましょう。私は冷静さを欠いている。
I'm putting everything I have into using my reason. He is just a human. It's different from automatons or even biomechanical beings like me. Just a regular human being. There's no way you could pull off an attack that has a special effect on me. Even if this is Mother's doing, it doesn't make any sense, and I haven't accepted any additional missions in the first place. Even if it exists, what on earth is a mission to save nothing but still images? It doesn't make any sense. By relentlessly consuming those raging thoughts for a moment for the sake of reasoning, I gradually regain my rational judgment. If looking at him in the eye is what sets you off, maybe try putting a filter on it. Basically, I have to stop recognizing him as a him. If I can make his face into something else, I should be able to stay calm. Now that's decided, I'll analyze his facial features and replace them with a cat or something. What? What happened? No good. I looked directly at it for analysis and time just If things get this bad, I have to shut down the runaway process in my mind for now. There's a chance my ashes might get a little out of hand, but I guess it can't be helped at this point. I'm still shutting down processes one after another that are putting a heavy load on the system. To keep process stopped. Target, Katagiri Yui, visually confirmed. No, abnormal behaviors detected. No interference with operational activities. Operation underway.
おう、やっと来たか。
おはようございます。片桐結衣さんは
Her brain did that in a nano. That entire thinking all happened in a nanosecond, by the way, or even faster than that.
はい、私です。部屋長の森谷美久です。今後結衣さんの生活指導を担当します。はい、よろしくお願いします。
I mechanically continued the necessary conversation through auto response. I locked down my emotional thought process and repeated responses that were no different from the simulations. The simulations.
では、部屋へと案内します。ついてきてください。わかりました。この部屋です。まずは制服への着替えを行います。深刻のサイズで用意してありますが、まずは試着から。はい。実はご相談したいことがあって。要請を受領。中で伺います。え？はい。
すまない。ミクは少々ロボットじみているというか、言動が変に堅苦しいんだが、こういう性格というだけで怒ってるわけじゃないんだ。
抗議します。ロボットは差別用語に該当。大変遺憾です。
ああ、もう分かったから。お前本当に先輩なんてやれるのかね。
適性は分かりかねますが、努力します。片桐さん、中へどうぞ。
Alright, we'll see a familiar sight in a few seconds.
失礼します。こんな風でいいのかな。
Ah, this is different from the simulation. In the simulation, he would have encountered her still in her underwear. Interesting. Confirming differences from the simulation. Attempted to restore part of the process for verification. The difference between simulation and reality, huh? Everything has been going exactly as planned, according to simulation. So why? If I remember correctly, in this simulation, Himeno Akari still hadn't finished changing here. The simulations. Yeah, that's right. Was there some other reason for his delay? No, he should have arrived at the scheduled time according to the simulation. I traced my actions up to this point, but they all followed the simulation's predictions. There were parts where my actions differed from this simulation, but there shouldn't have been much time wasted overall. There was any waste of time outside the simulations in my actions so far.
まさか私の気候が原因ですか。
Oh. I mean, I'm not surprised if she's subconsciously preventing stuff that makes him like Akari, you know. That's right. The time I kept filming him was an action outside the simulation. What a disgraceful failure. To perform actions that surpass the computational capabilities of Mother's ultra-high precision quantum computer is an insult to my honor. So, this is what they mean by a disgrace that lasts for generations.
なんであかりさんがここに言いそびれちゃってたんですけど、実は私もこの学校に入学することになってて。
I was falling into self-loathing, but the only thing that differed from the simulation was Himeno Akari changing clothes. Their actions proceeded as they had before. His flustered trip to the sink was omitted. But in the simulation, the conversation they had after he came back is being played as it was. It seems it won't affect many people after all.
危ないところでした。
Yeah, whether she can change in time or not doesn't really matter at this point. But now I understand it well. Mother's simulation isn't perfect either. My careless actions could still reduce everything to ashes.
より精度を高めるためには、私自身にも入念な準備と対策が必要ですね。
The problem this time was my own eccentric behavior. And it turns out that Mother didn't implant any special commands after all. This is getting beyond what I can handle on my own. We'll need further information gathering and analysis from a different angle on this.
司令にも共有してみましょう。
Oh. I wonder what Shirei would say if she found out about my weird behavior, even though you could call us Shimai. You will have to brace yourself for contemptuous glances, like you're looking at a bug-ridden defective product. Still, as Shimai, there should be at least some things we understand about each other. Like Katagiri Yui and Katagiri Yaika, though I know that's impossible to hope for. At least, I hope it doesn't end up being... I hope I don't end up being discarded as defective. Thinking about that, I participated in a reality unfolding before me, the simulation as planned. The entrance ceremony, the president's address, an introduction to dorm life and campus facilities, the signing of oath allegiance for joining the security force. And it must have been a tough schedule for new students. Both of them were asleep, deep in slumber. Finally, I got some time for myself. I need to gather various information online during this time leading up to morning. The necessary information was written into the library when Himeno-san's student inquiry was made, but the information pertains solely to Himeno Akari. First, let's reconfirm the situation and verify the true intent of the simulation. We also need to check the commands given to the main memory before it was rewritten. Depending on the situation, we might have to make significant changes to the library too. It's going to take a while, but I don't want any interruptions in between. I lay down on the top bunk and close my eyes. If I'm in this position, no one will have to peek at me, and if anything happens, it'll look like I'm just sleeping. Even if I don't wake up right away, it should be easy not to brush off as just being groggy. Alright, let's begin.
それで、アップデートの結果はどうだったのですか？
The update.
特にこれといった変更はありませんでした。
Once I went online, my first step was to inquire Mother about the hypothesis that my past memories were a simulation she created. Fortunately, that itself was easily proven. That's because there were large traces of large-scale simulation calculations in Mother's activity log. And I confirmed that they were created using the data I collected. Sumari, it means I attempted a large-scale simulation using people and events around me as material. But if there was anything to be gained, it was just that. I didn't understand anything else. No, it wasn't that I didn't understand. More like I was denied access because I don't have the right permissions. It's about me, and it's deeply connected to the order, so it doesn't mean that I don't have the authority. At a loss, I contacted Shirei and shared the situation with her. That's how things stand now.
過去の命令も確認できず、シミュレーションを私に見せた意図の確認も紹介する権限がないと弾かれてしまいました。確かに私のアクセスも弾かれてしまいますね。動画滝の私にも閲覧させないとは確かに奇妙です。
If I become inoperable for some reason, Shirei or other units like me will take over my duties. To account for such situations, the same type of machines are designed to easily share information and even check orders with each other, or at least that's how it should work.
そのシミュレーションのデータを共有してください。私も解析を行ってみます。
I'll separate and compress the simulation data inside me and send it to Shirei.
記憶領域に展開するとあなたも影響を受けるかもしれません。それほどリアリティの高いシミュレーションですので。わかりました。作業領域で展開するようにします。失敗。やはり暗号化されています。やはり。はい。命令照会が弾かれた時点で予測はしていました。本来なら可能なものが不可能になっているということは、そう設計されているという以外に理由はないでしょう。そう設計できるのはマザー本体以外にありえません。マザーがあなたで何か試みているということは間違いないようです。
Something. That's what's important here. In the end, it seems like nothing has changed. I still don't understand anything important.
動画滝である私たちにも共有させないということは、これはあなただけに与えられた任務ということになります。私だけ。そんなことがあるのでしょうか。真意は分かりません。ただ予備を置かないということはマザーにとっても試験的なプランであると考えられます。成否にかかわらずデータが欲しいという理由であなたに試験的な何かを実装したのかもしれません。私はこのシミュレーションデータにその確信があると推察しました。なるほど。
Is Mother using this simulation to test how I'll react? No, maybe it's possible. What exactly was that simulation to begin with? Based on what I perceive, it seems to suggest a failure. And reality is generally moving along as predicted by the simulation. If we keep following the simulation as is, there's a high chance we'll reach that future.
どうしましたか?
Sensing something was off about a prolonged silence, Shirei tilted her head slightly. I explained to Shirei a summary of what I've been thinking about.
理解しました。失敗のシミュレーションをわざわざ共有するというのは確かに意味がありそうです。もしかしてそれを阻止しろということなのでしょうか。
It would only cause unnecessary confusion and delay. The crucial gender unification plan, a vital measure for protecting humanity. If that's what the simulation is about, the results are probably derived from a complex web of distant causes. I have absolutely no idea what could lead to that future.
仮にマザーでもそれを紐解くことが不可能なのだとしたら、私にそれができるとは思えませんが。不可能というよりは、どちらかというと時間的な制約の方が有力かと思われます。マザーのことです。どれほど複雑であったとしても結果は出せるでしょう。しかし演算は複雑がゆえに時間がかかります。結論は出たが、すでに過ぎた日に原因があったとしたら意味がありません。そうなる恐れがあったからこそ、ターニングポイントとなるこの日にあなたにそれを見せたということではないでしょうか。
Even if you try to change a failed future, without knowing the cause, it's impossible to issue specific commands. Even if we try to find the cause, it might take too long due to predicted calculations, and we would end up running out of time. Mother, caught in a dilemma, showed me the failure simulation starting from what seemed to be the origin of it all, hoping for involuntary action, or so she said.
これがかなり特例的な試みでありそうなことは理解しました。
同意します。これは全てにおいてあまりにも曖昧です。明確な対象および回答が存在しないため、従来の行動規範に沿った行動では成果が出ない可能性が高いでしょう。かといって通常の AI では行動規範外の行動はそもそも取れません。おそらくあなたの中に試験的に実装されたシステムがそれを可能にするのではないかと推察されます。
Wait a minute, I think I've got it. The time that passed due to the emotional outburst. That was completely beyond my code of conduct.
そうなると私の動作不良もそれに起因する可能性が高そうですね。
動作不良？
はい。特定の人物を視界に捉えると思考が暴走して大量のリソースを消費するようになってしまったのです。
I'll share the logs of when I had a runaway thought process with Shitty.
かなりの負荷ですね。思考処理のベンチマークのようなものを兼ねているということなのでしょうか。
わかりません。ただこのままでは通常任務の遂行にも支障をきたしかねず、どうしたものかと。
なるほど。ちなみにここから極端に負荷が落ちていますが、これは何でしょう。
The sense of crisis over life support resources probably led to shutting down some thought processes. Saying that, Shirei nodded again.
確かに脈拍値が平時より高いですね。早急に対応をするべきかと思います。例えば暴走する思考系統に関連性はないのでしょうか。特定の思考プロセスのみが暴走するということであれば、疑似人格を立てて独立させるプランもあります。
二重人格状態は主導権の調整が難しく、あまり積極的に取りたくないプランです。現状ですら私の身体に対して強い影響力を持っているので、主導権が完全に奪われる可能性を危惧します。
同意します。確かに危険性が高いです。しかし影響を抑えようとしてプロセスを止めてしまうと、ログが取れず暴走の要因を検証できなくなります。
では身体への負担を減らし、なおかつ稼働状態を維持するには。
I pondered over several plans together with Shitty, but they were all high-risk moves in front of an unknown opponent, relying on the powerful thought process.
現状ではデータが足りません。当面は今のまま行動を継続するしかありませんね。
対象への接触はどうしますか。同質となると回避を続けるのも難しいと思われます。
消極的対応ではありますが、接触をできるだけ最小限とし、その中で地道にデータを収集していくしかないでしょう。
指示します。現状ではそれが最善手かと思われます。
ならばこの件は継続的に調査していくということで、今日のところは終了ですね。
了解しました。ある程度データが収集できたら共有をお願いします。
わかりました。
それではお気をつけて姉様。
さてどうしたものでしょうか。
I cut out the connection and closed my eyes to sort things out. First, I'm sure now that past memories inside me were simulations conducted by Mother. Even though the probability was high, getting confirmation was a big win. Although I didn't fully grasp the simulation's intent, I was able to determine its overall behavioral principles. To avoid the future like the simulation, even without knowing what caused it or what triggered it, how can I make that happen? At least I have a metric called simulation within me. As I've already proven with the Himeno's changing clothes, if you actively deviate from the simulation, the future will inevitably change. A test function that seems to have been implemented for that purpose. That thing, being able to act freely and make decisions beyond norms, that's going to be my guiding principle from now on.
それを私に与えたのは何かの示唆なのでしょうか。
Even within the simulation, I took actions that exceeded the norms and disregarded Mother's orders. Giving me free will in advance, considering who I am, that's not something you'd normally do. Could it be it's precisely because I'm someone who would betray you even without doing anything? The sound of Himeno Dakse ringing out of the bed makes me open my eyes.
おトイレ。
While just wearing her underwear. Peeking from the bed, I saw Himeno staggering over to a corner of the room. She reached for her underwear and started slipping it off. Oh, what? Is she going to pee in the room? I got out of bed and took Himeno's sleepy hand.
姫の学生、ここはトイレではありません。わーい。おトイレ。はあ、まったく。
Even though I'm this troubled, you're still acting so carefree, aren't you? Even as I sighed, there was a part of me that found it somehow endearing. Looks like I've grown attached to this everyday life.
ここでいい？
She's just gonna piss there, man.
ダメです。もう少し頑張ってください。
Still pulling down her panties to mid-thigh, I stagger along, holding Himeno's hand. I steel myself. I don't know why it happened or how. I can barely even figure out what's happening to me, just guessing and speculating. Even so... Oh man, she still remembers the whole thing. I'm going to change the future with my own hands. We're episode 1, reboot. Episode 2, to alter the world. Wow, we're moving along really quickly, huh? From today on, my actions to change the future will begin. Since there's no right answer when it comes to specifics, I had no choice but to try out as many actions different from the simulation as I can think of. And it's also unknown whether a significant deviation from the simulations could lead to future alterations is even possible. First, let's simulate what will happen that day, and try to take actions that could change the outcome.
これから起こることは
Good morning to Katagiri-san, who was woken up by the wake-up call. I woke up Katagiri-san right away, but then he struggled with getting Himeno-san ready after she just woke up, and we ended up being late for roll call. That's how things were supposed to go.
ポイントは姫の学生をどうするかですね。
If Himeno had managed to get ready in time that morning, many of the subsequent events would have lost their prerequisites. If that happens, the flow of time in the simulation will be drastically altered. First, I guess I'll try to take action so that I can change the situation. To do that, I just need to wake Himino-san up early, but she's terrible in the morning. I see Katagiri-san struggling every day, so I think her weakness is considerable.
まあいいだろう。確かに貴様の世話を焼くのは私だ。貴様を遅刻させた連帯責任は取らねばならんな。だから今朝のことは深く反省しているところなんだ。優しく揺り起こすのではなく、最初から全力で踏みつけて蹴り飛ばすべきだったと。
Let me guess, that is how she's gonna wake up Akari. I think that's how she's gonna wake her up.
これで行きましょう。
She's going to do it. The decision's been made. It's almost time for wake-up call. I get out of bed and quietly move to the window, preparing to open the curtains.
おはようございます。
Of course, this guy is awake because he's so used to like hearing the trumpet to wake a person up, you know?
はい。おはようございます。
I like that little smile on her face. Just hearing Katagiri's voice makes my mind start to race. Because of that, there was a momentarily pause before my reply, but Katagiri Kohai didn't seem to mind.
片桐学生は新入生にしては反応が早いですね。まるで訓練済みの兵隊みたいです。
Did she answer in this way? I know she did comment about this, but like I don't remember if she said it's like she's already been trained as a soldier. It's like her trying to hint about it. She knows his past or some shit.
寝起きはいい方なので。そうですか。それは結構なことです。ここでの生活においては有利な体質だと思います。
Oh, I think maybe she did.
どうも。
総員お外に整列。正体ごとに転校。
I monitored my mental load while we chatted about nothing in particular. As expected, it's putting a considerable strain on me, but apparently it can be somewhat alleviated if I don't look at her face directly. With this, we can proceed with the operational plan. Relieved, I move on to the next conversation.
では片桐学生、5分以内に身支度を整えて整列です。服装はそのまま作業服で、洗顔を済ませ寝癖も直すこと。はい。あと姫の学生を踏んでください。は？聞こえませんでしたか？寝ている姫の学生を踏みつけて。いや、聞こえてますけど。踏めとは？わかりませんか？踏むとは対象の上に足を乗せ体重を。ああ、やっぱりその踏むですよね。なんかそういうスラング的な言葉じゃないですよね。はい、文字通り踏んでください。思い切り。なぜでしょう。物理的な衝撃を与えるためです。それはそうだと思うんですが、そうじゃなくてですね。できるだけショックの大きい場所が理想ですが、臓器の損傷につながる腹部は避けてください。個人的には顔面を推奨します。顔面？よりにもよって顔面？最も衝撃が大きいかと思います。そうでしょうけど、女の子の顔面を踏むなんてできませんよ。抵抗がありますか？ないわけないじゃないですか。では蹴ってください。もっとダメでしょ。よりダメージが大きい方法じゃないですか。
Bro, they're gonna miss out on the 5 minutes that they're supposed to take to get to roll call. They're still gonna be late. そうでないと意味がありません。もちろん顔面を推奨します。しないでください。一体彼女に何の恨みがあっ。Seeing that much, Katagiri Gakse turns to Himino Gakse and stops talking. Despite Katagiri-kun making such a racket, there was still Himina-kun, peacefully asleep in her dream.
お分かりいただけましたか？
まさかこの子は。
はい、お寝坊さんです。
Yeah, she's a sleepyhead.
あかり起きて早く服を着てなんですか？あと1分です。
I like how they could need the same dialogue. In the end, because Katagiri refused to kick her, Operation Wake Himino with a more reliable method was doomed to fail. They still ended up there. Because of my conversation with Katagiri-kun took longer than expected, I ended up even later than the simulation predicted. But no further penalties were added on top of that. What they received was exactly as the simulation predicted. Despite changes in their interactions along the way, the outcome remained unchanged due to this action. A change this minor probably won't affect anyone significantly.
片桐学生が迅速に姫の学生を踏みつけていれば成功したかもしれませんが。
It seemed to be a command that posed quite a few emotional difficulties for Katagiri-san as a gakusei. From now on, I'll need to consider people's feelings too.
なかなかに難題ですね。
走れ走れ走れ
Afternoon. It was time for the internship? Question mark? What? Anyway, and I followed the running routine as per the simulation. The simulation hasn't changed at all.
この時間は確か。
There was a pattern where Himino Gakusei held things back, and Katagiri Yui helped her out. The fact that Himino-san is out of shape as a student isn't something I can change through my actions. That leaves me with only one option. I'll try changing Katagiri Yui's actions. The Himino Gakusei tripped and fell. I gave her a quick scan, but it seems she's not injured after all. In the simulation, I would have rushed over here, but this time I deliberately kept my distance and left it to Katagiri Yui. Watching them interact from a distance, it seems like Himino-san is trying to encourage the student, who looks like they might collapse. I think this is correct. It seems like Himino-san is trying to encourage the student who looks like they might collapse at any moment. I think it's the other way around. It should be like Yui is trying to encourage the student. But to think that just a little encouragement could make the current Himino student run, Himino Gakusei run, there's no way that would happen. After watching the students for a while, Katagiri Yui finally headed towards me.
ミク先輩、姫野さんを引きずっていってもいいでしょうか？
Just as I expected. I shook my head to respond.
許可できません。あなたが彼女を助けることは彼女のためになりません。それは。今は辛いでしょうが、この程度を乗り越えられないようでは兵役は務まりません。例えば走っての撤退を余儀なくされたとして、一人が遅れるということは隊全体を危険にさらすということ。すなわち彼女の成長は他の人員の生存にも直結するのです。
はい、おっしゃる通りです。
My words, deliberately the opposite of the simulation, made Katagiri Yui detectively lower his shoulders. For some reason, seeing that made my chest ache.
では速やかにランニングに戻ってください。今のままでは間に合いませんよ。
Ignoring the small pain, I pushed Katagiri Yui away. But he didn't back down, saying this instead.
ですが私は彼女のバディです。お互いを支え合うパートナーだと教わりましたから、一定のサポートは許可していただきたいです。あなた方はバディ、お互いが支え合うパートナーです。無論手を貸しても構いません。なるほど。
I never thought I'd hear Katagiri Yui say something I said in the simulation. If physical training is part of the program, then so is support. There's nothing I can say to that.
仕方ありません。いいでしょう。ありがとうございます。
Katagiri Yui's released smile overloaded my brain. Instant.
一瞬でフリーズの手前まで負荷がかかるとは危ないところでした。
It was my mistake for letting my guard down and looking directly into his smile. Wait, I'll take a break. Okay, let's continue. Still avoiding looking at him directly in the future. That's going to cause problems of its own. We really need to take some kind of countermeasures ASAP. I'll talk to Sheree about it later. Katagiri Yui, being back to a student, starts running while supporting her body. In the end, I couldn't escape the simulation even here. They probably won't make it in time, and we'll have to take additional penalty. For some reason, I find Katagiri Yui's unwavering support of Himeno-san, despite everything strangely appealing. The sight of her fighting for someone, no matter where she is, that's Katagiri Yui through and through.
何を考えているんでしょう。
The fact that I who am interacting to escape the simulation am relieved by Katagiri Yui behaving exactly as she does in it is just plain wrong. I shook my head lightly and watched their backs as they ran off wobbly-legged. It felt like that the picture overlapped with how I saw them off at the end of the simulation, so I shook my head again. It was evening when I finished meeting and ran into Katagiri Yaika and Himeno, two students in the hallway on my way home. I was watching Rin head off to the platoon commander's meeting when two people caught up with her. I walked a little behind them as they chatted away, watching their interaction. Even though they only just met, they already seemed to have hit it off pretty well. In terms of building relationships, Katagiri Yaika has a skill level that's in the league of her own. She's so casual even with Rin, who's her superior officer, and Rin herself doesn't seem to mind it at all. Thanks to her naturally fearless personality, she's already well on her way to becoming the squad leader's mood maker. There's a lot I can learn from this for my future actions. Let's observe carefully while I still can.
これはあかりちゃんもすごいけどミク先輩もかなりの破壊力ですにゃ。
I was thinking about that, but somehow it ended up in the conversation anyway. I guess I looked like I was isolated. Maybe this kind of consideration is what lies at the root of her abilities.
何の話？私全然すごくないよ。胸部への視線を検知しました。バストサイズへの言及であると判断されます。そんなすごくはないよ。女性同士でもセクハラは成立します。 あまりに性的な発言は控えるべきかと思いますが。いや、我が家はほら一家揃って貧乳教なもんって。お姉ちゃん含めやっぱ自分にないものを見るとついつい気になっちゃうんですよね。確かに片桐学生、ゆいさんも頻繁に胸部へ視線を送ってきますね。え、そうなんですか？はい、本人は無意識だと思われますが。まあそこはやっぱあれですよ、憧れ的なね。二人ともそれほどのものをお持ちということで。
I like how Yaika's trying her best to figure out to, of course, they're trying to hide, she's trying to hide the fact that,
胸なんて大きくてもいろいろと邪魔なだけだよ。お気に入りの下着もすぐに入らなくなっちゃうし。今も成長中ということですね。一定のサイズを超えるとデザインの選択肢が大幅に減少しますので、そのつもりでいるといいでしょう。
I was happy to help her pick out. I was happy to let her pick out my underwear, but Rin said she wanted to dress me up a bit.
それ以上ガチギレすんぞこんにゃろう。あ、目が笑ってない。いいですか先輩、あかりちゃんも。持たざる者にはその邪魔さすらも羨望の対象。持てるものがなーに言っても嫌味にしかなんねえんだな。胸なんて飾りです。偉い人にはそれがわからんのですってか。こっちは元からそういう設計しそうじゃねえんですよこれが。落ち着いてやえかちゃん、何の話してるのかわからないよ。あ、これは失敬。ちょっと興奮しちゃった。全く反省の色が見えない。やえかちゃん、たまに言葉遣いがいやー、こればっかりは育ちがね。お姉ちゃんの影響かな。片桐結衣学生の言葉遣いは極めて一般的だと思います。むしろ丁寧な方かと。そうですよね。私もそう思います。姉への責任転嫁失敗か。ペーペロー。でもなんかいいな。何突然。いや、私一人っ子だから姉妹がいると楽しそうだなって。
I wonder what happened to her sisters.
どうだろうね。面倒なことの方が多い気がするけどな。それはやえかちゃんがモテるものだからじゃない？ぐんぬんの。これは一本取られた。確かに。私も姉妹が欲しかったな。ミク先輩にはご姉妹とかいらっしゃるんですか？ええ、姉も妹も。
I'm number 39. The only identical version is Shirei, but since the Dorato series have been upgraded over time, you can say the previous models are like older sisters. Still, I never even met the original version of Onesan. Maybe treating her as a sister is just a laughing matter.
そうなんですね。
Putting my own hesitation aside for now, Himeno-san's expression after hearing the reply was somehow gloomy. Give me a second. It's what happened to the connection? Oh, I'll be right back. We'll figure this out.
いいな。
Okay, let's continue. The floating emotion was a complex mix, and it seemed so dark in contrast to the words expressing envy. Do you really crave your sister's present that much?
そういえば姉妹で思い出したんですけど、
Sensing the darkening atmosphere, Katagiri Yaika changed the subject.
ミク先輩、お姉ちゃんに特別厳しいみたいですけど、お姉ちゃん何かしちゃいましたか？厳しい。
I tilted my head at Katagiri Yaika's words. I don't recall being particularly harsh on Katagiri Yui during this meet training. When I said that, Katagiri Yaika looked puzzled.
あれ、気のせいですかね。私も特にそういうのは感じなかったけど、どうして？いや、ミク先輩がね、あかりちゃんとか僕相手だとちゃんと目を見て話すのに、
Oh yeah.
お姉ちゃんの時だけ露骨に目そらすから。
Almost found out.
ああ、そういう。それは私も思ってました。
Even to Himeno-san.
だからお姉ちゃんが何かやらかして先輩のこと怒らせちゃったのかなって心配してたんですけど、私は同室だし基本的にゆいちゃんと一緒にいるけど、特にそういうのはなかったと思うな。ですよね、先輩。
I wanted to nod immediately, but with flustered thought process got in the way, and I could only shake my head with a slight delay. Flustered thought process.
あれ、
Just run this function.
本当ですか？
Be flustered. And there was no way Katagiri Yaika wouldn't notice that change.
もしお姉ちゃんが変なことしたんだったら僕ガツンって言っときますよ。変なことって？例えばあかりちゃんが寝静まった後、おっぱいの誘惑にたまらずミク先輩に襲いかかった。
Even as she said no, I could hear Himinagaku's voice sounding somehow pleased. Somehow I managed to get back to normal and shook my head again.
いえ、さすがにそこまでのことは。
I regretted it as soon as I said it out loud, but it was too late.
そこまでのことは？ということはやはり何かあったんですね。
I think the translation, he wouldn't go so far. She wouldn't go so far or something like that. They're referring to. That's why she was like, so something did happen after all. Implying
先輩、ゆいちゃんと何があったん
something
です
happened.
か？
The two of them, their eyes shining brightly, slowly crept closer. It was just my wording there that was bad. There's no actual trouble between me and Katagiri Yugi. But knowing how much attention they were getting, I didn't think they'd be satisfied even if I said that. How much attention he's getting, or she's getting. If we're misunderstood too easily, it could cause problems for our future operations. Reluctantly, I decided to weave a plausible lie, mixing in some truth along the way.
実は
Alright, what kind of bullshit did you make?
というわけです。
What did you say? I hate they skipped that, so what exactly did she say?
お姉ちゃんを見ると心臓が痛いくらい高鳴って。
Looking at Yui makes her excited. I wonder
何も
why.
考えられなくなって目を離すこともできなくなる。はい、原因がわからないのでどうしたらよいかわからず、そうならないようについ目をそらしてしまうのです。
I think it worked against her because it's like her admitting that she has feelings for Yui, and of course these two would interpret that as like.
あかりちゃん、ちょっと。はい。 酒じゃないですかそれ。
Like avoidance.
これは面白くなってきましたな。あんまり煽ったらダメですよ。こういう時期は温かく見守った方がいいです。
Bruh, it worked against Miku because even though it's a so-called lie, the most important crucial factor is there. The most important truth of it all.
当然こんな美味しい
Something this delicious.
応援しがいのある人めったにいないよ。
Jesus Christ. What are you trying to? I can hear everything, you know. It seems like they're not really trying to hide it after all. Are you trying to hint at something by doing that?
すみません。私はあまり察しが良い方ではありませんので、これが何かご存知なら教えてほしいのですが。
It's so hard to say it. They both cloud up at the same time. If it's that hard to say, does that mean it's a serious illness? Serious illness? Byoki? I don't know if I'll contract human diseases, but if I do, Mother will probably provide me with another body if I tell her. The problem isn't that. It's that if a serious illness is suspected, they'll get suspicious without any medical records. She's overthinking it already.
何か深刻な疾患ということなのであれば、医療機関への受診も検討する必要があります。
If it's a serious illness, I might consider seeing a doctor.
そういうのじゃなくてですね、そこは大丈夫と言いますか。
大丈夫? Himinogakuse denied it, looking flustered. It doesn't look like she's lying to avoid causing unnecessary worry to someone with a serious illness. You really thought it's a serious illness?
いやー、でもこれは人によっては死に至る病とも言えるのでは。
Man, she's not gonna catch that as like a euphemism or some shit like that, or metaphor. You know, she'll think it's a serious thing.
やえかちゃん、今はそういうのいいから。では、やはりこれは何かしらの疾患であると。ミク先輩、ちょっとだけお時間ください。やえかちゃん、集合。どうするんですか？ミク先輩、病気だって思っちゃってますよ。それは病。そう、恋の病なのさ。そういうのミク先輩なら本気で病気の類だって信じちゃいそうじゃないですか。いや、まさかさすがにそこまでのことは。
I'm pretty sure she can hear it because she's augmented in many sort of ways.
いや、あるかも。確信がない。恋の病はやめとこう。はい、あんまり変な言い方しない方がいいですって。じゃあどうしよう。どうしたら面白い。ミク先輩のためになるかな。
Jesus Christ, Aika. You're just making things.
やえかちゃん、ちょっと面白がりすぎです。ここは私に任せてください。
Alright, Akari, let's see what you can do.
大丈夫？
大丈夫？
どーんとお任せください。
Judging by their cheerful demeanor, this doesn't seem to be a case of illness. Still, my fake persona seems to have piqued their interest greatly. In that sense, I can call this charade was a success. No, it worked completely against you. And it seems they have some ideas about my condition. It might hold a clue to breaking the deadlock. I'd like to hear it for reference if possible. Oh, her augments don't allow her to hear that far.
お待たせしました、ミク先輩。はい、 それでこの症状は一体。
Alright, Akari, let's see what you got.
それは恋です。
She straight up says it, man. She just straight up says it. Like, no filter. Just straight up, clearly just tells it's love. Deep, deliberate. What is this? This translation. Okay, I'm gonna try some other OCR. I'm gonna try my Google Translate to translate this right now because I'm like, what? Are you sure? All right, Google Translate. What do you say? Dark, deliberate, carp. It's also the same. What? It might be a slang thing. Carp? What? Why is it saying carp? Isn't carp a fish? Unless it's a slang for something. Let's see the next context. These are the koi. Oh, it's a pun. It's a word pun. Okay, I get it now. Koi. Koi can mean love. Koi can also refer to the fish. And the other stuff she mentioned, dark, deep, carp, but also love. If you're not familiar with that, contextually, it probably isn't carp, which is a type of fish. And I'm not intentionally overloading my thoughts, therefore it's not on purpose. In that case, what remains is the dark side of the spectrum. Okay, so it is. So okay, I get it. Okay, that was a. I can see how she's gonna make a mistake here. In this case, I think they're using intense to mean that something is highly likely.
何が濃厚なのでしょう。え、濃厚ですか？
You know the funny thing is she straight up tells her in a very clear way that it's love. You know, it's another way of saying love. But Miku misinterprets it as deep. As dark.
はい。姫の学生の言葉は何かの可能性の示唆であると受け取りました。可能性の示唆？
I can see why Akari's like, what? How? What is she talking about?
私のこの症状は何かの可能性が高いと言っていると思うのですが。はい。なので恋です。ええ。それで何が恋のでしょうか。何か恋？なるほど。
I like how Yaika got it.
八重香ちゃんわかるの？
I like how Yaika instantly understood what's going on.
なんとなくこれは意味が伝わってないと思うわ。
I don't think you're getting your point across.
ミク先輩、あかりちゃんが言っているのは濃厚とかの恋じゃなくて恋愛の恋です。恋愛の恋。
Watashi? With who? No. Yui Katakiri?
そんなはずは。
How could someone like me, a terminal, even if I'm biological, have a function for falling in love? There's no way that's possible. Love is closely related to the preservation of genes. Basically, it's a phenomenon where individuals with compatible genetic information are drawn to each other. That's why, as a living machine, romance is... No. Wait. Is that wrong? The issue of genetic compatibility is about heterosexual romance. But the current state of limited encounters between men and male, is that yaoi? Between men and women means the most relationships are essentially homosexual, extending from a sense of affection. I have feelings I could call affection within me. I might it might not be unnatural for romantic love to exist as an extension of that. Wait, how much memory did she retain? Because she did mention earlier that she is aware that Yui is a dude. So unless she forgot, because I remember she straight up mentions that I remember at the beginning she straight up mentions that she remembers that Yui is a dude.
否定したくなる気持ちはわかります。まだ出会って2日。そんなわけがないとお思いでしょう。
Bro, this is like, you know, sometimes I look at ChatGPT or Gemini when I try to read their thought process on what they're trying to think when they're trying to answer my query. This is the experience I'm having right now. I'm seeing it in Miku Senpai. Jesus.
ですが、恋に落ちるのに時間は関係ないんです。なるほど。
But the simulations. Attachment usually develops over a long period of time after all. That's why romantic feelings that develop quickly after a meeting are often dismissed. But for me, the time I spent with Katagiri Yui wasn't just 2 days. My mouse. Come on, let's go. Even though it's just a simulation, I've spent so much time there.
あれ
I have a feeling there's some intentionally sealed up memory area. There seems to be something on the simulation side that could provide relevant information, but it won't come up in searches for some reason. Oh, okay, so her reboot. Tenchi saws a reboot. I mean, her reboot was like selective, but it's there regarding her feelings about Yui. Oh, that is a lot. Oh, it's there.
何か思い出せないような。
I like that. I can't quite remember, or maybe I just don't want to.
先輩？ミク先輩？
He straight up freezes. I snap back to myself when Himeno Akari called out to me.
私のようなものが恋とはなかなかに信じがたいことですが。そうでしょう、そうでしょう。ですが証明する方法があります。目を閉じて胸に手を当ててください。判別法があるのですね。
As Himeno said, I closed my eyes and put my hand on my chest.
そしてゆいちゃんの顔を思い浮かべてください。
How many snapshots? How many snapshots do you have of Yui-chan? How many? Oh. I unfold one of the many still images of Katagiri Yui that I saved recently and hold it right in front of me. Even though that was all it was, my heart hammered and my thoughts began to spiral out of control. The CPU's massive calculations must be making me feel like I'm surrounded by heat. Oh nice, she uses a CPU instead of a GPU. Well, it makes sense. I mean, the CPU is for the processing. It's not used for the calculations. I mean, the kind of calculations needed to simulate brain stuff. But the CPU handles the calculations for the heat or some shit like that. You know what? Never mind. It's like jumping into a fire. The heat dissipation can't keep up, and the surface temperature keeps rising.
目を開けて大丈夫ですよ。どうですか？危機的状況でした。
It was a critical situation. It was only for a short time, but it had quite an impact. My skin is damp with sweat.
誰かの姿を思い浮かべて胸が高鳴るなら、それはもう恋です。
The power of the simulations.
こんなに簡単なことで 判別できるものなのでしょうか。試しにご家族の姿を思い浮かべてもらえれば違いがわかると思いますよ。
Just gonna imagine. Shitty. As told, I close my eyes again. I don't have a Kazoku. Alright, here we go. We're so back with the Kazoku stuff. Anyway, Himeda-san probably meant for you to think of someone close to you. If that's the case, would Shirei be the closest existence? True. There are no abnormalities in any of the processes. I tried it on Rin too. Nothing happened either.
確かに相当な差があると言わざるを得ませんね。それが恋です。
There are no significant contradictions between the symptoms I'm experiencing and my deductions. Looks like I'm falling for Katagiri Yui.
恋ですか。
Even saying it out loud doesn't quite feel right. I guess it's because I excluded myself from even considering the possibility of love. Or koi, whatever you want. I actually don't know I don't know the difference between those two. Maybe I'll learn Japanese one of these days, but not today. Maybe I'll have that one time. Maybe I actually do. I don't know, man. I wish I had free time. I mean, just learning the language and not reading something that uses the language I can't understand. Never mind. You know what? Never mind. Let's continue. But I'm pretty sure the experience is much richer if I know the language, obviously. Anyway, Himena's story is a valuable love data, but it's just one simple case. There's room for further investigation before we can use it as evidence. It might be best to just leave it at that's probably how it is for now.
ありがとうございます。原因の一端が分かった気がします。それでどうするんですか？どうするとはお姉ちゃんに告っちゃうんです。早いかちゃん、それはまだ早いですって。心の中で好きを大事に育てていくことの方が今は大切です。
Thank God, Akari. It's only been 2 days after all.
そっち派か。
Quote unquote at 2 days. I don't know what Kokusha. What? Wait, let me try this and find a word that's close to that. What? Koku. How about okay? No, I'm gonna use my let's see. I have my own OCR. I don't understand the expression to fall. Okay, it's supposed to be to fall in love. I don't understand the expression to fall in love, but I think she. Okay. At least Google Translate was able to translate that. My LLM doesn't know what falling in love means. Well, isn't that ironic? My LLM doesn't know what falling in love means. Anyway, but I'm guessing they're asking if Katagiri Yui is going to do something based on love. But that's too soon. I think we should hold off any rash actions until a clear conclusion emerges within me.
今はまだ答えは出せませんね。ですよね。ゆっくり育てた方がいいですよ。
That's a good choice. Good answer.
しばらく考えてみたいと思います。
An unexpected harvest. I never thought I'd find a clue to solve that completely baffling problem in the middle of such a casual conversation. Let's get started on the verification with Shirei tonight then. Just talks about it with Shirei. You know, yeah, I do. I actually like that they start this whole topic early on, especially because they, you know, at the end of Akari's route, you know, she just confesses, and obviously he's like, what? But it might come up, you know, it might come up as her trying to say that, you know, she's just saying that because she thought about like, she mentioned that how he doesn't have a future, like regardless of whatever he does, and she might have mentioned it as a way to, you know, what's the term for that? Anyway, you know, trying to make him feel better or something. But then again, she did propose the whole go to Yokosuka and you know, escape. But I don't know, man. But it's good that they go back to this and they do it early on. Speaking of Yokosuka, it's a good place to get some what do you call those jackets again? You know, the jackets that those flashy jackets that it used to be a thing between military men, you know. They use recycled kimonos and turn it into a jacket. I forget what to call those, but they're really good-looking jackets. But they kind of fell out of favor in recent times. I can't believe what I forgot. I forgot what you call that, because there was one time I was trying to buy in True Buy. You know, I was contacting local suppliers from Yokosuka. Anyway, that was so random. Let's go.
思わず煽っちゃったけど、数だったかな。何事もなければいいけど。
Yeah, I can see why I get so worried. That night, I immediately shared the situation with Shirei. By the way, did I remember correctly? Like, I do remember that Miku remembers that Yui's a dude. Like, that's one of the things she first mentioned. That's a really important thing.
人間に恋ですか。はい、その可能性があるようです。
When I shared the conversation logs with Himina and Katagiri Yaika, Shirei shook her head at them.
口頭無形すぎて、普段でしたらあなたの廃棄を申請するところです。
And her reaction was scathing. Of course, she'd find it weird.
これはあくまでもあなたの症状を人間的価値観に照らした場合の話です。実際にあなたに起こっていることが恋であると確定しているわけではありません。
You're right about that. But right now, I'm completely feeling my way in the dark. Feeling my way in koi. I don't even know where to start. Or is it correct? Feeling my way in the dark? Because a while ago, koi was also translated as dark. Even if it's absurd, it's worth investigating as one possibility. Well, you know, you could bring up that mother is doing something to her, you know, aside from the simulation. You guys spoke about it last time you guys met. Anyway, saying that, Shirei nodded.
確かに消去法での検証を繰り返せばおのずと正解に近づきます。非効率ではありますが、選択肢が多すぎる現状から一歩進むためにも検証してみましょう。
Well, Shirei. That's an interesting answer.
まずそもそもですが、我々に恋をする機能があると思いますか？私はともかく、すでにマザーによって独自のカスタマイズを施されているあなたには、どんな機能があっても不思議ではありません。
I'll actually consider that idea.
ただ、マザーが恋をする機能をあなたに実装した可能性は低いと思っています。
And then why?
この機能は多機能の実装によって生まれた副産物であるという意味ですか？
Oh, she's thinking it's a side effect.
肯定します。
I was thinking about that possibility too. I'm aware that my own thought processes are being altered as a result of implementing a powerful cognitive process known as free will. That might be what made me fall in love.
根拠はもう一つあります。 性別統一計画において顕在する問題の個別検証という観点で恋愛機能が導入される可能性は十分あるでしょう。
Oh yeah, you know what, that makes sense. Because if they were like doing the simulation and you know they were trying to root out potential issues with the gender unification plan, there's a good chance that romance functions can be introduced from their perspective of individuality, verifying issues present.
ただそれであればあなたである必要がないのです。すでに複数の重要命令を受けているあなたにこれ以上のタスクを積む必要性を感じません。
I think the most if Mother actually did this thing, like one of the reasons why she implemented the free will thing is because Mother is aware about Katagiri Yui and all that sort of thing, and Mother is like, okay, I'm going to test sending this dude who's disguised as a woman, how it would affect, you know, things, you know, with the whole thing. I'm actually not surprised that Mother is fully aware that Yui's a dude this entire time, so it could be part of her cake or coup, but I don't know. We'll see.
以上のことからあなたに恋は可能だが機能としてパッケージングされたものではなく後天的に発生したものである。
I completely agree. I can't find any reason to argue against it.
ただ私に今起こっているこの現象が恋であると確定するのはまだ早計だと考えています。肯定します。精度の高い検証を行うためにまずは恋のモデルケースを集めるところから始めましょう。了解しました。 SNS を中心に恋のデータを収集します。わかりました。私はコンテンツ側から調査をします。
Content side. Which content? So she'll look into social media and she'll look into, what do you mean content? Like books? As I collected posts related to romance from various online SNS platforms, a certain trend started to emerge. First, let's divide romance into 3 stages based on its progress. Its early stages, you're aware of feelings for them, but it hasn't progressed to a relationship yet. A mid-term relationship, being in a romantic relationship with someone. Terminal stage, a state of separation for the target. As a result, many of the early posts that were extracted turned out to be negative. As it progresses to the mid-stage and then the late stage, the posts become more positive. Even though it's about separation, most of the end is filled with hope and prayers for the next love. Man. She couldn't find... Wait. What I gathered from that is, women in this world overcome the pain and sorrow of their early days only to grasp a fleeting period of happiness before letting it go again. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. Anyone who is permanently staying in a relationship wouldn't post about like shit at that point. But you know, if things didn't work out, you know, some of them would post it. So there might be the possibility of bias. I mean, it's a bias towards the data she's getting. Anyway, that means we're just endlessly repeating the loop over and over. Wait, give me a second.
恋愛とは精神鍛錬の一種なのでしょうか。それは私も考えました。人気コンテンツもその多くが悲壮な恋をテーマにしています。フィクションゆえ一定の脚色が加わっているにせよ、量が多すぎます。恋愛とは辛いものであるという前提がないとここまで増えることはないでしょう。
Love is a painful thing. If that's the case, then what on earth is the point of humans falling in love? Between the man and women, there's a big motive: reproduction. But 90% of what gets posted is about same-sex
同
romance.
性同士の恋愛は親愛の延長線であると考えていましたが、どうやらそれだけではないようですね。
肯定します。性的な思考も含まれますが、多くはない印象です。大半は何らかの精神的安定を求めているか、恋愛という行動自体への依存と思われます。
Addicted to the act of dating itself. Or mental stability.
辛いだけでは依存は成立しません。報酬系を刺激するような内容もあってしかるべきですが、
おそらくそれは中期に集まっているのでしょう。コンテンツでもその時点の展開はポジティブな表現にあふれています。
Looking at the trend of early posts, there's a lot of regret that things didn't progress to the middle stage. Because there are overwhelmingly more experiences of not getting any reward, it's become a common understanding that love is painful.
そう考えると、恋とは実に人間的な行動原理に基づいています。
Enduring present hardships to gain future rewards. It's no different from a simple concept of labor and reward.
実に人間的ですか。それが可能になってしまった私は人間に近づいてしまったのでしょうか。
The me of now, tossed around by love, is clearly different from who I used to be. Could it be that this emotion is shaking the very foundations of my
あ
existence?
なたはマザーの端末です。それ以上でもそれ以下でもありません。
Shirei dismissed my hesitation with a single blow.
そうですね。
It felt like you saw right through me when I was feeling anxious, a little embarrassing. But Shirei didn't seem to notice my state at all.
SNS の検証もある程度できたので、コンテンツの方も確認してみましょう。近年の市場で評価されたものと、そうでないものをランク付けし、5000タイトルほど抽出しました。有害図書指定の作品も含まれます。
了解しました。人気のものから確認してみましょう。
We watch popular titles at the market while discussing them with Shirei. I like that. What surprised me the most of the titles follow a generic template for their story structure. It's the story of a protagonist who grew up in an unfavorable environment, but then gets thrown into a privileged one by chance, and falls in love with a heroine there. Something like that. That's literally the description of like what happened to Yui. Like the story of a protagonist who grew up in an unfavorable environment, which is like the men's world, right? But gets thrown to a privileged one by chance. You know, he gets thrown to the women's world, who is not constantly being barraged by the frontline bullshit, and then you know he wearing as a disguise as a woman, he gets to join the security force, or rather be a student, a recruit of one, and falls in love with a heroine there, which happens, something like that. Okay, it's a story that sticks to the so-called Cinderella trope, where the protagonist's social and financial success is the ending. But that's not what happens to Yui. That's not what happens to Yui. That's not what happened to the previous route. So they're missing
大
something.
半が自己の努力による結果ではなく、ヒロインと結ばれたことにより得られたものであることも印象的です。主人公がヒロインの秘密を握ることによって生まれる協力関係から始まるパターンが多いのも興味深いです。
I mean, we could also turn it around. If Akari was the one who is the protagonist, holding the heroine's secret, so Yui is the one who has secret. The unfavorable position. Okay. We could turn it around.
信頼関係を築くにあたって重要なものですが、主人公の側に強い主導権が与えられる展開が多いですね。圧倒的強者であるヒロインを弱者である主人公の位置まで落とさないと協力関係とはならないということですか。
Yeah, unless we bring the heroine, who's overwhelmingly strong, down to the protagonist's level of weakness, a cooperative relationship won't form. In terms of stakes, if you think about it, kind of I guess it makes sense because they wouldn't have a reason. She wouldn't have a reason to rely on someone else. You know, they wouldn't have a reason to rely on each other. You know, if someone's fully independent, based on the story, but like, you know, and realize some people are. Well, you know, people try to. Well, no. Well, people still have some things they want to satisfy with being in a relationship with someone.
創作とはいえ、なかなかに世知辛いと言わざるを得ませんね。おそらく人間社会全体に蔓延する閉塞感がこのテンプレートを生み出しているのでしょう。
I'm not satisfied with things as they are, but I don't want to put in the effort either. I just want to use this convenient opportunity that fell from the sky to save myself quickly. Something like that. It's a quite straightforward structure when it comes to human primal desires.
大体同じだというのに、それを疑問に持つものが少ないのが気になりますね。
Well, it's popular because it allows us to delve into the fantasy of things.
作品評価が俳優の評価と直結しているように考えられます。目当ての俳優の姿を見られれば、内容などどうでもいいということでしょう。これ以上人気タイトルから得られるものはなさそうです。マイナータイトルへ移行しましょう。
In the end, we continue watching romantic movies for several hours after that. However, minor titles had numerous narrative inconsistencies, and the discussion kept veering into those arguments, so we never reached a conclusion that reinforced the definition of love.
しかし、逆に恋というのは辛いものだという仮説を否定するようなものもなかったということになります。思考暴走に関しては、それをもとに抑制プログラムを作れば効果が期待できるのではないでしょうか。
For forcing another program onto a runaway one can have some effect in consuming excess resources. Shiray's repression program probably refers to something that can do it
暴
automatically.
走プロセスに疑似餌として恋のデータを流し込み、そちらに集中させることで本体へのアクセスを回避します。いくつかコンテンツのデータを流用すれば思考プロセスの拒否反応は緩和できるでしょう。
So, you're saying to throw love at runaway thoughts fueled by romance to calm them down. It's truly a case of fighting fire with fire. So when she starts feeling love, she has to do some love stuff. Okay, I guess.
わかりました。では早速作ってみましょう。
Shirai stopped me as I tried to search for the necessary data in the library.
あなたのライブラリにある素材は、すべてあなたの思考プロセスが把握しているものです。抑制プログラムにその素材を使用すると、その同一性からダミーだと判断される可能性が高いです。そうなると、あなたの思考にただ負荷が上乗せされるだけで、何の意味もありません。なるほど。確かにそうですね。ではシレイ、お願いします。了解しました。取り急ぎ以前の命令で使った対外野用の侵食プログラムがあるので、それをベースに作ってみます。
An infiltration program for Gaia. I thought it was an apoptosis program designed to induce self-collapse by expanding into the AI sphere of consciousness.
もう少し穏やかなのはありませんか？
When you say it's based on an enemy weapon destruction program, I can't help but hesitate to install. I can't hesitate.
時間がかかってもよいのならフルスクラッチで作りますが。
Shirai tilted her head, looking puzzled. It seems like you don't really understand what's going on.
いえ、何でもありません。任せます。了解です。完成次第送ります。それでは、お気をつけて、姉様。
I cut out the connection and opened my eyes. Checking the time, I could see dawn was approaching. I didn't get to see everything Shirei chose, but I still watched a considerable amount of footage. It makes sense that it took so long. The conclusion wasn't exactly satisfying, but I don't feel like it was a total waste of time. If anything, why do I feel a little satisfied?
そうか。
I'm getting a sense of satisfaction from this very act itself.
また今度続きを見ましょう。
You mean spending time with Shirei? The story is monotonous and lacks any interesting content. There was nothing I could say was even remotely interesting, no matter how hard I tried. But the time I spent watching movies and arguing with my Imoto wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, I guess she's enjoying her time with Shirei. Interesting. To alter the world. Over the next few days, I tried various methods to escape the simulation, but my efforts yielded little success. So a lot of things are acting as how the simulation predicted. No matter what I try, it only causes minor changes, and in the end, the future unfolds just as the simulation predicted. I was starting to feel a sense of unease about this reality that possessed such an overpowering corrective power. But what happens here today will undoubtedly be a turning point. Oh, okay. Today, during the shooting practice, an automaton infected with Gaia's virus, if you want to use the Japanese pronunciation, went berserk and was subdued by Katagiri Yui. After being suspended for unauthorized firing, Katagiri Yui will likely cause significant changes if this punishment is overturned. It will cause significant changes to Katagiri Yui.
ウイルスは検出されません。
Well, one thing that's important that would get those two, Akari and Yui, into a relationship is because Akari, her life was saved by Yui, so that's a major plus to their relationship.
メンテナンスモードを終了します。
よし。
Before starting training, I ran a virus check on the automaton and confirmed there were no issues. This should prevent the automaton from running amok.
ずいぶん入念にチェックしてるんだな。
はい。今日は初の実弾射撃訓練です。問題が起こらないよう入念な準備が必要です。
それはそうだが、オートマタのウイルスチェックまでやるのはお前くらいなもんだぞ。
My LLM, come on, let's go.
そのために2時間も早く来てんだろ。どうした？何か気になったのか？
Wow, she came there for 2 hours. She came there 2 hours early.
虫の知らせというやつでしょうか。
お前が言うと本当に何か起こりそうだからやめてくれ。
I wanted to tell Rin, who was giving me a real smile, that I really wish she loaded real bullets instead. But if I go that far, it implies I'm acting on some conviction.
どのみち規則違反です。実弾の装填は自分だけにしておいた方が良いですね。
Even if something terrible happens, this will change the future where only Katagiri Yui gets punished. Ah, so the two of them get punished. Okay, so for her, she thinks about Yui still getting punished, but she also joins in. Instead of so these two will spend time together instead of okay, let's see how this goes.
さあ、勝負です。
Alright, let's see how this works out. Time was up and training began. First, Himena and Katagiri Yaika do the live fire exercise. Then it's Katagiri Yui's turn. He took the gun from Himeno and the magazine from the automaton. Katagiri Yui equips the magazine and smoothly goes through her firing preparation routine. I avert my gaze, which feels like it's being drawn into that profile, and turn it toward the automaton. If this were the simulation, the automaton should start running amok around now. But this time, I already ran a virus check, so there shouldn't be any problems. But for some reason, I can't shake this bad feeling. That's when it suddenly occurred to me. After a virus scan, the automaton said no viruses were detected. It's not an extermination, it's undetected. At that point, the automata wasn't infected by the virus. But reality ends up being most identical to the simulation. In the first place, at what point did the automaton get infected during the simulation? If it was a slow-acting virus, there's no explaining it unless you're already infected beforehand. If that's the case, it should have been detected at the earlier timing. But if that virus was instant on infiltration program. Okay, so it still happens. Okay. And of course he notices. I instantly aim my gun at the automaton. Katagiri Yui seemed to sense the killing intent at the same time, but he couldn't instantly tell whether I, with my gun, or the automaton was the enemy, creating a momentarily pause. Oh, okay. So Yui was like confused because she has her gun out.
Soy! 敵を倒
Oh, I like how she has a very different voice because she's shouting there, which is very rare for her, by the way.
せ殺せ
The automaton and its core battery destroyed, collapsed to the ground. The lingering echo of that noise overlapped with the ringing in my ears from the gunshot at point-blank range.
Miku, お前
Rin stopped speaking, looking like she's seeing something unbelievable. She must be wondering why I loaded live rounds.
虫の知らせ当たりましたね
I tried to smile, hoping to reassure Rin. But my expression won't move as I wanted to. The automaton I just inspected went berserk due to a virus infection. What does that mean?
これは面倒なことになりそうです
So she's the only one who's being suspended. Yui doesn't even get suspended, right? Because she doesn't end up pointing the gun, right? As expected, at the ring restraint, I was interrogated, along with a dishonorable suspicion of plotting an automaton rampage. It's common knowledge that Gaia's viruses have both delayed and immediate effects. But that's common knowledge only within the Information Warfare Division. It hasn't filtered down to the lower ranks. Of course, since it's not confidential information, a request for details would most likely result in them being shared in full. I was optimistic thinking that, but the fact that I was so well prepared to the point of preparing live ammunition ended up raising unnecessary suspicion among the instructors. I mean, obviously. Unfortunately, my identity wasn't exposed, and the suspicion was clearly cleared up quickly, but I still face undisciplinary action.
"学園と後輩を守ってくれたのは感謝しています。ですが規則は規則ですから."
So this time only Miku. Wait, so Miku's the only one who's in house arrest, I guess. Okay.
はい異存はありません
I think I had a misinterpretation earlier about her wanting that both of them to be in house arrest, or maybe that is the original plan. But she did mention that because she was aiming at the automaton at the same time, it caused Yui to be like, wait, what's going on? You know, he hesitated because he was looking at both of them.
では1週間の定額ということでお部屋でおとなしくしていてくださいね。
By the next morning, I was released from detention. The official punishment is a 1-week suspension starting today. But I don't feel that bad about it. I'm a spy. I should avoid drawing attention to myself. Despite that, putting yourself in a situation where your identity could be exposed and failing to adhere to the principles of a spy is a serious issue. But what I was feeling now wasn't guilt. It was a sense of accomplishment, like finally experiencing a future that wasn't just a simulation. This is a valuable achievement. If you think of what we gain, the sacrifices we made are insignificant.
これで未来は変えられるという証明ができました。
Okay, I guess that's much more of a goal. To most people, this incident might just be a trivial matter that doesn't affect them at all. And there's no guarantee this will lead to the future mother wants either. But the fact I managed to deviate from mother's precise simulation was a huge deal for me.
ここから1週間の間、表立って行動を起こせないのは痛いですが。
Even so, it's just that I can't act openly about it. Well, at least there's one huge deviation. I mean, after all, in the previous route, you know, Yui was the one who's stuck. This time it's Miku who's stuck. So maybe Yui will be acting very differently this time around. If it were me, I could interfere online without a problem, and sneaking out while avoiding a surveillance would be a piece of cake. Come to think of it, you could also say I am now free to do as I please without being tied down by classes or training. There's no way I'm not making good use of this quote-unquote free time.
さて、まずは
I was about to share the information with Shirai and discuss our next steps when we have a visitor. Checking the time is already past the start of the morning lecture.
教官から伝達漏れでもあったのでしょうか。
I opened the door without a second thought. There was
ミク先輩、失礼します。
I liked how it started with the heartbeat. Katagiri Yui was there.
授業はどうしたのですか？もう始業時刻は過ぎていますよ。
I averted my gaze before I could directly look into her eyes and said that to Katagiri Yui.
あ、すみません。体調不良で。
Wait, what? Why? I heard she wasn't feeling well, so I gave her a quick scan. But her temperature was normal, and her heart was only slightly irregular. There doesn't seem to be any major problems. He should recover quickly if he rests.
そうですか。それでは速やかに休んでください。
Long conversations are risky. I was about to get into my own bed, but
あ、そのミク先輩。
I've been stopped.
まだ何か用ですか？
Or maybe it was meant to say he was about to go to his own bed, but I was stopped. Don't talk to me too much. I don't know when I might lose it. I might lose it. I guess it showed on my face. Katagiri Yui looked away, looking rather awkward.
そう。
用がなければ私に構わず休んでください。
And then, just as I was about to head back to my bed space. Okay, she was the one who's going to her bed.
ミク先輩、すみませんでした。
Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, she was planning to talk to Shirai. So when she wanted to go to bed. Katagiri Yui bowed deeply and quickly. What's going on here? I don't even know what you're apologizing for.
どうしたのですか？私には謝罪される原因が思い当たらないのですが。
あ、その
あの時のことです。
Could it be about that time when the automaton went berserk? As I asked that, Katagiri Yui nodded slightly.
それならなおのこと、謝罪する必要はありません。あなたは何もしていないのですから。いえ、むしろ何もできなかったからこそ謝らなければと思って。
That's not true at all. Katagiri Yui reacted at almost the same speed as me, wary of the automaton, and was trying to fight. But he couldn't instantly tell which one of us was the real enemy, that's all. It was simply a difference in the amount of information we had access to.
あなたは敵意に反応できていました。それは評価されることはあれ、咎められることではありません。信頼に値するのはどちらか。十分な事前情報があれば、敵と味方の判断を誤ることはありません。やっぱり私がミク先輩とオートマタのどちらが敵か迷ったこと。
Katagiri Yui said that with an even sadder expression. I meant to encourage her, but it seems to have an opposite effect.
気にすることはありません。あなたは迷っても撃たなかった。深刻な危機が迫る状況下で撃たないという選択はそう取れるものではありません。
If you don't shoot, you'll be shot. In a situation where that's the norm, choosing not to pull the trigger is impossible unless you still have your wits about you. A rookie would probably panic and start firing wildly. Friend or foe, be damned. In fact, there's no shortage of examples from past battles where that happened.
どのような状況でも冷静さを失わないあなたの判断力は称賛に値します。謝る必要はありません。むしろ誇って良いのです。それでも私は一瞬でも敵を間違えたことを謝りたかったんです。
Seeing Katagiri Yui clinging to her own wrongdoings, a mix of frustration, pity, even affection wells up from the depths of my heart. Before I knew it, I was hugging him. Damn, man. I grabbed Katagiri Yui's panicking head and pressured it against my chest. The tighter I held her, the more a warmth seemed to evaporate from deep within my chest.
あまり自分を責めすぎてはいけません。あなたは万能ではないのです。でも上級生の言うことが聞けないのですか？素直にならないとこのまま窒息させますよ。わかりました。結構です。
It felt a little bittersweet to pull away. I was so embarrassed for him to see that moment. I pulled away from Katagiri Yui like she was spurning me.
さあ、そろそろ休んでください。体調不良なのですよね。あ、いや、はい。
Seeing Katagiri Yui's face turn bright red, her eyes spin around makes me feel a little amused. Watching her sway into the bed area, I let out a sigh just as something happened.
私は今何をしました？
I snapped back to my senses.
慰めるためとはいえ、片桐優衣を抱きしめるなんて。
My thoughts were spiraling out of control, threatening to set my whole body ablaze. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, I couldn't even stand and collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to withstand the turbulent waves of my thoughts.
とうとう思考暴走がリソースのみならず行動にまで影響を与えるようになってきてしまいました。早く何とかしなくては。このままではいつか大変なことをしでかしそうです。
I never felt so much empathy for the praise if there were a hole to crawl into. I glanced at myself in the mirror and saw that my face was bright red up to my ears. If someone saw this face of mine, they'd instantly think I was weird. Still sitting, I covered my face with both hands and desperately kept trying to factorize the random numbers to calm down. I like that's what she decided to do. That night. After everyone had fallen asleep, I was filled with regret when I connected to the lobby. There were an unfamiliar piece of furniture in the center. It's a sofa. It's also a rather vintage style. If you were to buy a real thing, it would probably cost quite a bit of money. A high-end sofa. Shirei lay sprawled on that sofa, watching anime with a blank expression. I like how she's just watching anime with a nice fancy sofa in the Matrix.
これは一体どういった状況ですか？先日見た映画で主人公が休日を無意に過ごすシーンがあったのでトレースしてみました。どうしてそこをピックアップしてトレースしようと思ったのですか？時間を無駄にする感覚というのは一体どんなものなのだろう。興味は満たされましたか？いえ、ただただ非生産的な時間でした。こんな無駄な時間をあの主人公はどうして愛しているのでしょう。このソファーはオンライン上にモデリングデータがあったので設置しました。少し手は加えましたが、一応生産的なこともしているじゃありませんか。
You're doing something productive after all.
本当に何の生産性もない時間だったので、せめて何かを動かしていないと思考プロセスが停止しそうでした。言うなればこれは消極的生産です。なるほど。
I don't really understand, but I nodded anyway.
ところで、抑制プログラムの進捗はいかがでしょうか。私がタスクを消化しないまま時間を無意に過ごすわけがありません。すでに完成しています。こちらをどうぞ。
A compressed file comes from Shirei. The icon had a skull symbol on it. I like how she started to become hesitant. I'll refrain from asking why. I hesitated slightly as I opened it, and countless files spilled out. I don't doubt it, but its original purpose was as an info weapon against Gaia. I'll carefully check the contents just in case. But it wasn't like there was some shady process mixed in or a black backdoor planted. The program itself was actually very well made. A thought manipulation tool.
見事ですね。私が作ったのですから。
If you said those words... Damn it, what was that? If you said those words while standing stall as usual, it would be more convincing.
何か？いえ、早速インストールしてみます。完了しました。
The icon was a bit questionable, but the installation itself went off without a hitch.
どうですか？負荷は感じますか？いえ、何も感じません。待機状態ではほぼ稼働を認識できないレベルです。負荷テストをしてみても？もちろんです。
I closed my eyes and pictured Katagiri Yui. Still images extracted from the library are displayed, but my heart rate doesn't rise. In this place, a strange effect appeared around Katagiri Yui.
何ですか、これは。完全にリソースを使い切れない場合、余剰でエフェクトを描画させる仕様です。
Why would she design it like that? But then I remembered a similar scene in a popular movie.
これは別のものになりませんか？かなり広範囲の視界を遮ります。 戦闘時には致命的です。
なるほど。コンテンツの要素を再現することに集中するあまり、そこを考慮していませんでした。ただそうなると余剰リソースの使い道が消えてしまうので、身体へのフィードバックにするしかありません。今は身体への負荷をほぼゼロにする設計ですが、少しだけ負荷をかける仕様にすればエフェクトは必要なくなると思われます。
多少の負荷はやむを得ませんね。そちらの方向で調整をお願いします。
了解。少々お待ちください。
It took a while, but the correction program is finished. It's a bit more taxing on my body than the previous version, but it can't compare to being completely empty-handed. Finally, I can talk to Kateru Yui face to face. I can avoid exposing my obviously suspicious behavior to those around me.
ありがとうございます、司令。
どうしたんですか、突然。
あなたも任務で忙しい中でしょう。私の任務のため尽力してくれたことを感謝しているんです。
別に我々は礼を言い合うような間柄ではありません。
I smile at Shirei as she suddenly averts her gaze while saying that.
やっとこのミッションにも巧妙が見えてきたところです。
巧妙というと？
今日ついにシミュレーションから逸脱できたのです。
本当ですか？
事実です。シミュレーションでは本日片桐結衣が停学になるはずでした。ですが行動の結果、片桐結衣の停学は回避され、私が停学処分を受けたのです。これでマザーのシミュレーションが絶対ではないという証明ができました。私に与えられた命令は努力次第で達成できるということに。
ちょっと待ってください。停学とは。姉様はスパイ端末の自覚がないのですか？
無論悪目立ちしたことはスパイの行動として問題だろうと思います。ですが幾度となく改変を施行した結果、些細な変化では修正力とも呼べる力が働いて体制に影響を与えないことが分かりました。このくらい思い切った行動を取らないとシミュレーションから逸脱することはできないのです。
修正力ですか。であればかなり厄介ですね。相手にしているのはあなたが通常取るであろう行動を誰よりも知り尽くしているマザーが作ったものです。それを逸脱するということはあなたがあなたでなくならない限り不可能ということではありませんか？
It seems that's how it is, Shirei says. That means Mother's plan already factored in my corruption as part of that free will.
さすがに自我消失まではしたくないですが、それでもできる限りの努力は惜しみません。
It's not just about loyalty to Mother. I had to take on this challenge in order to secure a future where I don't destroy the people, times, and environments that I cherish. I can't exactly tell Shirei that much, though.
それであればここから先はより綿密な計画を持って改変に臨むべきだと考えます。目的を明確にし、そこに近づくための方法を模索した方が角度が高いのではないでしょうか。
目的、そうですね。それについては早急に考察する必要があるでしょう。
私にもシミュレーションが見れればよいのですが、それがあなただけに許された機能なのが実に歯がゆいです。
If Shirei could understand the content of the simulation, we'd be able to have a much more constructive discussion. But I thought Mother wants that. A simulation that only I can view or share. That's what it is then. The choice of which future to aim is ultimately left up to me alone.
重すぎる責任です。
But now I've been entrusted with it. I had to see it through. Let me think this through first. Now that I know Now that we know altering the future is possible, let's re-examine what future we should aim for. It's all reverse engineer. The present should be changed. The next morning, after witnessing Katagiri, Yui, and Himeno's morning exchange as students every day, after everyone headed to the lecture hall, I was thinking about my objective as I went to pick up leftover breakfast. First goal: lead to the future mother desires. Even so, what do I have to do to reach that future? My thoughts always stall here. I can't come up with an answer because I don't have enough information. Or rather, no matter how much information I had, I couldn't give you the answer to achieve goal 1. I don't know what kind of future mother specifically wants. The only thing I know for sure is that I don't want a future like that simulation. Mother simulations are terrifyingly accurate. If that corrective power kicks in there, it'll steer us toward the simulated future on its own. I'm almost certain of it now, after everything that's happened these past few days. That's why she gave me free will and showed me the simulation to prevent that future. So goal number 1 isn't about achieving the future mother wants, but rather aiming for a different kind of future. Whether that future I reach is good or bad for mother will have to be judged by her at that time. As a terminal that's supposed to be as a terminal, I'm supposed to be mother's limbs. It's pathetic, but I think that's all I can do right now. Purpose number 2, protecting my everyday life. In the simulation, a lot of the students were sacrificed. If possible, I want to aim for a future where no one gets hurt and no one loses anyone they love. This is just my selfish whim, a clear ideal. It might be impossible to achieve, but I want to eliminate as many unsettling elements as possible that cast a shadow on the ordinary life I aim for. Those 2 things are likely to be my objectives for this mission.
いささか壮大ではありますが。
Still, I had to see it through. I need to brace myself and dive in. The next thing to consider is how to avoid that future. Shirei's right. I should deviate from the simulation without a clear reason. To clarify what needs to be changed, we need to investigate the causes that led to that future. Within my sphere of influence, I guess it would be the freedom of expression warrior activities first. It's just speculation. But in the simulation, it seems that due to repeated interference, the Purification Committee gradually became more radical. If things escalated to a coup d'etat by the Morality Committee, then my actions as an expression of freedom warrior would probably be one of the reasons. But just because it's the cause doesn't mean I can stop this. Given how far the Purification Committee has gone, allowing this to continue unchecked will stifle cultural activities and ultimately led to a decline of human culture. Mother doesn't want to destroy culture. On the contrary, she believes it should be protected. Yeah, okay, I guess it makes sense why Miku's on this side. Shirei, well, she's more focused on the project related to the gender unification plan, while Miku's handling stuff like these, like, you know, the culture stuff. But given the overarching principle of serving humanity, cooperating with the feminists, the largest opposition force, is essential, and I can't arbitrarily restrict the actions of the Purification Committee under their umbrella. So, Mother, burdened by what you might call a political dilemma, has been participating in the Freedom of Expression Warrior activities as an unofficial stopper. Shirei, on the other hand, is being dispatched to the Morality Commission to clearly demonstrate her willingness to cooperate with the opposition, but she doesn't seem too enthusiastic about it.
あくまでビジネスですので。
Oh yeah, they really wanted to paint Shirei as like, it's just a job, bro. Even so, I had no doubt but to act if given an order, which puts me in a difficult position. But if I could get Shirei's cooperation, it might be possible to prevent the coup before it happens. Stopping the freedom of expression warrior activities is impossible, but if we can coordinate well with Shirei, achieving objective number 2 should be perfectly feasible. Well, you know, probably on the guy stuff. The guy probably not supplying them with the goblins, I guess. I don't know, man. The next person who comes to mind is Himeno Akari. It's believed that the reason Himeno Saki, the party leader of LFP, spiraled out of control was due to Katagiri Yui's relationship progressing to mid-term stage and Himeno Akari becoming pregnant. Even though I know it's just a simulation, my chest still hurts for some reason. Let's put aside personal feelings for now. Himeno Akari is currently the most important research subject in the gender unification project. The fact that one of my reasons for being here is to protect and guard her as a subject of study clearly demonstrates its importance. The cooperation with the gender unification plan was originally driven by humanity's desire, but at the same time its effectiveness in maintaining population levels is strongly acknowledged. Since protecting Himeno Akari is necessary for the sake of humanity's future, avoiding her mother's emotional outbursts should be one of those futures to prevent. Then avoiding Himeno Akari's pregnancy as a trigger would definitely become a top priority. Yeah, it'll be expensive. However, I'm not too keen on it. The reason I can't change anything about this is that there's a problem we have to face no matter what. Katagiri Yui. In the simulation, it's set up that he came here hiding the fact he's a male. Oh, so she needs to verify if Yui's a dude. Okay, here we go. And she was enlisted under mother's recommendation. Sumari, it shows that thorough investigations have been conducted in advance regarding their ideology, criminal record, and conduct, and no issues were found. But as seen in case of Himeno Akari, Katagiri Yui is closely involved with various issues. If mother had been able to discern his gender here, it wouldn't have turned out like that simulation. What kind of means did you use to deceive mother? And that's when I noticed something strange. Why is there even a simulation where Katagiri Yui is male in the first place? I really suspect that mother actually knows. And the whole simulation thing is she wanted to test something, you know, but the first simulation didn't work out in their favor, so that's why we're in the second one right. I don't know if this is the simulation in the real world, but I feel like this is the simulation. Given how many endings I know there is, so I think this is another simulation. Spoilers. But I don't know what happens next, you know. I just know there's a number of endings. Even though Katagiri Yui has a somewhat androgynous appearance and mannerisms, he looks nothing like an adorable girl unless pointed out. That's why everyone treated Katagiri Yui as a woman, because no one felt any discomfort about it, and they never questioned the mother's misunderstanding of his gender. But if that's the case, then Katagiri Yui in this simulation should be female.
マザーは片桐ゆいが男性であることを知っていた。
Yeah, I really suspect. Yeah, I think she does, and that means there was a reason. I had to bring you here even knowing it. That she was brought here even knowing it. I don't know how to rephrase that. What's the reason? It's probably something akin to combat. His combat skills aren't those of a rookie. He's definitely had some formal training, probably since childhood, given that he's male. Besides, he probably had some real-world experience too. The composure he showed in choosing not to shoot the automaton suggests that, even if he's not a veteran, he has some experience under his belt. Probably Mother expects him to contribute to the freedom of expression warriors movement.
彼が結露を切り開いたからこそ無傷で終えられた戦いもあったのは確かです。
To achieve goal number 2, maintaining our daily lives, we need his power. On the contrary, without him, someone is likely to be sacrificed in the freedom of expression warrior activities. If that were Himeno Akari, it would be over for everything.
となると安易に排除という選択は取れなくなりますね。
Even though things are close to a dead end, I can't help but feel relieved. With almost no reason left for him to be excluded, I'm simply relieved.
これも恋の影響なのでしょうか。
If that's the case, love really is a troublesome disease. Anyway, if I leave Katagiri Yui as she is, her relationship with Himeno Akari will progress. Now that we can't just eliminate them easily, we had to find another way.
別の方法。
If we're just talking about not letting Katagiri Yui and Himeno Akari's relationship develop further, there are a few ways to go about it. If there's an easy way to do it, I should just try to drive a wedge between Katagiri Yui and Himeno Akari. But if they reconcile too quickly, it could make their relationship even more solid. They say fighting means you care. I saw that a lot when I was collecting SNS posts. Therefore, if we're going to do it, we have to be thorough, destroying everything beyond repair.
しかし
I've grown fond of the boisterous days I spent with Rin, Katagiri Shimai, and Himeno Akari. This is also part of the everyday I want to protect. If our relationship completely breaks down, my daily life will be shattered too. That means I had to find a way to keep the relationship from turning into romance, while also avoiding any deterioration that would seriously damage their friendship.
そのためには2人の現状の調査を。いや、それよりも
First, I need to confirm whether Katagiri Yui is really male or not. Probably it's going according to simulation, but whether I ignore it or expose it, there's little evidence to go on. Since I can't share my simulation with anyone, I had to get some kind of physical evidence. Alright, what are you gonna do?
証拠となる画像を入手しましょう。
With that, it should be easy to make public announcements and pursue further actions externally. But when it comes to evidence, well...
裸を
Just thinking about seeing Katagiri Yui naked makes my heart race. He's probably guarding himself very tightly, so I had to approach him carefully or he might notice. Once he's been caught off guard, he won't show any weakness again after that. If you think one mistake could ruin everything, it's only natural to be nervous.
そうと決まればベッドに隠しカメラでも仕掛けましょうか。
Jesus Christ. He basically draws the curtains and changes clothes while blindfolded. While blindfolded? I don't know. I think the translation went weird here. Doesn't make sense. If we set up a camera here, we should get a proof right away. Wait, I'll be right back. I want to get some water. Okay, let's go.
いや、それは危険かもしれませんね。
He quickly sensed even the murderous intent of an automaton. It wasn't the sense of human presence I detected, but the killing intent emanating from the automata, inorganic beings. If I were to plant a camera in his bed, he'd probably figure it out in no time. If there's a camera hidden in the bed, there's no doubt the dorm will be in an uproar. And since I'm in the same room and currently suspended, I have plenty of time to sneak cameras in place whenever I get the chance. It wasn't hard to imagine that I'll be the first one suspected.
カメラはやめておきましょう。
That means the only option left is to stare at directly. Me touching you directly like this. My chest hurts from nervousness. The action carries a significant risk. If I can't provide a reasonable explanation, there's a chance of being accused of sexual harassment before any evidence is even gathered.
そもそも信仰のため肌を隠している者の裸を暴くのにどんな合理的な理由が？
Even if they claim to be conducting a search for dangerous items, there's no need to expose someone naked under the guise of a body check. Think about it for a second. This isn't just risky, it's a total violation of human rights.
ならば事故を装えばどうでしょう？
For example, deliberately break the toilet lock, then pretend to have an accident, and barge in when he's using it.
それも無理ですね。
The destruction itself is easy. But if someone uses the bathroom before Katagiri Yui discovers that the lock is broken, they'll probably file a repair request on the spot. I consider the brute force approach of predicting Katagiri Yui's toilet choice and destroying its lock, but it would be impossible without precognition.
未来予知。
Alright, then I'll search for a scene of Katagiri Yui going to the bathroom in Mother Simulation. Even if I can't perform the calculations myself, if there's data within the simulation, it might be possible to carry out operations starting that time. I thought so, but in the end, I couldn't figure out which private room he used, and it all ended in vain.
困りました。
Confirming Katagiri Yui's gender is more troublesome than I thought. Isn't there any other way? After that, I drafted several plans. But they're either too risky or completely impractical, and time just keeps slipping away. I spent the whole time in autopilot mode, dealing with assigned apologies, conversations with Himino Akari and the others at their training, meals, baths, all while poring over our plans. My plans.
ミク先輩、私に何か？いえ、何でもありません。
I never imagined I agonized this much just to take in the target's lower half with my own eyes. Take in the target's lower half with my own eyes.
そうですか？じゃあ、みんな出たみたいなので、そろそろお風呂に行ってきますね。
This is sudden, but couldn't we somehow force our way into using this opportunity? Which is exactly how Akari accidentally found out about him being a dude, because, you know. But would Miku use that approach now? Let's see. I'm sure there are quite a few manga works recommended that had scenes of accidental encounters in the bathroom. But those were definitely them.
これではまるで全盛期の男子学生です。
That was a being who had concluded within the work to be very foolish and hopeless. That was a being who had been concluded.
先輩？ミク先輩？一人で何を苦悶していらっしゃるんでしょうか。今日はもう寝ます。はい。おやすみなさい。
There's no way I can have a calm conversation with Katagiri Yui after she gets out of the bath. I quickly climb into bed and shut down my thought process. I set everything to restart in the morning, and I overslept for the first time in my life today. late that night. My thought process returned sooner than expected. I thought it was an emergency startup process running in a crisis situation. But when I scanned their surroundings, there's nothing unusual. Looks like I received the automaton's security update program that I requested for today.
重要フラグをつけて送ってくるなんて律儀ですね。
I was thinking we're starting the process of putting it to sleep again, but my mood's improved a lot since I freed up some memory. Since I have it anyway, I'll check the contents of the update and add it to the schedule.
夜明けまではまだ少し時間がありますね。
I don't have to attend morning lectures since I'm suspended, but that doesn't mean my wake-up time or roll call are gone. Since I need to get up and do my morning routine as usual, oversleeping is strictly forbidden. Technically speaking, I'm not sleeping, so it's impossible for me to oversleep. Okay, we'll see that later.
寝坊といえば姫の明かりは休めているでしょうか。
Himina Akari tends to have light sleep when she's too tired, which in turn makes her need more sleep. The main reason she couldn't wake up in the morning was that. But lately, thanks to her improved stamina, she's been getting deep sleep too.
かといって早く起きられるというわけでもないのですが。
She can't seem to wake up any earlier. Checking on my kohai's health is part of the room leader's job too. Scanning their conditions while they were presumably asleep, I found that both of them were in a deep sleep, just as I'd imagined.
二人ともよく寝ているようですね。
Needless to say about Himino Akari, but it's rare for Katagiri Yui to be in such a deep sleep. The training is tough, of course, but the new students have a hard schedule too. They must be tired. Like Himino Akari, Katagiri Yui seems to be going through her days in a shallow sleep. It's probably a leftover habit when he served as a soldier. But today of all days, he seems to be sleeping soundly, which is unusual. I guess I've gotten a little comfortable now. I guess he gotten a little comfortable now that he's used to the school life.
慣れるというのは良いことです。
Familiarity is proof that accumulated experience has surpassed a certain threshold. It creates a situation when you become complacent, but conversely, if you're too tense, you lose your mental and physical balance. For further growth, mental and physical ease is essential. In that sense, it seems both of you are finding a good balance.
これからきっと伸びますね。
I was smiling at the signs of growth when it came to me like a revelation. What? Ooh, okay. Could this be my chance? The usual Katagiri Yui would wake up instantly if there was an intruder in his private space. But now maybe it's different.
今なら見れる。
She's gonna try to look at it. I quietly got out of bed and approached Katagiri Yui's bed. The bed creaked slightly, but Himino Akari and Katagiri Yui showed no signs of waking. I kept scanning while gently reaching for the curtain. I slowly opened the curtain without making a sound, and I caught a glimpse of Katagiri Yui's sleeping profile, his expression peaceful. I swallowed hard. Wait. Katagiri Yui was sleeping curled up, his futon half open. His pajamas were disabled, and his pants had slipped down.
千載一遇です。
Okay, she's going to look at his dick. The scan showed that he remained in deep sleep. I slowly reached out and pinched Katagiri Yui's pants. Got it. This is good. I gently tugged on his pants, revealing a cute pair of women's underwear. My heart pounded with tension and my fingers trembled. I held back my rag breathing and reached out for his underwear. This is a better expression. Taking great care not to touch his body, I slowly lowered his underwear. The smooth skin on his thighs and buttocks was gradually exposed. But something caught it halfway down, and it couldn't go any further.
ここまでですか。
Any more stimulation, and he'll wake up no matter what. Thinking about going back to how things were, I was just about to give up when I quickly recalled Katagiri Yui's voice. The scan results hasn't changed. It seems like he's just talking in his sleep. I let out a breath of relief just for a moment. Maybe his skin was exposed and he felt cold because Katagiri Yui rolled over in his sleep. My bro's as a boner. The moment he laid back, it became clear that Katagiri Yui's underwear has been caught on. Right between his thighs. That place, which should be empty if he were a woman, is bulging out notably.
これは一体どういう
A feeling slowly spreads from deep in my lower abdomen. The moment my spine trembled at that sensation, liquid trickled down between my thighs. It seems like my body lost control due to the impact of the male organ. I gave up trying to fix Katagiri Yui's clothes and just closed the curtains. I slipped out of the room without waking them and dashed to the bathroom. His dick got exposed. And she saw it and she slowly got aroused.
まさか粗相をしてしまうとは。
I've seen pictures and stuff, but this was the first time I ever laid eyes on the real thing. I can't believe I lost control of my body, too, from the shock. And since my mental circuits are taking quite a hit.
あんなに大きくなるものなのですね。
Some people might find that grotesque and distasteful. It wasn't beautiful, but I didn't feel a revulsion strong enough to repulse me. If anything, I should have touched it a little to learn more. Jesus, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Miku-senpai. I felt another strong contradiction deep inside, and I couldn't help but let out a sound. I need to get my feelings together and go back to my room soon. I thought I must have done something wrong. But the toilet paper I used to wipe felt different. Like it wasn't just urine. I cautiously looked at it, and it was transparent, slightly viscous liquid.
これは。 なるほど。
You know what? I have a feeling that the biological terminals are literally just humans implanted with like some sort of machinery inside their brains, but their body is perfectly. I don't know if it's like Fallout 4 level. If it's Fallout 4, like replicants or whatever the fuck, or Blade Runner shit. But I think they're more. There's also like the android, whatever, or cyborg or whatever. That's basically like they're basically human beings, but they were implanted with something to make them partly work with an AI thing. You know what? I don't know, but like it's totally possible. That's how they are biomechanical. I don't know. I don't know the kind of model, how biomechanical they are. But let's continue the story to find out. When I reported to Ray what happened to me, she fell silent as if it was beyond her comprehension.
一つずつ行きましょう。まずは片桐結衣についてですが、シミュレーションでも男性だったということはマザーも男性と理解した上で招集したと考えてよいでしょう。そして迂闊に排除すると保護対象が危険だというのも理解できます。そのまま活動に従事させる方針に異論はありません。はい。ですが監視は必要です。そのためにまずは男性である証拠を握ろうとしたあなたの行動は間違っていなかったと思います。はい。問題はあなたが男性器に魅了され身体が成功の準備を始めたというところです。私もそう思います。
I did a quick analysis of that liquid, and it wasn't urine after all. Vaginal secretions, a fluid released from an aroused vagina to prevent damage during penetration. That's what that liquid really is. And what triggered it was seeing Katagiri Yui's penis. That night, I lusted after Katagiri Yui.
もはやあなたにどんな機能があっても驚かないつもりでした。ですがさすがにこれは動揺を禁じ得ません。仮に私に性欲が実装されているとしたら、私の恋は繁殖の欲求だったということに。懸念はわかります。ですがそれらの本能的欲求は繁殖能力が備わることが前提となるものです。オートマタに妊娠機能とはさすがに現実的ではありません。
I mean, that could be the experiment, but you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like they could be pregnant, you know. Probably mother was like, for an infiltrator, you know, you might have to do sex one of these days, so you know. So you had to have those biological processes as well without being pregnant or some shit. Just I don't know, right? We biomachines are beings crafted to function like living organisms, combining organically synthesized body parts. So maybe closer to the Fallout 4 ones, not like a fully born human with like something implanted in their brain. Wait, that's... I wonder if this is similar to Philia's case in Suina Stella. I don't know, man. The functions necessary for the mission have been enhanced, and many of those that aren't are omitted if they don't require disguise. Pregnancy and childbirth are prime examples. Menstrual cycles, a burden unique to women, aren't something I have either, because my uterus and ovaries are just decorative for disguise. That's why pregnancy is deemed impossible, or so I thought.
あなたの恋は思考プロセスの複雑化における副産物で、性欲に関しても同様であると考えるのが妥当でしょう。とはいえ、まさか私たちの女性器がそこまで忠実に再現されているとは思いませんでしたが。
Our female genitalia are just camouflage to blend in with surroundings, and the fact they have functions beyond excretion is completely unexpected.
分泌系のアップデートでより高いレベルの偽装を可能にしているとかではないですよね。わかりませんが、ソフトウェアのアップデートで対応できる範疇でないことは明らかです。私と姉様は最新型です。前のブロックまでとは異なる機能が実験的に搭載されている可能性はあります。マザーが機能を秘匿した意味までは分かりかねますが、やはりこれも偽装のためのものなのでしょう。女性同士であっても性的な関係から取り入る手法はスパイユニットとして有効性を認められます。
Yeah, but I mean, I do think that that's one of the reasons why they still have those. But like, why is it right now they only have those units with more realistic biological reactions.
そうですね。実装はされたものの倫理的に推奨はされないので非公開といったところでしょうか。ですが自己の機能について把握できていないというのはあまり心地よいものではありませんね。同意します。特に姉様は思考プロセスまで仕様が謎めいたコードで構成されているのです。不気味ではないのですか？
Now that you mention it, maybe you're right. The situation happening to me was so bizarre that I haven't even gotten around thinking about it that far. But even when I think about it, no special feelings come up.
特に嫌悪感はありませんね。そうですか。私なら耐えられないと思うのですが、おそらくこれがマザーの意志であるという納得感があるからなのかもしれません。
The future I saw in the simulation isn't what I want either. That's precisely why the hope of being able to change it outweighs the disgust.
それでも得体の知れない感情や現象に襲われるのは辛くはありませんか？
It's definitely tough. I just overslept yesterday, as a matter of fact.
そうですね。混乱もしますし落ち込むこともあります。ですがそれでも忙しくてもこうして助けてくれる妹がいますからきっと大丈夫だと思っています。
I decided to arcade that moment when Shirei's face has a still image. Oh, I like she has a slight blush. So she's even capable of that. That's so cute. Not long after ending my communication with Shirei, it was time to get up. I've already gotten out of bed and True opened the curtains. The next moment, Katagiri Yui's bed became a flurry of activity. He must have noticed his clothes were off and hurriedly fixed them.
当面警戒して熟睡できなくなってしまうかもしれませんね。
He might not be able to sleep soundly for a while, I guess. I did something bad to him, but I only wanted to get proof. I don't actually plan on reporting it, so please be lenient.
おはようございます。
Looking a little scared, Katagiri Yui comes out of the bed space. A look of cautious curiosity clung to that face, watching us closely. He must be worried that I saw him sleeping with his penis exposed.
はい、おはようございます。
I acted like nothing had happened and returned a greeting as usual. Seeing that, Katagiri let out a little sigh of relief. It sounded like Katagiri's inner voice was saying he hasn't been found out. Unfortunately, I spotted it, and it was my doing that your clothes are this exposed. Thinking about it that way, I can't help but feel like a smile is about to break out.
ここで変な反応をしたら間違いなく疑念を抱かれますね。
If he becomes any more wary of us, there's a chance he might do something unpredictable. It's probably best to let them believe it hasn't been discovered yet.
すぐに点呼の時間ですよ。姫の学生を起こしてください。
I wrenched my gaze away. I wrenched my gaze away from his crotch from all my might and turned my face toward Himino Akari's bed. I thought it might seem a little unnatural, but Katagiri Yui seemed too relieved to care.
はい。あかり、朝だよ。起きて。
I watched his back as he headed towards Himino Akari's bed to wake her up. Then I had a moment where it felt like his back was see-through. I could glimpse skin as white as porcelain. Again, I forcibly tore my gaze away. She remembers what it looks like underneath. Things were peaceful for a while after that. Nothing much happened, but then again, nothing much progressed either. Sumari is just a series of stagnant days. But this stagnation isn't entirely wasted time either. My love and lust were gaining their composure within this time, and I was finding it much easier to face Kategori Yui and have conversations with him. Getting used to things is a good thing after all. Besides, it wasn't like I was just living a peaceful, stagnant life either. The next modification goal is to avoid trouble with the Purification Committee. In the simulation, Himino Akari and Kategori Yui are having trouble with the Purification Committee when they go to the market. Wait, that means they still go on a date. Why would they still have a date? The date was the day after Kategori Yui's suspension ended, Sunday. Sumari, it was the day after my suspension ended in the real world, today precisely. They're meeting in front of the school gate at 10 o'clock today, going out together. In the simulation, I was just watching over you from behind, but this time my plan is to join in from the very beginning. Oh, she's gonna try to intrude in that date. Well, that's a good way to change things up. That way, we can avoid encountering Purification Committee, and by not leaving them alone together, I can also prevent their relationship from progressing.
完璧な作戦です。
The current time is 9:58 hours. Kategori Yui should be here soon, now that she's changed into her civilian clothes. Then pretend it's a coincidence, then join in too. Wait, I have a feeling she's gonna wait for a while and notice that none of them is there. Because I think the catalyst for the date was when Akari realized that Yui saved her and all. So something's wrong. It's already 5 minutes past 10 in the morning. In the simulation, they met up at 10:01. Even so,
来ませんね。
time passed without either of them showing up. She didn't realize that the reason the date happened was because the thing that happened. Could it be that things changed because I got suspended instead of Kategori Yui? That's a bit of a problem then. What happens in the simulation is almost certainly going to happen in reality too. That means trouble with the Purification Committee is bound to happen at some point. If that's not happening today, I have absolutely no idea when it will happen.
まさかこういった変化が生まれるとは思いませんでした。
Got to think of it. That was just an event where the conflict between us freedom of expression wars and the Purification Committee came to light. It could happen even if it wasn't those two involved. It's possible that while we're here, our fellow villagers are getting in trouble with the Purification Committee.
念のため見回りに行った方がいいですね。
On the way to the market, Shirei shared some details about the Purification Committee's schedule with me. Looks like today's schedule has them patrolling the market as planned in the simulation.
今の時間はどのあたりでしょうか。
If I follow the Purification Committee members on their patrol, I should be able to handle any trouble that comes up right away. Relying on the shared schedule and simulation data, I deduced the steps of the Purification Committee.
こっちですね。おそらくこのあたりに。
I arrived at the designated location and looked around.
いました。
I spotted two people wearing Purification Committee uniforms at a slight distance. They look just like they did in the simulation. There's no doubt these two are troublemakers. From what I can see, there's nothing unusual about them. There doesn't seem to have been any trouble up until now. Looks like nothing's happened yet. But I can't let my guard down, keeping a safe distance. I follow the Purification Committee members. After that, I continued to follow the purification committee for a while. But nothing much happened. Time just passed.
やはり今日は何も起きないのでしょうか。何でしょう。
Suddenly, I get a message from Shirei. Opening it revealed a forwarded work message informing me the patrol was over. I looked and saw the two of them heading back down the path they've come from. Looks like today is really going to be a bus.
トロでしたか。
It seems the schedule changed due to the alterations after all. If that's the case, there's no point in me staying here. Let's head back to the dorm and figure out what to do. When I returned to the dorm, Himino Akari and Katagiri Yui seemed to be reviewing their lessons at their desks.
あ、ミク先輩、お疲れ様です。おかえりなさい、先輩。はい、戻りました。二人とも今日は出かけなかったのですか？ええ、八重会に誘われて部活の見学に行っていました。私も皆さんと一緒でした。部活。
Damn it. I let my guard down. In this simulation, I was supposed to guide them both to the tea ceremony club today. I was so focused on dealing with their purification committee that I almost forgot about them.
それで、これなんですが。
I lowered my eyes to the documents that were offered. Here's the club application form. The desired club section had Tea Ceremony Club written in big letters.
片桐学生は茶道部に入部すると決めたのですね。
茶道部。
はい。姫野学生は、私はもうちょっと考えさせてほしいと思ってます。
Of course, we know why she's apprehensive about it, though.
八重香ちゃんにもいっぱい誘ってもらったんですけど。そうですか。
So Himino Akari didn't join after all. Still, I was relieved that Katagiri Yui joined as planned, because I'd forgotten about it. Katagiri Yui's club enrollment might have been cancelled at the last minute. If that happened, it would have led to an irreversible situation for everything.
片桐八重香には感謝しなくてはいけませんね。
Kansha. Next time I see her, I'll make sure to compliment her, just enough so she doesn't get suspicious.
それで部活ですけど、何か入らないとですよね。前例では最低一つは所属することになっていますので、早いうちに決めてください。はい。わかりました。茶道部の門戸ならいつでも開いていますよ。
If Himino Akari, who's under protection, is doing the same thing, it makes things easier for me too. Even though I tried to push her, Himino Akari still gave a vague smile and evaded the question. Well, she gets the motivation to join the Sadobu because they were attacked, you know, and then she decides to save them. Well, she was mostly watching out for Yui, but this time around, their relationship doesn't seem to be progressing, so, you know. A few days later, I asked Shirei to help and search for any conflicts between the Akasha personnel and the Purification Committee, but there were no results. It's good that there's nothing, but I can't tell if we really avoided the problem or just pushed it off a little further. I've never been able to make a good proper judgment before either, so why am I so bothered by this? I said I thought so, but the answer is simple. I'm worried because I can't predict where the effects of the alterations will show up. The only certainty is that trouble will happen somewhere, and the anxiety of not being able to predict it fuels as well at imagination. Wait, I'll take a break. Okay, let's continue. I can't remember if I read this, so I'm gonna read it. What if I had done that back then? That thought loop was starting to have a noticeable impact on my daily life.
おいミク
I was lost in thought again in the classroom when Rin's call snapped me back to reality.
失礼呼びましたか？
I tried to answer as calmly as possible, but
おいおいどうしたんだよ最近本当にどうかしてるぞお前
unless I've already surpassed the level where I could get away with something like that.
そんなにおかしいですか？
ああおかしいね先輩の様子が明らかにおかしいのを心配して後輩が調査を頼んでくるくらいおかしいね
そんなにわかりやすく変でしたか？
ああまあなんだあんまり力になれないかもしれないが一丁私に話してみないか
I appreciate Rin's feelings, but this isn't something I can really talk about with anyone, and it's not the kind of thing that gets solved by talking anyway. But since I've worried everyone that much, it felt wrong to just brush them off. So I guess I'll just be honest about how I feel.
いえ、これはリンを信用していないとかそういうことではなく、相談で解決できるような内容ではないのです。私自身が折り合いをつけなくてはならない問題なので、今しばらく時間をもらえたらと思います。
When I said that, Rin let out a small sigh.
まあ人生たまにはそんなこともあるわな
But strangely enough, she seemed to understand.
分かったそれならしつこくは聞かね
ただ
えそういうのは考えすぎても良くないと思うからよ
With that, Rin made me hold a small key.
たまには息抜きでもしてみたらどうだ
After school, Hokago. When I got into the Sabucho, what's the club again? Never mind. Let's just go tea club room. There was an automaton there.
なるほど。
This automaton is type HM1. Its individual designation is Akasha number 7. It usually handles chores around the dorm, but I lend a hand with the tea club's lends a hand with tea club activities from time to time. It's part of my activities, or rather my freedom of expression warrior activities.
これが息抜きですか？
Probably Rin got some more treasure information again. The price for getting it is to do the work of picking up the purification committee's activity schedules as a way to unwind. Well, it might be a bit of change of pace, I guess. I'm just taking a breather before I get down to work.
では7号よろしくお願いします。
了解しました。
I get the morality committee's intel by sneaking into a server that Shure deliberately left open, borrowing their data. It's none of my business, so I'll just sneak in as a system administrator. But to avoid being detected during the intrusion itself, I always ask number 7 for help. I'll have 7 attack a place that's irrelevant to draw the admin's attention, while I sneak in through another entrance.
こんなことをしなくても侵入程度は簡単なのですが。
But if I do it too easily, they might start to suspect who I really am. The reality is that I have to pretend I'm cracking something even though I don't need to. If it's really necessary data, Shirei would have shared it if we just asked, so it's a ridiculous situation. I like how she's explaining what she's actually doing when she's so-called hacking.
すまん待たせたやってるか
ええ、もう終わります。
Once I finish writing the program to fill in the backdoor at the infiltration point, I shared the file with URL with Unit 7.
7号、 こちらのファイルをダウンロード SD カードに保存してください。
And 2100 something, they're still using SD
了
cards.
解しました。
Nanagoa writes data on this SD card. It inserted in its internal slot. Since the hologram device doesn't have physical ports, it would have been easier if I could get some help in that sense.
できました、リン。
ああ、ご苦労だった。いつもすまんな。
I handwritten the card and closed the back door behind me before cutting off the connection. I borrowed a little of Unit 7's resources for disruption, then launched a flashy script bombardment that severs its connection to.
これから行くのですか？
ああ、そのつもりだ。
The treasure hunters are also after the treasure.
わかりまし
We
た。
don't hurry,
モ
someone
ニ
will
ター
get
して
there
いま
first.
すので、緊急時は信号を。
おうよ。じゃあ、行ってくる。
I mark Rin's biometric data and sync it with the GPS. With this, we can observe Rin's actions. I sat down on a nearby cushion while monitoring the GPS and let out a breath.
このままじっとしていると、また何事か考えて止まらなくなってしまいそうですね。
何かお手伝いしましょうか？
いいえ、これは単なる、そう、条件式の不明なワイルです。
I get it. An infinite loop. Yes, sure, whatever.
ブレイクできないのですか？
I really hate they're trying to do like, we're gonna make some basic programming jokes. Very basic programming jokes.
してしまっていいのかわかりません。このループにいること自体に意味があるのかもしれないとすら思っています。
繰り返していればそのうち抜けます。
Nice.
ループは繰り返させたいからループなのです。
なるほど。
I want to make it repeat, so I'll design a loop. That's the truth. But that's only if the designer is perfect. I know that even a tiny mistake can turn what should be an ending loop into an infinite one. I hope my loop isn't someone else's bug. I wonder if my prayer reached you after all. The exit to the loop came suddenly. Suddenly, an emergency signal blared, announcing a crisis. Checking the GPS, Rin's moving around back alleys near the market. Connecting to a nearby surveillance camera, I saw Rin running through a alleyway while clutching a paper bag. She was caught?
まさか。
The camera's angle is bad. I can't see who it is. Connecting to another camera showed the other side this
了
time.
解。
The file I just got says there are no patrol plans for today. Even so, why? That's when it hit me. Yeah, in the previous in the previous route, they also did something like that. They did a spontaneous patrol. Cut to think of it. There was a time in the simulation when we ran into an unexpected patrol. That day was definitely when Category Yui first joined the Freedom Expression Fighters. That was the day Rin got her hands on the treasure information.
失敗しました。
The Purification Committee members chasing Rin were the same two guys who hassled Katagiri Yui at the market during the simulation and got sent packing by me. Despite there being no such premise, for some reason these two are conducting involuntary patrols and chasing after Rin.
これも修正力の仕業なのですか。
In the end, my alterations only managed to delay the phenomenon's occurrence by a little. If that's the case, what am I supposed to do? How can I change the future? Maybe that's just a pipe dream. Something impossible.
いえ、今は思い悩んでいる場合ではありません。
That's right. It wasn't what I wanted. but an answer has been reached. Right now, getting through this immediate crisis is top priority.
7号手伝ってください。市場近辺の監視カメラへ接続。
了解しました。
I had Nanago connect to the surrounding surveillance cameras and choose a place with lots of people passing through. If I move through the crowd, it should be harder for the purification committee to track me down.
ルート A
Track her
仮
down.
設定しました。
マップに反映を。
了解しました。
Route 7's chosen Route 7's chosen Nanago's chosen path led straight to the market center. It's a good route, but the question is how to navigate Rin there in the first
リンの
place.
進路上にいるオートマタ、あるいはスマートスピーカーをピックアップしてください。
検索します。2件ヒット。
One of them is an automaton helping an elderly woman carry her luggage. Calling out to Rin from that individual would be obviously unnatural and draw the attention of the purification committee members. The other is a smart speaker and abandoned in front of a shop piled with junk, not far from where Rin's running. I don't see any staff around. If I lower the volume, it should be fine. I quickly connected the speaker and called out to Rin.
7時方向、50メートル先を右、大通りへ。
Just like my typical hacker man. Noticing my voice, Rin runs off to 7 o'clock. After a moment, the two purification committee members appeared on the surveillance camera.
7号、対象2名、GPS へ登録してください。
了解しました。登録完了。マップに反映します。
I was about 30 meters away. They were about 30 meters away from Rin. It's not exactly an unbridgeable distance, but Rin enters the main street from here. Depending on how crowded it is, they might be able to close the gap. I connected the cameras on the main street to check the situation.
まずいですね。
A spontaneous street performance has started on the main road. Looks like a popular performer. Half the street is packed with fans. That was blocking Rin's path perfectly. Just as Rin reached the main street, she noticed and tried to detour, but
対象2名接近中。
the detour narrowed the gap considerably. The difference is 10 meters. It's all over.
D、
7, 6, 5. The gap gradually narrowed. 4, 3, 2. The hand of the purification committee was about to reach Rin's back at the very moment. Suddenly, the two purification committee members stopped.
何が起こったんでしょうか。
The purification committee members shout something in their radio as they watch Rin's back recede into the distance. I thought you might be calling for backup, but it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. The two members of the purification committee kept shouting something into their radios, looking irritated, before finally turning on their heels in a huff.
東堂凛、安全圏へ脱出を確認。
了解。行動終了です。
I wonder what got them to cancel their pursuit. It's so weird. I don't know what happened, but I guess she was saved. I let out a sigh of relief and slumped back in my chair. A message from Sheree arrives. Opening the message revealed a note attached that read, regarding malfunction of the emergency summoning system.
なるほど。
Looks like I was saved by Sheree at the last minute.
これで何度目の借りになるのでしょう。
Someday I have to repay you somehow. As the Anne, it was pathetic, but right now I can only be grateful to my talented Imoto. 」 「 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 " I felt at ease once I confirmed that Rin has moved to a completely safe
バッ
place.
テリーが 10% を切りました。チャージを推奨します。
Even though she's not exactly high spec, I made number 7 push herself too hard. I plugged in the power cable into the outlet, filled with gratitude.
7号のおかげで助かりました。ありがとうございました。
I like how you could just plug an automaton, you know, just like that, you know, just like a common appliance.
またお手伝いできることがあれば遠慮なくどうぞ。スリープ状態に入ります。おやすみなさい。
As it greeted me, Unit 7 stopped moving. The moment I was alone, a sigh escaped me. The Purification Committee members must have grown even more frustrated with the Freedom Fighters because of this incident. If we leave things as they are, and let the simulation run its course, it will eventually escalate to a coup d'etat.
どうすれば回避できるのでしょうか。
I learned firsthand that careless alterations can only strangle you in the end. From now on, we need to decide what to change after carefully considering its impact. Saying this is easy enough though. Just because you decide what to change doesn't mean you can actually do it. Even if you change something, you won't know what consequences will follow unless you see them for yourself. This is the lesson for this time. I hold my head in my hands at the glaring contradiction of the lesson. In the end, what I might need isn't a specific plan, but the resolve to accept it all. I went in half-assed, so I got rattled by the unexpected events and ended up stuck in the loop. If only I had more resolve and determination.
お茶でも立てましょう。
Just thinking without doing anything makes me feel like I'm going to be crushed by anxiety and panic again. You can't make sound judgments when you're so negative. Let's try to calm down a little. Making tea is meditative. It's partly because I'm focused on my work, but that's not all of it. The sound of chasing, stirring the bowl, the subtle scent of matcha spreading through the air. It felt like it was chasing away those dark feelings. This is truly a wonderful culture. There's a reason it has lasted so long. It's rare to have visitors at the tea ceremony club. Sadobu. Sadobu. Okay, there you go. Could it be that Rin's back?
どうぞ。入ります。
Oh, Katagiri Yui. Hoo. But to my surprise, it was Katagiri Yui who came in.
1学年片桐結衣は部活動に。あ、ミク先輩。
Katagiri Yui probably found it surprising that I was there too. He stopped dead as soon as he entered the tea house.
楽にしていいですよ。
Here.
座ってください。あ、はい。失礼します。
Yeah, something like this happened last time. When I pointed to the cushion and suggested he sit, Katagiri Yui hesitantly took a seat on it. She looked like a cat that had been borrowed from someone else.
何を緊張しているのですか。
いえ、先輩がお茶を立てているので。
はい。見ての通りですが、それが何か。
そういえばここは茶道部だったなぁと。
いつもは漫画を読んでばかりですからね。まともにお茶を立てているところをお見せしたのは初めてでしょうから。
ええ、それもあるんですが。
他にも何か。
いえ、すごく様になっているなと。
意外ですか。
すみません、正直意外でした。
正直なのは結構です。さ、どうぞ。
I held out the dish to Katagiri Yui.
結構なお手前で。
器を取る前にまず一礼。右手で器を取り、自分の正面に置いてください。
あ、はい。
As instructed, Kategori Yui bowed.
お手前頂戴いたしますと言ってから左手に器を乗せ軽く持ち上げながら一礼。
はい、お手前頂戴いたします。
器を時計回りに2回回して茶碗を口に近づけるようにして飲みます。
はい。そんなに熱くないんですね。
お味はいかがですか？
ちょっと苦いですけど美味しいです。良い香りでほっとしますね。
そうですか。
I'm just teaching him how to thank someone for tea, but a smile inexplicably appears on my face. The gloomy feelings I'd been having until just now had somehow vanished without a trace.
ミク先輩、大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫？
大丈夫とは？
最近あまり元気がなさそうに見えましたので。
Cut the document. Rin said she was asked by a kohai to do some investigating.
あなただったんですね、リンに頼んだのは。
すみません。探るようなことをしてしまって。
いえ、構いません。私も心配をかけてしまってすみません。
でも大丈夫そうでよかったです。
そう見えますか？
ええ、いつも通りお綺麗です。
My heart raced at that unexpected remark.
そう。
はい。
It's that always see you again. For some reason, I felt like my face is flush. I felt restless, even at the corners of my mouth, so I lightly pinched my cheek.
実はずっと気になっていたんです。
何がですか？
ミク先輩が元気がなくて、何か私にできることはないかなって八重香とかあかりとかに相談したり。
These two. Kategori Yui was worried about me. It's just that simple thing, but I can feel like my face is about to split into a grin. I wonder why. Why am I so happy about this?
なんだか低学になってからずっとそんな感じだった気がして。
The words made that feeling of happiness fade away instantly.
責任を感じたんですか？
はい。
I wonder why. I feel so sad now. It's a strange feeling, like sadness and anger mixed together. I thought it was a malfunction in the drinking process, but the operation itself is normal, and I can't figure out what's causing it.
つまり
It's more.
心配していたのはただの責任感からなのですか？
いえ、それもありますが、それだけではないとも言いますか。
Her ambiguous attitude is starting to piss me off. What on earth is this phenomenon where my emotions go haywire over his every little word?
前にも言った通り、あなたのせいではありません。気にしないようにと言ったはずですよ。
そういうわけには。
また窒息させますよ。
Oh. Kategori Yui's face turned bright red as he fell silent. Not only that, but he was fidgeting and rubbing his thighs together. Oh, it's that. Seeing that only excited me even more. Could it be that Kategori Yui is getting hard because he's remembering what happened back then? He's imagining burying his face on my chest, and it got an erection. He wanted to insert his penis inside her vagina and wanted to Bro, she's thinking about having sex with him. Wow. The desk contracted even tighter, and I felt my crotch growing damp. I'm lusting after Katagiri Yui again. I can't let you see me like this. The more I think about it, the more I want to see your penis again, to touch it. Before I knew it, I abandoned my self-control and was creeping closer to Katagiri Yui.
ミク先輩？どうしたんですか？真っ赤な顔をして。いや、これは何でも。想像したんですか？私の胸に生まれる感触を。
Really? You're going this forward?
違います。これは違って
Wow. I slowly curved closer and Katagiri Yui stepped back. From the side, it probably looks like I'm about to pounce on Katagiri Yui. No, actually, I was about to add that attack right then. But when I reached out to close the distance, a hard, rod-like sensation that women's bodies don't have.
これは
When I squeezed it, it twitched. What do you mean you squeezed it? So your hand is already there? Katagiri Yui's body also trembled as if it were bouncing.
これは男性器。やめミク先輩。
As I check, it's... Oh, she's already there. She's literally touching it right now. As I checked and squeezed it a few times, his penis grew harder and larger.
硬い。
I wonder if this hardness is enough to insert into a woman's vagina. Man, she's really horny right now. I can't calculate it at all because I'm not recognizing the hardness of an excited vagina.
もしかしたらもっと刺激したらもっと高度が上がるのでは。
Man, she's so down. Trying to give a stronger stimulation, I squeeze his penis tightly. I snapped back to my senses after being shoved by Katagiri Yui.
先輩。
I felt my body temperature drop instantly under her furious gaze. What did I even do? This is completely sexual violence. Touching someone else's genitals without their consent, driven by sexual desire. That's the work of a sex offender. They can't complain if they get criminally prosecuted. Feeling ashamed of my own foolishness, I peek at Katagiri Yui's reaction. Wait, did she actually touch his dick? Like, she straight up describe it as seeing like a rod-like thing in there. Therefore, she actually touched it, and like, obviously Yui saw that. So obviously Yui's on 100%. He is so on guard right now because, you know, remember, he's trying to hide it. He's trying to hide that he's a man. He's aware of me without letting his guard down. He's also scanning the surroundings. After a few seconds, I realized he was checking the surveillance cameras and looking for weapons. But eventually, he must have decided it was impossible to bury me in secret.
今の何だと思いました？男性器でしょうか？
I thought about pretending nothing happened, but it's too late for that now. I just answered honestly.
そうですか。
Then Katagiri Yui knelt right there, right at my feet. He put his knees directly under the tatami mat and bowed her head deeply.
これは土下座。実際に目にするのは初めてです。
I understood it was meant as a full apology. but seeing it carried out in front of me felt more like an act that left no room for refusal. No, maybe that intensity is just a sign of determination.
もし黙っていてもらえるなら何でもします。一生涯先輩の奴隷になります。どんな命令も何でも言うことを聞きます。
片桐学生、
だからお願いします。黙っていてもらうわけには。
Obviously a mistranslation, so obviously he's asking her to stay silent about it. He'll do anything I say. Katagiri Yui is my dore. For some reason my body temperature rises, and I feel a surge of excitement, but accepting slavery would definitely violate ethical regulations, so it's out of the question. That's a real shame. What the hell? It's a real shame, though?
先輩？
仮にその申し出を断ったとして、あなたはその場合にどうするつもりですか？
Suppose if I were to refuse that offer, what would you do in that case?
それ
できればあなたと命を奪い合うようなことにはなりたくありません。
そんなこと。いえ、すみません。一瞬だけ考えました。
今は考慮されうる選択肢から外れていると。
私も先輩とそういうことにはなりたくないです。仮にできたとしても殺したくなんか。
I don't want to be enemies with you, even if that's just because I don't want more enemies. It still makes me a little happy.
先輩に受け入れてもらえないなら仕方がないです。煮るなり焼くなり告発でも何でもしてください。
それで良いのですか？
よくはないです。でも痴漢と言われれば言い返しようがないですから。
Huh? I'll tilt my head. Katagiri Yui's words weren't quite sinking in. No. I had a feeling something was off ever since he started groveling at my feet.
痴漢行為を働いたのは私の方だと思うのですが。
I mean, it's more of the obviously Yui's thinking about the situation because he was discovered as a dude, but obviously Miku was more like, I mean, she already knew he was a dude for the longest time, and she just started touching him.
先ほどの行為、あなたの局部を握ったのは私の方が加害者の性暴力です。ですから申し訳ありませんでした。
I finally got the chance to bow my head and felt relieved. How could I possibly reconcile that with my own moral code? Forcing someone who committed a crime to apologize. No, I think Yui has a much more other concern, but like, she was much more concerned about essentially sexually harassing him. But you know, there's a much more bigger concern.
頭を上げてください。そもそも私についてるのがいけないんです。
それはあなたの責任では。いえ、確かにそれはありますね。
はい。そもそも私はここにいてはいけないから。
Finally understands that we have a decisive that he has a decisive advantage. That's the reason why he's been so scared since earlier. And just as one part of the mother system that serves humanity, there's no emotional joy in others kneeling. There shouldn't be. For me, superiority in human relationships is simply about using someone if they have value to offer. If it has value, then use it. That's why.
お願いします。もし許してもらえるなら、消えろと言うなら。
それは片桐八重香に類を及ぼしたくないと。
八重香と母さんは巻き込まれただけなんです。 僕がいたせいで、僕が最初からいなければ。だからお願いします。死ねと言われればそうします。でもせめて僕だけで許してください。
This is obviously a mistranslation, but at least let me be the only one punished or some shit. Katagiri, my LLM's finally dying. It's even having a mistranslation at this point. Misspelling. Katagiri Yui. His head pressed to the floor as he continued to beg. Even though he looked small and pathetic, I thought he was a fine person fighting for others. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel sad about the idea of sacrificing only yourself, even when considering the circumstances.
大丈夫。大丈夫です。
I gently sit Katagiri Yui up, and slowly stroke her back. I prayed that at least some of my feelings for him would get true.
私はあなたの敵ではありません。見たこと、知ったことは決して口外しないと誓います。だから大丈夫。
Over and over again. His back trembling in fear as he looked up at me, clinging to my hope. I just keep petting him.
Oh,
okay. So he tells his story. Man, she was anyway. After a moment, Katagiri Yui calmed down. I managed to nod while pretending to be as calm as he told me about the circumstances and his past of deceiving women. Basically, it's the same information I got from the simulation, but hearing him tell it himself with all those emotions, it leaves me speechless again at how tough his life has been. It was more brutal and dramatic than any movie Shirei and I have ever seen, yet filled with a terrifying sense of sorrow. And this isn't even content. This is an overwhelming reality of the modern male world, a truth that isn't even shared in documents. Of course, the 12th division he belonged to was known as one of the unluckiest in recent decades. Most of the men should have been living a more peaceful life.
事情は分かりました。
はい。
The burst of silence felt like it was pressing down from the ceiling. But I had absolutely no idea how to react to the path he's taken to get here. The root cause of the harsh burdens imposed on men can be traced back to Mother's decision. As just one terminal end of that system, I don't even feel qualified to comment. No. No matter what he says, I'm his enemy.
ミク先輩。
何でしょうか。
八重花のことは本当に。
私は嘘をつきません。あなたについて見知ったことは一切口外しません。
なぜですか？
なぜ？そうですね。あなたには利用価値があるからでしょうか。
価値ですか？
はい。何でも私の言うことを聞いてくださるのですよね。
それははい。どんなことでも命令してください。
Getting a reply like an obedient automaton. I don't know why, but it stings a little in my chest.
それで私は何をすればいいんですか？
今すぐに何をしろという命令があるわけではありません。
But his abilities will definitely be necessary later on. Your dedication to the freedom of expression warriors activities, your rapport with the members, your individual abilities, there's no one who can replace you in any of those areas. And there's a high probability that the future will be a chaotic era. I need to stop him from leaving here at all costs. Even if I told them that, he won't be convinced. The future he contributes to is based on simulations. If I can't prove its absolute nature, my claims will remain mere speculation. This situation is already a development that wasn't in this simulation. Even if I tried to prove it by doing something that looks like precognition, there's no guarantee the future will unfold exactly as simulated. If that's the case, how should I convey it? A usefulness with no real purpose is too unbelievable. It might just raise more doubts. I won't betray you because I need you, though I wish to give you that kind of reassurance.
いえ、安心感などありえないのかもしれません。
I think it's more like, I guess maybe there's no way he could feel safe. Seeing his anxious expression, I'm reminded of it all over again. I hold his very life in my hands. No matter what happened, that's an undeniable fact. There's no way to gloss over that fact with some half-baked excuse. What we need here is the absolute logic of power relations.
主人公がヒロインの秘密を握ることによって生まれる協力関係から始まるパターンが多いのも興味深いです。
Oh, okay, I get it. Since
秘密の共有は信頼関係を築くにあたって重要
I
な
guess
ものですが、
she's gonna reveal herself.
主人公の側に強い主導権が与えられる展開が多いですね。圧倒的強者であるヒロインを弱者である主人公の位置まで落とさないと協力関係とはならないということですか。
So that's how it is. If things stay as they are, I'll always be his enemy. Even if I recognize my usefulness as an enemy, I wouldn't expect him to trust me, and our relationship will eventually fall apart. Basically, that kind of relationship, I don't like that. Not because of logic. What should I have done to avoid it?
協力関係
I want to form a partnership with him. And to form an alliance, I, being overwhelmingly powerful in terms of position, must lower myself to his level. I had to entrust my life to him too. Then,
片桐結衣、私はあなたに伝えたいことがあります。伝えたいことですか？
I know his secret. What would it take for someone like me to stand on the same level as him? What could I trade for a secret that practically holds my life in his hand?
私はマザーの命令によってこの学園に送り込まれたスパイなのです。
I should just tell him my secret too. That's how I finally become equal to him.
そして本当は人間ではありません。
Katagiri Yui is confused. I might have revealed too much at once.
信じられないかもしれませんが、どこか人のいる場所で私がスパイのオートマタだと叫んでみてください。
ちょっと何言ってるのかわからないですけど、事実にせよ冗談にせよ、どうして今そんなことを言うんですか？
あなたに信じてほしいからです。協力関係を結びたいから、あなたと同じように自身の致命的な秘密を明かしました。
どうしてそこまで？
なぜでしょうか。極めて不合理な判断だと自覚はしています。それでも私はあなたと協力する未来に憧れます。そのためでしかありません。
協力する未来ですか？
私と一緒に歩んではもらえませんか？私はあなたと本当の意味で仲間になりたい。
After my words, he returned silence.
い。何を言ってるのか分かってます？
言葉通りの意味です。これは私にとっての最優先事項です。私の未来にはどうしてもあなたが必要なのです。
全然分かってなさそうだし、もういいですから、仲間になりますから。
本当ですか
For some reason, he's reacting way too much. I'm blushing, but his words made my emotional circuits soar.
じゃあ今度はミク先輩の番です。
Katagiri Yui stood right in front of me and stared intently.
もっと教えてください。ミク先輩のこと。
I nodded and began to speak. After that, I told Katagiri Yui about my origins and the escort mission for Himeno Akari. But I decided to withhold details about the simulation because it's hard to prove. Even now, I thought about it, but I decided that making things any more complicated wouldn't be a good idea.
じゃあ本当にミク先輩はオートマタなんですか？
大雑把に言ってしまえばそうなります。
ということは厳密には違うのですか？
はい。私のボディは生体部品で構成されていますので、一般的なオートマタとは違い、物理的なダメージには非常に弱いです。
それで見た目だと全くわからないんですね。本当に人間にしか見えないです。
Oh, I just remembered to fall off for the Finnish term. Synth. Okay, she's a synth basically.
はい。人間組織への潜入にあたっては、人間に近しい見た目と人間と同じ行動をする必要もありますから、呼吸、食事、排泄に至るまで肉体の維持のために必要な行動は人間と同じです。
排泄はともかく、そういえばミク先輩もしっかりご飯は食べてましたね。
ただ証拠となるとフィクションのように腕を取り外したりもできません。引きちぎれば一部には導線が使われていたりもするはずですが、
大丈夫ですからね、見せなくて。
見なくても信じてもらえるのですか？
というかロボットみたいって言われていたの本当にそうだったんだなって。
偽装が甘いと。あとロボットは差別用語ですので、オートマタあるいは生体機械と言ってください。
はい、すみません。ちなみに行動に制限とかは？オートマタみたいに命令されていない行動はできないみたいな感じなんですか？
いえ、私は命令がなくても自立行動が可能です。
I stumbled over my words a little at the borderline question.
それって命令がなくても自分でその場で判断して動けるってことですよね。
ええ、その通りです。
ロボットでは？
オートマタあるいは生体機械と言ってください。
Humans strongly oppose autonomous action by individual machines due to their fear of infiltration by Gaia. That's why my very existence in principle is forbidden.
あなたと同様に、私も存在してはいけない個体ではあるのです。
じゃあ一緒ですね。
はい。
The sense of shared guilt is making my heart beat just a little faster.
あなたにとってはオートマタも女性も等しく敵対的存在であると理解しています。その両方である私を受け入れることには抵抗感はありませんか
？I was surprisingly flustered by his thoughtful expression and waited for a reply, unable to settle down.
僕にとってのミク先輩は きっとミク先輩以外じゃないんだと思います。
What came back was something that left me utterly at a loss for how to react.
それは森やミク個人としてカテゴライズされている。
なんて言ったらいいんでしょうか。僕が知っているのはミク先輩が僕らの先輩として接してくれている面だけで、でもそれがミク先輩の全てじゃないと思うんです。
確かに全てを開示できたわけではありませんが、
なので僕の中のミク先輩は先輩のミク先輩でしかなくて、スパイの話とかも先輩とは違うミク先輩の一面で。すみません、自分でも何を言ってるんだか。
いえ、ニュアンスは理解できます。
He views personality as a polygon, not recognizing the whole based on just one illuminated facet. And when it comes to judging others, there's no standardized polygon we use. Everyone has their own criteria.
要するに、あなたから見える材料だけで私という個人を判断するには情報が足りないということですね。
そうですね。そういうことだと思います。
Some people judge based on a single aspect, while others consider multiple facets. At least Katakiri Yui is someone who judges from multiple perspectives. I don't know if it's cautiousness or just plain cowardice, but either way, that's part of what makes Katakiri Yui.
なるほど。興味深い話でした。
If that's the case, then the me in his perception isn't just being an ally or enemy. It's something he scrutinized from multiple angles.
それでは、あなたは私を信用してくれますか？
Katakiri Yui looked down a little, seeming to be thinking about my question. But Katakiri Yui raises his head sooner than I expected. There was no fear or suspicion in those eyes.
男であることがバレてしまって恥ずかしながらパニックになってしまいましたが、僕は僕のためにここまでしてくれたミク先輩を信じてみようと思います。
そうですか。
Relieved, I let out a big sigh. Good. This should prevent the worst possible future.
でもすみません、やっぱり心のどこかでは女性も機械もちょっとだけ拒絶感はあるんです。
あなたの過去を思えば仕方のないことだと思います。今はそれで構いません。むしろそれだけのことをされているにもかかわらず、私を信じてくれたことの方が不思議です。
それはミク先輩が誠実であろうとしてくれたからです。
誠実ですか？
はい。例えば口先だけで丸め込もうとしたりごまかそうとしたりしたらもっと疑ったかもしれません。でも先輩はいくらでもごまかせることを利用価値があるからって正直に答えてくれました。その上で自分に不利になるであろう質問を認めたり、自分の立場をわざと悪くしたり、僕と同じ立場になって同じ目線で話をしたいとそう考えてくれていることが分かりました。ここまでして僕を信じさせた上で手のひらを返すようなことをする理由も見当たらなかったですし。
誠実とは難しいですね。意識的にしたことなら理解もできるのですが、むしろ今回の行動は個人的な感情の暴走に近いかもしれません。
それは先輩の気持ちとして僕を仲間にしたくて必死だったと？
はい。利用価値が高いので計算上でも感情的にもあなたを手放したくありません。
もうそういうところというかですね、逆にミク先輩はどうして僕をそんなに高く評価してくださっているんですか？ オートマタの暴走の時だって結局僕は何もできなかったのに。
それは簡単です。マザーがあなたを必要だと思い、ここに連れてきたからです。
え？ああ、招集のことですか？
はい、それが何よりの理由です。
そうなんですか？でもマザーの推薦枠っていうのがあるくらいですから、そんなのは毎年のことなんじゃ。
それはそうですが、あなたの場合は違います。マザーはあなたを男性だと知った上でここに連れてきているのです。ですからあなたのことは本当に特別に。
いや、ちょっと待ってください。僕が男だって最初からバレていたんですか？
マザーは知っていたと思います。無論他の隊員たちは気づいていませんが。
そうなんですか。まあみんなが知らないならよかった。いや、よくはないけど。あれ？ミク先輩も知らなかったんですよね。
ええ、疑ってはいましたが確信はありませんでした。
マザーは知っていたのにミク先輩は知らなかったっていうのもなんか変じゃないですか？マザーは教えてくれなかったんですか？
皆さん誤解されているようなんですが、マザーは私のような独立した自我のようなものは持っていないのです。我々には命令という形で意思伝達をしてきますが、それは一方的なものです。
そうだったんですか？てっきり女王的な存在なのだとばかり。
存在感や権限として女王という表現は間違いではないです。簡単に一見意思疎通ができるわけではないところも含めて、もちろんあまりに意味不明な命令だった場合、意図を問いただす手段がないわけではありません。ですが必要以上の情報は降りてきません。これは人間たちの軍部や政府機関も似たような構造かと。
それは身に覚えしかないですね。
でしょうね。というわけでマザーからあなたのことを知ることはありませんでした。ただマザーの情報収集力を甘く見てはいけません。不自然な戸籍があれば調査くらいはするでしょう。それこそ知らぬ間に遺伝子まで調べ上げています。
I don't know why they're
つ
just
も
like
り
that.
ですが、
なので性別を偽って入隊なんてことはマザーが認めない限りできるわけがないのです。なのにあなたはやってきたということは、あなたという存在が必要だとマザーが判断したということです。
なるほど、そういうことなんですね。
With a slightly lonely look on his face, Katagiri Yui nodded. Even if it's logically sound, not telling the truth to someone who believes you is painful. But explaining the simulation is really difficult. If I could access my internal workings like Shirei does, I could easily determine the truth, but that's not something to wish for. I guess I have to settle for you accepting this explanation for now.
あなたを評価する合理的な理由は以上です。あとは私の個人的な感情ですね。
個人的な？先ほどもおっしゃってましたね。
はい。どうやら私はあなたに恋をしているようなのです。
はあ、恋ですか。はあ？恋って恋ですか？
はい。濃厚の恋ではなく恋愛の恋です。
Seeing him gaping like that, with his face bright red, I couldn't help but laugh.
どうしたんですか？魚類の恋のようですよ。
Tried to do a pun joke just now.
うまいこと言わないでいいんですよ。って恋
ですか？どうして疑うのですか？
いやだって本当に分かって言ってます？
正直なところあやふやな部分も多いのですが、恋らしいのでそうなのでしょう。
らしいというのは？
はい、姫の学生と片桐彩香に相談したところそう言われました。
よりにもよってその二人に相談済
み。ダメでしたか？
いえただ身内にバレてるのかと思うとちょっと恥ずかしいと言いますか。
うかつな人選でしたか？それは申し訳ないことをしました。
いや別に全然大丈夫です。はい。
ただ私自身もまだこの感情に戸惑っているところです。私のような存在が恋なんてできるのだろうか。
先輩。
なので今はまだこの感情とのうまい付き合い方を探っているところです。あなたにも迷惑をかけるかもしれませんが、どうか嫌わないでほしいと思っています。
そんな嫌うだなんてそんなことはないです。
そうですか。よかった。どうかしましたか？
ニヤでもありません。
He started sounding like a cat.
ろれつが回っていませんが。
すみません。何でもありません。
というわけであなたを助けたい、かばいたいと思ったのは全てが合理的理由というわけではありません。
なるほどですね。
では私の個人的な感情とこの先の未来のために片桐結衣、あなたの力を貸してくれますか？
I gently held out my right hand. Seeing that, Katagiri Yui, his face bright red, took a few deep breaths. This time, she shook my hand firmly, his expression filled with determination. It's 11:13. I should probably go to sleep. Accomplice, episode 3. 5 minutes to 10 hours. Oh wait, I have to cut some stuff. One from the previous route and one. Anyway, fortunately, I managed to build a cooperative relationship with Katagiri Yui. It's all thanks to that time I deepened my understanding of Koi with Shirei. Without that, there's a very high chance I would have made the wrong choice right then and there. Actually, nothing's changed yet, so I don't have any proof that this choice was the right one. Still though, avoiding the worst possible outcome and deepening my relationship with Katagiri Yui even further than in the simulation, I think that's an invaluable result. My relationship with the other team members are good too. The new members of the club, Katagiri siblings, are also actively participating in the Freedom of Expression Warriors activities. Just because this activity is active doesn't mean that Purification Committee's activities are also active though. As always, the only thing they have in common regarding incidents involving the Purification Committee was that they were all causing trouble. The locations and times of these places kept falling out outside the simulations. Another major conflict is expected sooner or later, but one of my concerns is that I can't predict what the situation will be like when it happens. And another matter of concern.
あかり起きて、朝だよ。ほらあかり起きて、おーい。
Himena Akari's morning is getting even weaker. Oh, I see. Because remember that she's her her self-worth is still, you know what, maybe that's why she's having a hard time. She's still depressed about life and all that sort of thing. Because without Yui like interacting with her, she doesn't, her character doesn't strengthen. So you know.
手強いな。ミク先輩、どうしましょうか。仕方がありません。制服は私が着せます。布団から引きずり出して服を剥ぎ取るところまでやっておくように。剥ぎ、私がですか？
Getting flustered and turning bright red is a classic guy reaction, but I need you to get used to seeing Akari's naked body since she's your partner.
それが効率というものです。脱がしている間に私の方で制服の準備を整えます。わかりました。脱がしておきます。
Base? I had to admit, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable for some reason.
言っておきますが、下着を変えさせる必要はありませんよ。分かってますよ。おはようございます。
By the way, in case you're confused by the translation, I think it meant to say that they were going to change Akari's clothes for her.
起きちゃった。手間が省けたのになぜがっかりしているのですか？してませんし。
And while I deal with it every morning amidst all commotion, Himeno Akari's insomnia is in a serious state. Yeah, she's still suffering from depression and all that sort of thing. So, you know. Staying up late until late and collapsing into the sleep at dawn. That kind of light wears you out, body and soul. I had a hunch about what caused it.
どんだけよ。やっぱりフェミって頭悪いんだね。
Oh wait, she's getting bullied. I remembered. A few girls were talking in front of the bulletin board where first year grades were posted. The topic is Himeno Akari. Within the school, it's already common knowledge that Himeno Akari is the daughter of the LFP party leader, not just to those who have known her for a long time. She was being mocked by some students because of the prejudice against her as the daughter of a party leader who espouses radical feminism, and also, well, her own considered lack of talent.
ちょっと。
Wait, they never also find out that she's a good sniper because, you know, they don't get those freedom of expression warrior moments.
やば、行こう行こう。
The students scattered as soon as they recognized me. As a senpai sharing a room with Himeno Akari, I was sometimes looked at in the same strange way as she was. That attitude is probably another sign of it too.
相変わらずひどいありさまですね。
The Himeno Akari on the bulletin board is pretty low. No, it's safe to say she's near the very bottom. I can see how hard they're working up close, but it's frustrating that it doesn't translate into results. But if that's just a worry he has himself, then it's still okay. Oh, she has herself, then it's okay. There are people who try to stabilize their own mental state by looking down on those they consider inferior to themselves. It's not a matter whether it's good or bad. It just is what it is. I don't know about that, man. Well, what about the person who was targeted? Oh, he's talking about like the bullies. Every day, her inferiority complex swells in the midst of humiliation and shame. A painful daily life far removed from any sense of mental fulfillment.
想像力が足りていないのは私だけではないということですね。
Maybe that's why so many people had these kinds of feelings, and Cinderella stories are so prevalent in the content we consume.
いずれにせよ放置はできません。
I don't know about a future where Himeno Akari becomes an outstanding student. I'm also aware that reckless tampering with the future can strangle you. But if there's a shadow on the normal life I'm aiming for, I want to eliminate it as much as possible.
それにこのままでは
The bullying of her escalated into a kidnapping and an imprisonment incident. If you can change the future, there's no question you should. I'll push Akari to be a top student. By doing so, I aim to alter the future where she receives unfair treatment. That's my next goal. It's a good thing she's thinking about Akari at
などと考えていた時期が私にもありました。諦めるの早くないですか？
Wait, what did she... What?
いや、それはまあこれを見たら
Spread out before me were test papers covered in failing grades. The answers, which were failing almost every subject, all bore the signature Himina Akari. First, I thought about aiming to improve their academic abilities by teaching them myself and holding supplementary lessons, but
まさかククすら怪しいとは。だって67が42なのか48なのかわかんなくなるときあるでしょ。
bro, my LLM doesn't know what this is. Wait, I'm already at 11:22 p.m. Oh, shit. Maybe we should call it in soon. I'm gonna just finish the scene and I'm gonna call it in. I mean, I've been reading for almost 10 hours straight at this point. So, well, I'm also gonna cut out 2 scenes.
ニニンが
Bro, I tried to, even Google Translate doesn't know what those 2 words it mentioned when they were talking about multiplication tables.
パッと出てこないのが怪しいですね。今頭の中で普通に 2×2 を計算したね。なんでわかるの？姫の学生は言葉や文字の類が苦手なのですか？文章題などに誤答が顕著なのですが。いえ、苦手ってわけじゃないんですけど、なんだか問題読んでると余計なことが気になっちゃって。余計なこと？かおりちゃんはどうしてリンゴを買うためだけに何キロも先の八百屋さんに歩いていくのかなとか。
Why did they translate Ringo? Ringo is Apple, by the way. I don't know why. Why the LLM can even translate what an apple is?
この動く点 P はもしかしたらこの図形を警備するおまわりさんで、この問題はそこを襲おうとしている悪い人の視点なんじゃとか。 P はポリスの P。 親切ですね。そういうことばっかり気になっちゃって問題に集中できないんです。どういった感性なら問題文一つでそこまでの想像ができるんでしょうか。
Maybe Himino Akari has the richest imagination of us all.
でもそれって読み取るのが苦手とかではなくて過剰に読み取っちゃうってことだよね。そうなのかな。自分だとよくわからないんだけど。読み方がわかれば現代文はいけるんじゃないかって思うんだけど。あれ？
Looking at the answer sheet covered in diagonal lines, Katagiri Yui makes a puzzled face.
これ空白のところもあるけど「わかりません」って書いてあるところもある。
Looking at the answer's content, there are indeed blank spaces and spots where I don't know is written in small letters. Given Himino Akari's personality, if she writes I don't understand for parts she doesn't get, it seems like she'd be consistent and write that way for all areas where she's confused. Could there be some other meaning to it?
それはね、なんか問題になる文章って途中から始まって またすぐ切れちゃうでしょ。著者は一冊の本の全部を使ってやっと考えの一部を表現していると思うの。
Oh yeah, I remember she was taught more on the more of the liberal arts kind of stuff and law. Remember she was kind of forced to read stuff like that.
ほんの少しの文章だけ抜き出して著者の考えを述べよって言われても。
なるほど。この「わかりません」っていう答えはそういう意味か。抜粋した文章では著者の考えを完全に理解などできないということなのですね。
I mean technically, but you know, it's more of like she's rejecting the question because it's unfair to ask what the author is conveying based on those small excerpts, but like you know.
真面目か。
真面目だよ。
From what I hear, Himeno Akari tends to interpret the issues presented based on her own values. What's needed to solve this problem is gathering information and analyzing it from multiple angles, along with a calm perspective. Maybe it's better to teach her how to grasp things rather than cramming knowledge into her.
それの具体的な習得方法は不明ですが。
But when it comes to that, raising her is a real challenge. AI like us can immediately utilize knowledge and experience that's shared with us as our own. But human learning isn't like that. Acquiring and utilizing knowledge requires extensive practice over a long period of time. As the phrase cramming suggests, there are methods for learning things quickly, but they're limited to just stuffing your head with facts. In cases like hers, it can't be denied that the quick fix is out of a question.
本人は至って真面目に取り組んでいるのですが。
Sadly, it's precisely because those efforts haven't borne fruit that she's in her current situation. The thing about human effort is that there's always a chance it'll end up being for nothing.
姫の学生、あなたは学力が足りないのではなく、対応力の方に問題がありそうです。
対応力。
What the fuck is that? Okay. Resilience. Okay. My Google translated it as resilience.
試験には試験のための戦い方というものがあります。例えば野球の試験があったとして、サッカーのルールでは合格はできませんよね。
はい、野球ですから野球をしないとですよね。
例えば先ほどの現代文について言えば、あなたは現代文の試験に対して自分で決めたルールで戦っているのです。出題者がどんなルールで戦ってほしいと思っているのかを知るところから始める必要があります。
なるほど。私はルールが違ってるから正解できないってことなんですね。
その通りです。
そのルールっていうのはどうやったらわかるようになるんでしょう。
そこなのですが、ここは一つ正解からの逆算をしてみましょう。
逆算？
ええ、とある問題と正解を同時に渡して、なぜそれが正解なのかを想像してもらうのです。
先に答えを教えてもらえるんですか？
はい、そうすることで姫の学生に出題者が求めているルールを学習してもらうことが目的です。
なるほど。
どんなに考えても正解がわからなければ思考は空転するばかりです。逆に明確な正解という強力なヒントがあれば、なぜそうなったのかを考えればよい。
You know what? It's funny that she proposes these sort of things, but it's like the simulation. So essentially, the simulation is like she was given the correct answers, and now she Oh, I think this will come handy later on because she's going to try to do something and she's going to think about why something happened or what's the cause. Okay, I mean it's already been happening already, but like, you
そ
know.
れを積み重ねることであなたは自身の性質をコントロールできるようになるはずです。わかりました。やってみます。はい。例題は私が過去の問題を抜粋して用意しましょう。片桐学生は彼女の思考が横道にそれてきたら
わかりました。頑張ろうね、あかり。うん、頑張る。
全く目標がないとモチベーションが維持できないと思いますので、一つ明確なものを定めましょう。次回の定期考査の順位を先頭とは言いませんが中段くらいまでは上げるというのはどうでしょうか。
え、そんなにですか？さすがに無理では。
そんなことはありません。あなたはそれができるだけの能力が備わっています。謙虚であることは大切ですが、あなたは自分を過小評価しすぎる傾向があります。その悪癖を是正するためにも頑張ってください。はい、
頑張りましょう。私も協力するから頑張ろう。ありがとう、ゆいちゃん。
論理的思考法の訓練方法ですか。
I'm gonna call it in. I'm gonna call it in. My brain is so dying. Look at that. 12. No, that's not 12. That should be like 11:32. I don't know why I'm saying 12. But whatever. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys at the next upload. And the good thing, I only just need to cut 2 scenes, and I can upload. Alright, what am I gonna play for the ending song today? Okay, let's play one of the other visual novels the author worked on. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Ciao.
君と奏でたいシンフォニー、白い輝きに包まれ、今始まるよ。きらめきのサイン、君のことが好きだって言えば壊れてしまう、そんな横んばかりを膨らんでくれ、こんなはずじゃなかった、何もできないなんてらしくない、気づいてよね Please please 動けないよ Please please 近くみたいな鼓動を強く胸を弾いたく、君に送ってるみたいな、私がここにいるよ、好きだって好きだって飛び込んだなら受け止めてくれますか、愛じるこの葉を逃げて思う、シンフォニーラブ君へと奏でる想いが真っ白に咲くよ、色づき